Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the Arena Cup Series 4. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and joining me in the booth today to help guide you guys through all of the amazing action and entertainment is Kirk on the Lurk. How are we doing, sir? Did you catch any of day 1? And are you looking forward to all of the action for day 2?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the intro. My good buddy Cracked Wisdom. It's been a long time since we've been in the booth together, but finally we get to come back and for the biggest event of the year. I mean, what other place would you rather be? Man, this is the time to be locked into the Tarkov Arena scene. And yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a banger showcase of so many different teams from 2 different regions, right? And it's not too often that actually, it's almost never that we get to see 2 different regions in the same tournament. So, man, it's going to be an explosive day, and I hope it can top yesterday's action because that was almost, I don't think you can beat that. But, I mean, there's 6 days total, so we got a lot more to go.
I mean, I don't know about whether we can't beat it, but we're going to try. We're going to give it our best shot. And every single one of these 8 teams that have been brought to the stage today have been giving it their best since the opening of the event. We had day 1 yesterday where every team came out of the gate running with both feet hitting the floor, ready to hit 100 without even considering the speed limit. Not just that, but we also had teams fighting tooth and nail just for round differential alone to get that little advantage that could secure them their spot or decide their fate at falling out before going into that playoff section. So, with that in mind, let's take a quick look at the schedule for today so we can look at how we're going to flow through some of that amazing action. Starting off, thanks to the partnership from Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, and the brand new sponsors in Steel Series, our 4 matches are going to start off with XP Academy continuing their crusade. Now against Sicario, a team from EU who has gone through a bit of a struggle recently. They looked relatively good yesterday and came back with a very strong response in the second half of their first map yesterday, but Sicario not able to get it over the line for full points on the board. Following that, second match of the day is going to be Virtus Pro taking on K3. And I think, Kirk, we're both in agreement on this one that although K3 did start with a great best foot forward approach yesterday, K3 also are up against it in their first match today.
Oh yeah, I mean K3 has had a decent history as of recent, right? Coming out as ASPL champions, right? A lot of Div 2 teams there, right? So they're really trying to put their foot into a place where they can solidify themselves as a top tier Div 1 team. But I mean, ACS is going to be your hardest challenge yet. And K3, man, they've qualified for multiple Div 1 tournaments over the past little while now. So I think that if any time is to, prove yourself to be here, deserving of the top level of play, it's got to be right now.
That's it, absolutely. I mean, Narcos.epa taking on Tarkov Help for the third of our fourth matches today, and then Pandemic Apex going into the Jumbo team to finally close us out for the day is 2 matches that, again, have a lot of tone behind them to set our thoughts and impressions for the playoff weekend into what we would call an educated guess scenario, right? We're going to condition ourselves so that the information inside of our brains is thoroughly well-rounded so we can make a good educated guess as to who may come out on top. And speaking of good educated guesses as to who might take the W in the games today, chat, we already had an amazing day with you guys yesterday, keeping you interacting with the event as it is cracking on. So without further ado, we'd like to hear from you today as well in just as much force, if not more, if possible. Let us know who your favourites are for each of these matchups for today. If you've got a favourite you're following throughout the entire tournament, or maybe somebody you just want to see cause an upset in one particular match, if you think about it, we want to know about it.
Absolutely. We encourage you all day, chat, to throw in whatever emotes you got of the teams that you support. Of course, this is a community event. We all come together to prove who's the best team, and we want to see who has the most fans out there as well. So make sure you always stay active in the chat, as well as later on with multiple giveaways going on within this stream and the soon to come other days within the 6 total. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, all 6 teams on the board, or sorry, all 8 teams on the board you can see right now. 4 are from the CIS region, 4 are from the European region, and they are split up into 2 different groups, with the last team in each group getting sent home before the playoffs.
Oh, I believe that's a cue for us to have a quick look at the standings. So after that nice in-depth talk through how each of those 2 groups are layered down for progression, we're going to get a quick visual to represent that on stage. As Kirk so rightly said, both groups will require the top 3 teams competing to qualify through to playoffs. The 4th team will be eliminated by the end of this weekend and will be sent home a little early with the main event. Only 2 of the 8 teams that have arrived here will be the ones that will be leaving us. So 6 will continue on their endeavors to try and fight for that title of Arena Cup Series 4 champions. This moment in time, the Outcasts sit pretty at the top of their group with a 1 win on the table and the 3 points on the board. The only team in Group A to have had a full clear victory yesterday. It did come with a little bit of animosity. Jumbo team did manage to split the maps in the game, but due to a technical disqualification, that second game was given to the Outcasts.epa, so ended up in a 2-0 victory there. Other side of the table, Group Stage B, XPA Academy, Virtus Pro, both claiming 2-0 victories themselves and both putting 3 points on the board for their respective side of the pitch. Obviously, equally as such, Sicario and K3, the receiving end of those losses, 0 points for there to speak of. But Tarkov Help and Pandemic Apex splitting it on the day was a real big one for us, and I think probably the most impressive match so far. Pandemic Apex and Tarkov Help both looked strong on their individual map picks and ended up tying it up 1 apiece in that head-to-head, leaving them with only a point apiece on the table. But Tarkov Help up by 8 round difference overall, a +4 total round difference score, putting them in that second position over the Pandas at the moment.
Yeah, and even earlier you spoke about round differential, right? And just based off that first game of the day yesterday, I could tell that XPA was going to come out here and not only throw up a 2 on the board, 2-0 on the board, but also smash out the performance with a massive round differential. We could see there 13, double of their counterparts, Outcast CPA here on Group Stage A. So, I mean, it's going to take a lot to take down the Ravens, the absolute monsters out here that have smashed home their performance yesterday on Skybridge and Bay 5 as well. So, I mean, it was K3, of course. This probably is one of the lowest seeded teams here, but like I said, they're all impressive teams, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be here. So K3 just had a little bit of a hard matchup yesterday. That happens. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. So today we can hope that they can get a little bit more on the board, and given that, Sicario, or sorry, not Sicario, it will be oh, my fault here. I think I messed it up. Yeah, Virtus Pro. That's what I thought. Right. So they're going to be going up against Virtus Pro, which, I mean, historically, of course, Virtus Pro was your top tier team for multiple tournaments in a row. But if anyone's been having a little bit of a look at the Epic season, Virtus Pro finished third place, right? XPA is now starting to take their spot. And I mean, what really happened there? Virtus Pro was one of the teams that has never had a roster change. They've kind of stuck it out the same way that they've always done it. Nothing's changed, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And now all of a sudden it's starting to break, and XPA is coming to take that top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's almost like Tarkov Help has become a new animal. Them currently looking like the favorites out of the CIS region right now. XPA also kind of a former shadow of a thought, a little bit late to the scene, given the way that the state of the CIS is showing at this moment in time. The match is definitely favoring that performance out of Tarkov Help there. And I actually have to disagree with you coming to this first match for K3. I think yesterday was a lot easier task for them. I think this is probably going to be their toughest match they'll have to handle for the whole tournament. Arguably, if they get to see Tarkov Help, that might be one game that would seem tougher for K3. But I don't think we can lie to ourselves here. K3 have come into this tournament absolutely one of the weaker teams in their group. We talked about the group of death on both sides of the half for Jumbo Team and K3 respectively. K3 yesterday, although coming out with a couple of good rounds and some good individual performances out of Malikan and Halava, they didn't show that strength and being able to hold their own like Jumbo Team did, splitting 1-1 on the day in the match with EPA. Technical disqualification aside and the points on the border side, the Jumbo Team did earn themselves an argument that they were able to hold their own against EPA. K3 got 3 rounds and 5 rounds respectively against the team they were playing against, and even a couple of those looked like they were tougher rounds to be able to get the points against. The one thing that decided a lot of the games yesterday for me was the amount of teams that made small, unforced errors. Mm-hmm. There are a couple of key turning points in games yesterday, and my word, my ears are going to be honed out for the sound of that as somebody forgets that the magazine needs a reload.
No. Hopefully we can bypass those tiny little mistakes. But of course, we'll see what happens as the game continues on forward. And speaking of going on forward, let's have a look at the head-to-head for the very first match of day number 2.
Starting up in the red corner, it's your XP Academy team, falling in, hailing from the CIS region and toting up with a 5-man top-tier lineup, starting Moyanri, Sarul, Top Aim, Siberi, and Cords Disabler, backed up by the main man himself, Kamunica. This XP Academy team is looking to come and sweep the floor with their adversaries in Sicario.
So, I mean, XPA, a CIS region team now, but does anybody remember when they were a European team? I don't, but I do enough research to pretend like I do, because that's my job. So, XPA, way back in the day. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, instead of that, then how about you introduce the folks at home to the Sicario team who they're playing against, and then maybe we can actually bring them up to speed so they're in the know alongside the rest of us in the booth, eh?
Yeah, Sicario, EU, European kings for a while there, and now it seems like it's going to be another team, Black and White perhaps, that have taken their place, but with no hesitation going forward. It's, of course, the legendary lineup with the IGL himself, Kiyoshima, coming out on the top there, and of course followed closely by close members like Furlex, other members, Zaki goes, of course, coming from the old EPA roster list, and Lukey as well to finish it off. And I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Lukey still holds the ACS kill record, which I need to confirm later on, because there's been a lot of games since ACS 2, which is when he made that record.
there's been quite a few explosive performances across a few scenes as well that would contest it. I think you're right, probably in the EU scene, Lukey up there with one of, if not the highest fragging performance we've seen across the ACS. Takes me back to an NA tournament time, the likes of Scratch Killer dropping the 30 bomb that went
Mm.
absolutely wild from that game, and many more before that. I mean, you think back to the likes of Kakao when he was on fire from maybe 2 seasons ago, and both of these teams have a magnitude of players that have the ability to slay out in a similar level and fashion. Speaking of slaying out, they've got to take to a stage to do so. So let's take a moment to quickly have a look at which of the pitches these two teams are going to be playing on today.
Oh, first of all, Sicario instantly banning that the iceberg, not even going to give them a chance to take them to the brand new map. And up next was XPA. They grabbed Bull and threw it out of here. But of course, comes to the actual picks. It's going to be Bay 5 up first with Skybridge on second. And this seems a little bit familiar to what we saw yesterday. We didn't see a lot. We didn't see Iceberg at all, really. And I know that, Crack, you were saying that you were hoping to see it a little bit. But unfortunately, it's going to be banned for this first game. And Bay 5, though, to start it off, we did a lot of Bay 5 yesterday. So I think some excellent, analytics can come out from this based off just as what we saw on day number one. Because Sicario also did a really good job yesterday when they went up against Virtus Pro on Bay 5. They were down 8-1 with a massive deficit, and then all of a sudden won 5 rounds in a row. I mean, that's what you call defense. As soon as the side switched up, they were on fire, and they decided to just come back and smash out 5 rounds like it was nothing, like they were born to do it. So I really hope that they can smash it out today and get some more rounds before the side swaps so they can have a little bit more comfortable playing field here.
I love your optimism, but I'm sorry, I'm going to have to bring the folks in chat back down to reality. Yesterday's performance from the Sicario squad on Bay 5 responding to Virtus Pro wasn't impressive for me. It wasn't good enough. In fact, actually, it was too late. The Sicario squad rose up to the occasion for 4 consecutive rounds together in a row so late. By the time it got there, it really was that too little too late, Kirk. And I'm all the way there with you on the optimistic side of the court. I'm cheering in the crowds with you. I'm saying, let's see that comeback. I'm down for it, but we've got to be realistic about it. Sicario, as valiant as that response was to being devastated 7-1 in the first half, it was just that. It was a desperation play made by the team because they realized they done. So, hey, Aaron, all right, you done goofed it. A 7-1 first half is not a viable scoreline to be competing for a map point. Respectfully, to any team in the Arena Cup Series, if you go 7-1 and you take yourself to Brazil, don't expect a return plane ticket because they aren't given out for free, all right? If you get yourself there at that scoreline where you are down 6 rounds, good luck. You better hope you've got a flawless defending half because of the Arena Cup Series, Kirk. Tell them, it's a different level. It just doesn't happen, does it?
Yeah, and it's not the time to be messing around either. I mean, I've always kind of said this, and based off of the last 2 ACSs that we saw, I mean, going up against any of these CIS teams, it's just a different ball field. It's like they play the game in a different way, and I mean, they've had enough time to adjust to it. All these European teams, they come in here and they try so hard, but given off of day number 2 or day number 3, you can see already on the scoreboards that's usually it's the 3 and potentially all 4 of the CIS teams being in that top spot. Right now, of course, it is day number 1, so we do see some, slight changes in that with Outcast CPA being the top of their group. But of course, it is day number 1, and I could only bet that day number 3 will result in most likely a CIS domination once again.
If you're an EU fan in the chat, and you've been enjoying the broadcast, then at this moment in time, you're waving a Pandemic Apex or an Outcast.epa flag. They're the 2 EU teams that have stepped up to the occasion so far and have provided those EU fans with a little bit of hope, a little bit of presence, and maybe even a question mark on whether it's going to be a CIS versus CIS final. But if you are a Russian fan, if you're from the CIS region and you're sat in the crowd supporting your half of the Arena Cup Series, then you'll be very, very confident after watching your teams on day 1. They look good. They look like they're ready to compete, and they look like they're ready to match the improvements that the EU scene has shown throughout the last season. We've talked quite a bit about in day 1. Me personally, as much as we spent our time talking about all the teams and everything they've got going on today, Kirk, I think I'd like to just take a moment to introduce the folks at home to one of the most important parts of our new broadcast team, thanks to Arena Cup Series Season 4, and that is our sponsor in SteelSeries that have jumped on board to help us out with this event. Last time, we got a bit of Giga punch in performance from a previous helping hand, and that brought some people some amazing monitors. This time around, SteelSeries are not just putting a little bit on the table. There's a whole range of products that not only can you get your hands on potentially through a giveaway right here, but if you check out the SteelSeries website, you might even just be able to make your setup look that bit cooler, or that bit more crisp, or even in this hot summer weather right now, you might just be able to get a mouse that lets your hand breathe whilst you're gaming. Some of these things, small bits, make the world of difference. So don't forget to check out SteelSeries, and a massive shout out and thank you to the sponsors for helping us out on putting on this Arena Cup Series Season 4.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, Arena Cup Series 4, day number 2 starts off on Bay 5. XPA versus Sicario, game number 1.
Early nade comes out. Ghost don't go nowhere. Takes a little bit of his health, but he will not be moved for the time being. See top aim Severi looking to form up a smoke towards Forklift. Try and keep that B site from coming under any pressure too quickly. We notice Sicario again on Bay 5. Yesterday we saw them playing with lots of heavy mid control. See the number 8, number 6 player working their way up that mid lane as we are.
Yeah, big plays here by Green, and already we can see some early aggression on A site here, and this is going to be your Enforcer full auto Saiga. So Zaki's going to be up, and oh my goodness, I thought he got the kill through the wall, but no, other side of the map goes. Cords falls, and it's back to an even body count.
Now, is that going to call a rotation? We've had kills drop on both sides of the map, but realistically, oh, Kiyoshima goes down. It's a good set of shots from Communica again. Star player yesterday. Communica one to watch out for. Oh, he's on the door, and you can see him stepping and moving. The moves like Jagger. He's got the swagger, but he's not quite got enough to swing the sword at the final time to knock out Lukey before he finds Moyanri. Now, 2v3. Bomb down on site, and that shotgun just pinning Communica out there before he can do any more damage. Sicario need to survive, but the support comes in from Zara. 1-for-1 look, he's on the back of it, but top aim Severi holds the door. Kirk, blink and you miss it. We're definitely not left off where we started off from yesterday for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of unfortunate. I mean, Sicario starting off on the attack. This is not really what they want, in my opinion. Defense is where they shined the most yesterday, so you kind of hope that they'd be able to get those early rounds if they were put on defense first, but they got to work with what they have here now, and immediately, XPA showing them who the boss is over on the A site. Big fight over there by Parkour, though, and I believe it was going to be a tough matchup regardless, sending one member to deal with that always frequent member that is sitting around Parkour somewhere.
Again, they're walking up this mid lane. This is definitely the textbook that they put for practice for ACS. This is the playstyle that Sicario have gone with when it comes to playing Bay 5. They've committed to this approach where two members look to take green and gap control every time, but Moyanri's ready for it. Timing's disgusting this time. Superlex this time, he's going to play crosshair placement and trigger discipline to try and find more. I can't believe that just played out. After we saw Moyanri get the better of the time in the round before, this time it's in the other hands.
Yeah, through the metal as well. Here goes Lukey there for one. So it's Sicario currently up 5 members strong still up against XPA's 3. And I mean, XPA, they're a team to never give up. This is the time where they'll shine the most and surprise you the most. Let's see what happens. A shot starts to ring out near B site. Nobody falls just yet, but getting caught out. It's Core's Disabler as Lukey solidifies this round even more. Furlex up for 1, but not before Communica gets that trade out. 1 member remaining, Communica. This is the monster. He's already got 3, but can he get 4 more?
Say cheese. Last 2 members of XPA certainly did, both pulling out the cheese at the wrong time as the Sicario squad stormed in force. I said, this is not the type of photo you were looking to have taken. A sick kind of photo that leaves your model lifeless on the floor inside of the arena. What a piece, Sicario swing back. Kirk, my eyes are glued to this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's instant pressure, right? And it's not super it is pretty uncommon that you can just force bodies mid like that. Usually you'll have your long-range fight first, and then based off of whoever wins that or who has the better utility plays will take that mid. But just instantly starting off, it seems like Moyanri has already read the plays, and next up is Zerald on Lukey. A big double kill to go off the board immediately at the start, and some nades are going to be coming out from Sicario to try to get some revenge, but don't connect.
Hey, it looks like we read it in the casting booth, and so did XPA. 2 sent to top mid instead of going to the respective sides of middle to contest that challenge, and the early pressure gets picked off. 2 quick kills for XPA tell Sicario that they might need a little bit more than Strat A to be able to get this one over the line.
You're going to be receiving some shots here. The only one currently near, well, he was on the A site there, but is now still back out, back alley. Close by is Cords for some quick backup, and slowly but surely, Zerod will make his way, and it'll be an even 3v3 on site as remaining members of XPA will continue towards that B site. But shots ring out, of course. This should signal the rotate. Big numbers coming up on the board, and I think Sicario need to push now if they want to hold that advantage.
The pace that they're bringing naturally is working really well. They're just slowly trying to isolate ones and pick one off man after man. They get a 3v3 now on site after Kiyoshima does some great work and manages to convert onto Cords. Ali's dangerous. Zaki covers off Ali and takes him out immediately. The flank is covered off as Kiyo's going round. Sicario looking like they're standing strong, but the gunfights are not going their way. XPA stand tall in defiance of that plan, looking to try and reclaim that site for the defuse. Zaki is in the best spot he can be to be able to hold this off. The one thing that's not in his favor right now is the numbers, but he's got the Piranha. And if there's any numbers equalizer, it's this shotgun.
Excellent baits here by AIM, all just absolutely perfect, just baiting out the shots, and you can tell by that Vulcan, right? He probably just had a slight inclination of his position, but of course, he already got pretty lucky in that round, surviving a headshot, if you saw there, sitting back in that wrap position, he had a red head, and I mean, at that point, you can kind of already expect that XPA should have won that round to begin with, and he just got away by just the skin of his teeth. Yeah,
I'm going to be honest with you, if that man had been playing paintball, would not start calling him a McFly fan, because he'd have definitely been walking around with 5 colours in his hair after those headshots. As we rock and roll on into round number 4, though, XPA find themselves with a 1-round advantage. Communica, Top Aim, Siberian, Moyanri at the moment combining as a triple to be able to take on the brute force approach from the Sicario squad. And speaking of brute force, it's quick into com boxes this time. It's good for 2, though. Furlex is great for the response. Actually looked like Moyanri might have just stopped that in its tracks, but Furlex and the Sicario squad do not allow the momentum to be stopped by the initial frag. And the impact just gets ran over.
A lot of members split up currently, but they're very close by to give their teammates a little bit of assistance, but starts off with goes onto Cords, and the Communica goes right for the trade. Bomb is down, and Furlex is left to pick it up.
Good position from both teams here. Line of scrimmage set across. The important player to watch out for right now is this number 0 player out towards Heaven. You see each member, 7 and the bomb, holding to 4 of their respective ones. Furlex is about to step straight into the side of Top Ace Spirit. If he's not careful, tries to whip the cross. It's open, it's better in the way for XPA. They use their battle buddy system to their advantage and the angles to help them out on this one. Bomb down again. Shots out from Communica from Red is even better, and it's all on Zaki again with his shotgun.
See what he can do. This is that's the cryogolic jump from the NA scene right there, getting a very beautiful kill, and it seems like one of the members of Sicario, Zaki, has taken a page out of his book, tried to get a little slick with it, but with that shotgun, you know, you're looking for those legs, and when there's only a head, and especially a Vulcan to go up against, most likely not going to go in your favor.
Yeah, that's the one sort of weaker side to the shotgun kit, is those jump shots that genuinely tend to be a lot easier to hit onto head height because of how angles work. They're much harder to pull off on a shotgun because realistically you do want to shoot legs or arms, and you do need to hit 2 bullets to claim that. You can't just one dink somebody in the head without, oh my word!
I'm sorry, that was just too much for me. I had, at some point you got to recognize that there's always going to be somebody there, right? So it's like, it's not a bad play, it's a good guess, and it works out. You can't be mad at him.
Sixth sense for real. And then there's another one. Look at him cook! Look at him play! Furlex finding himself some motivation. It's been a while since we've seen such an outstanding performance from Furlex, but it's definitely not something we're unfamiliar with. And he's gone like a ghost in the night, Kirk. He's got himself 2, and he is out of there because the bomb and the rest of the squad's playing towards A. This is a really big position from Cords, though. Good anchor, deep. No information given as well. He's going to at least get one for free if he plays this slow enough. Oh, the run step. This could be crucial. Oh, no! Goes is caught running too!
Gets caught out. Going to give a little bit of extra time for AIM here to give some support. Now, are they going to work that buddy system? In my opinion, probably not, right? The amount of time it's going to take you to walk back and support your teammate close by, it's just, you're not going to have enough time to defuse. Here's this good start, though, with AIM getting a big kill onto Kiyoshima, and now Luki and Furlex are trying to get one of their own. AIM has made his way onto site, and it's going to be a shotgun blast center. It's Furlex falling and Luki up for one. 1 versus 1. AIM slams down that double kill, and with 14 seconds left, that's plenty of time to deactivate that device.
That almost got real dicey there. Sabiri reloaded after he killed the member on site, which allowed Luki to trade out his teammate. And I'm going to be honest with you, Luki gets that one bullet that goes through the helmet on the spear with some good crosshair placement. That shotgun don't get time to fire a bullet off. That was really close to going the other way around there. You have to give it to XPA. 2 versus 4, they do exactly what XPA does best. They activate one on the back door, they create the distraction, and although we thought the audio was not going to play into his favor with the sprint step, what happens instead is XPA respects the fact that audio was given. The Ali member deactivates, and the opposite pincer activates himself and comes in with the shotgun to restart the action. Back and forth they juggle the aggro, and they manage to find their way out of a 2 versus 4.
I mean, I'm loving this early aggression. It's really, it's starting to change things up, and immediately I speak of early aggression, and that's it. Furlex hitting a huge kill onto Moriarty, holding that. Oh my goodness, and as I say it, Luki is already completely pushed up near the defender spawn, getting another one. I mean, this is attrition in its finest form.
Maze.
Here's AIM going for the trade out onto Furlex. I mean, look at that. They're completely split up, and they're still winning their ones. They don't even need a teammate.
Kamunica can't rotate. He's literally stood looking at where Luki is holding from, but because of the position and the anchor that Luki's got this deep in CT spawn, Kamunica knows he just can't risk to cross it there. Tries to go back the other way and then realizes the error of his ways, where hesitation becomes more deadly than the lack of the choice being made. It's crazy the space that's been created this round by Sicario, just due to 2 players pushing through aggressively in that initial one fight on Con. This bomb needs to go down, though. They can't find this site anchor. They know he's here, but he's playing so smart with Cords sitting in the back alley. Now he's activating shots out. Bomb's going to push out. Not sure the bomb should be going out to the back alley. Does clean the shots this time around, though. Oh, we got to land those.
Oh, wow. Other side of the map, they don't even got to worry about that rotate. Luki is ready to respond. Completely stop him in his tracks. Sicario really needed this round here before things start to get out of hand with a massive round differential, but starting to come back a little bit here. I was hoping that they were going to be able to win the round beforehand, but I mean, if there's any time to get it done, it's right now, and I think they really needed this one to stay into the game, keep that momentum going, and you can tell that it's not stopping them at all. There's no hesitation here in their aggressive plays. Immediately push up. Yet again, you can see it.
Actually interesting, should you consider this game to be 3-3 at this point as well. Aggressive again. Luki this time leading it in. He's going to find the first kill into Con. Moyanri not having a great time of it right now in this position. Currently, the Sicario squad looking to just try and punish this one player. Zarold is the second to go down. Kiyoshima starting to find a little bit of fury himself. Steps in, 90. It's top aim Siberia who has been on form this tournament as well. He's going to have to find more than one here. He's got the first, the shotgun, doing its work. Second, he's going to go down as it's Luki again to dissuade any thoughts of any sight saving.
Court's got a bit of a walk ahead of him, I believe. Luki has caught him out and has called out his position. Good patience here from Zaki. No reason to get over aggressive. No reason to call out your audio for any reason. So Cords is going to be making the way like he should. But oh my goodness, what was that? He had the left shoulder and still won that fight. He's going to grab a second one. Luki is off the board and goes, and Kiyoshima are the last 2 remaining. It's the saviors of the Sicario lineup. Can they put this 23 seconds in their back pocket and keep their team alive here? Cords is a monster, though. He's quick, he's fast, and he's furious, but he can't check his left corner. Kiyoshima will shut him down here. Sicario grab one more round to only put them 1 down on XPA.
Oh, it takes me back. It takes me back. Doors and corners. That's how they'll get you. Doors and corners, my friend. A very wise man, one of the wisest men I know in my entirety of my existence on this world, once said to me, doors and corners, Dan. That's how you play. Doors and corners. And you've got to respect it. It's very, very true. And look at what happens. It's one left hand, Kirk, but that one left hand made all the difference. He played out of his mind there. I mean, I almost thought my man had got himself 4 hands to be able to rip out internet cords to significantly quickly. Speaking of quickly, Zarel this time around has decided he's got some more. No, Moyandri back for revenge. Moyandri slams him.
What was that? Keo, though, getting a big one on Moriarty, one that hasn't really survived so long in the last few rounds, but has actually put good numbers on the board this one. And Keo, it's all up to Mr. IGL himself as XPA take this one home with 4 bodies still on the board.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, it was looking good. It looked like they had the timing to actually get there and get on site before a response was made, but it was just too quick with the ADS. Like, he was just boom, boom, 1, 2, buckle your shoe, and get out of here.
This is what I love to see about players at the top of their game, though, especially in competitive arena. You get the mid to top tier teams that, if you get isolated, you get targeted at this level of gameplay, it's very hard to battle that mental game. You know people are playing into. I mean, you've seen 2 people run Moyanri down 2, 3 rounds in a row now.
What is this?
And it's just confident. Oh, it's a spoonful of the medicine, a dose of their own. As mid pressure and control, XPA are looking to throw them a wrong'un. Oh man, and here's the con pressure too. Oh,
all right, Mr. Goes, can you deal with 4? Can you deal with 4? Let's check it out. Left shoulder here. I mean, not a big deal. Moriarty's going to slowly inch his way in. He should have some audio callouts to give to his teammates, given that Goes did do that quick little step there, but still.
Support's here. 6 is in. He has a buddy literally just behind him on the left corner, and there is a floating anchor towards CT. The one thing that's concerning me right now is nobody's looking for that space that's open in Beacon. Minika watching, bomb being planted. Oh man, it's just a death trap. Every which way you try and get into the site is not possible. Goes, he's going to find one. That's a great set of shots on the left hand. Daki, hold up. Kirk, we might be finding our way in here.
Oh yeah.
Here's the lurk, top mid, coming towards Con. Goes is just holding pressure on site whilst his other 2 teammates cause the distraction. Time's ticking out though. 30 seconds left on the clock. Sicario need to make the play now.
Saki needs
like,
to get
right
in there.
Me out.
Oh no, it's going the opposite way. Getting caught laying down though is Moyanri, but not before XPA get 2 big ones, and Goes is all up to about 20% HP there. 15 seconds left, and I think a miracle needs to be made here. Plenty of time can be killed as Ring Around the Rosie will most likely come out. One coming back from Beacon. Oh my goodness, Goes knows. Close,
I'm gonna be honest,
but no
he
cigar.
played that as well as he could. Yeah, there's about as much space gained there from Goes. You see every time that he takes a single small spray towards the first target he's looking at, it's not to fight that guy. It's immediately just to push him back enough to give him space to check his flank, to make sure that that pincer isn't coming in so he can pick that player off and then push the aggressive angle. Good effort from Goes. Actually, I mean,
that was nice.
I don't know about you. Yeah, I was almost a believer there, Kirk. I actually had to be converted. Shorter time, give him 10 more seconds. That's doable.
And like, you know, even without the support of his teammates, he still did everything he could there. You can only expect so much out of him.
I would just love to see
was
some
a
more
little
pressure
bit further away. Yeah.
That's it. Now, did they adjust to it this round? I actually see they've got a member holding just outside of Con, and this is the adjustment we were looking for. Furlex is playing it smart from across Maze through the smoke. The reads this game have been crazy. Both teams are bouncing back and forth round to round and adjusting. Goes is in. He's going aggressive for it. Out from the 90. The bomb's going to catch him with the reload. Sabiri trades him out. Site's still there for support, though. Luki takes up his space immediately. Sicario have full support for this B site this time around. Much better on the rotation.
Excellent. And, I mean, Goes, again, doing everything that he can. Unfortunately, getting caught on the reload. But, again, what else can you really do in that situation? Maybe back up, but that's going to give enough time for the connector player to take you down. So, he did a great job, and he got 1. It was 1 for 1. Aim and Zerald going to have to rotate here. Kiyoshima going to be the first one to respond. Bomb is in the back. Good flash, actually. Doesn't connect. Kiyoshima recognizing that. 45 seconds, still plenty of time to work with. Kyo shows himself. Zero will be ready. Wallbangs are in play if he wants to go for them. On site is aim. We got another one coming up. Back alley right now. Gonna get some little support, but he's gonna be the only one to actually deny this bomb if it's even possible at all. Not gonna. Oh, he is gonna go for it. Zaki with a big kill. Bomb does not get planted. Device is dropped, and it's all up to Zero with a minuscule amount of HP. Luki and Kyo completely smoked off right now, but it's gonna be so easy to stop this plant. Rush in both 2 versus 1 at the same time. They're not gonna fall for it though.
Yeah, it's almost like
Excellent.
Zarold heard you too, Kirk. He heard you, they heard you, everybody's heard you in the casting booth, and everybody played to the tune you were writing out there. We have to start calling him Kirk the Prophet, not Kirk on the Lurk, with that kind of knowledge. Neither member for the Battle Buddy system nor the Bomb wanted to put that one down and just commit to the pros don't fake. They want to fight. What a game, 6-4. I don't think anybody saw this one being this close.
What a game, but also what a game one.
Yeah, exactly. We've got, what, 7 more maps worth of this action for you guys today.
Oh no, it's Kirk and Cracked in the booth. It's going to go OT.
OT day inbound. I hope Connor and Philbo did not plan for a short one today. I forecast an at least 10-hour cast today. Easy. Overtime every game.
Strong push up through back alley here is going to be an important position, and XPR is finally going to realize that and try to go for it. 3-man strong through the alley, 6 and 7. That's going to be Furlex and Zaki left alone to hold down this site. 2 of the teammates have fallen, and they're going to back up, try to play for a retake possibly. Zaki almost getting caught out, but soon being backed up by his teammate. 5, oh, and Bomb, look where Bomb is. Look at this. That's such good recognition that Lukey went back, but he made the bad call for the 3rd time, and the bomb is completely open on B. It's just gonna go down for free, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, at this point, I don't think we need to tell each other anything. We just get to sit here and watch. It's been delightful to sit and see both of these teams clashing round after round to try and get a bit of an advantage. Oh, Lukey with an absolute god-tier hand from the skies. Drops a bit of pain to the brain. 2 left on either team. With 30 seconds left on the clock, this plant is going to be heavily contested. Lukey stepping in, slams down the con member, holding him off. 1 versus 2 now. Top M Sabiri's going to have to put the shotgun to work. Lukey loses the majority of his health. Space taken. 18 on the clock. Commits to the plant. Defuse comes in. Got to cover.
Hey, this is
Pressure. Sabiri gets 1. Sabiri gets 2. It saves the day.
what a play. I mean, it was so good to instantly recognize that, hey, if I go around the other way, I'll have right shoulder here. I'll have the advantage. He takes a quick shot and so luckily gets a buckshot to the face to take down the first one and an instant respawn onto the bomb diffuser. What more could you ask for? That's an excellent 1 versus 2. This is the XPA that we know and love.
It's a little interesting one as well, because you could kind of argue that if he panics and takes out the bomb planter before the bomb goes down but gives his life for it, it's not worth it. So the patience in dueling the person that's holding that bomb defuse, getting that first kill and then knowing that the animation of getting off the defusal is just going to be too long. Furlex, Kiyoshima pair up together for the first blood in pairs. Sicario looking strong out of this round, but Communica in the back alley alongside their battle body of support has got something to say about that pressure, relieving some more of that space as the XPA squad start to squeeze their way onto side. But Zaki's in the position of a lifetime. The first goes down. It's not quite the Walker spot. He's moved himself into the office for his own adaptation. We'll call it the Wacky Zaki spot, but he's going to last only for a sliver of time because the XPA, a force of aggression, is coming on in. Zaki's got 1 though. Good for the moves. And he's out of there.
Yeah. Surviving a headshot as well. Zaki actually grabbing 2 crucial kills and not even moving too much out of that position. I think a lot of pre-fires would come out at that point, but this man's a monster. He doesn't care at all. He's got the right shoulder, but he's going to lose to Communica, who pushes with absolute confidence here and grabbing a second one. Lukey will fall and regret his decision to challenge Communica. It's 1 versus 1 goes. He's been a savior of Sicario in the past, but can he do it one more time? Excellent recognition of audio. Here it goes. Left shoulder versus right. Go's going to retreat and force a reload. Communica will go for the instant refrag, and that's it. 3 big kills for Communica on site. What a monster.
He even puts a couple of extra bullets into the corpse just to make sure Goes knows that Communica has not allowed the men to slip one bit. 14 kills. This man absolutely slamming his way through this game. 15 and 6 for top aim Sabiri, 14 and 8 for Communica. It's a dominant performance out of XPA, even when we thought, and have done for the majority of the game, that Sicario have looked like they've been able to keep pace this one.
Yeah, and this is their absolute last chance to try to keep that pace. XPA guaranteed minimum that overtime, and look at this. Sicario have turned a new page in their book. 3 instant kills as mid challenges mid.
I mean, we're due to see them fight fire with fire. slowly each of the Sicario members that are positioned around this mid-central attack are dispersing their ways to go and anchor their sights. You see Green just backing off to hell side of Green to make sure that there's nothing sneaking that way. Your two A-site anchors spreading out towards Rat and Ali. There's something commonly seen from the top tier teams, not dissuaded or scared at all from giving full site space, but not site pressure. A big drastic difference of allowing a team in, but then closing the net when they think they're comfortable. Very, very effective at this level of the game. Now, we hear a grenade being pulled by the two members left in XPA, and they've got a lot of work to do here, Kirk. There's too much spread from the defending team.
Yeah.
Oh man, look at hell.
I don't think they know he's here. Oh my goodness, Lukey shutting him down before they even get a chance. I was kind of thinking, you know, XPA, they're down 2 members, but have a look at AIM there. He had 4 pieces of utilities still available to throw, and sometimes that can really help you out in a pinch, but when you don't know somebody's there and they can mow you down with a quick double, it's not going to do you too good. Big shout out to BSG also for this massive new update in terms of the UI and the minimap. It tells us exactly who still has utility left on the board to use. And I say it, I said his name last round. Utility and AIM, they work together like perfection. A double on the board immediately.
It's almost like you could see it coming, Kirk. I don't know what you've had in your cereal this morning, but I think I can have a little bit of a sprinkle of that on mine as well. Goes in the corner, is going to find himself removed. Gorge Disabler. Pulling cords since 2022. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Goodbye? Because the effort they ain't there anymore. What was that?
Yeah, we're gonna just call him a god gamer and move forward, I think.
I mean, Kiyoshima definitely able to put his aim to good use. They've managed to find a way around the outside of the body of the XPA force here. This is... Oh, are they going to step in between? If they get in boxes here and find the first... Nope, Zarald's on the backside. Timing is just too good from XPA. They're not going to allow this mistake to happen. Hold up. Zaki for 1, though.
Oh,
shotgun.
Okay. So good. Oh my god, the return. It's Zaki. Red hot barrel, though. Can he make these shots count? 12 seconds, he's got to grab 2. This is it. Oh my god.
Commit.
Oh.
Can he do it? 1, 2, 3, 4. And the smart play out of Communica, he doesn't try and pen him through the box because the sight box is now much harder to kill somebody through. Instead, he goes for the commit to run round the box knowing he has the time and closes the game out. XPA, man, they just don't miss a trick. 9-5. Sicario throw a lot of difficult chances at them, and XPA weather it really well.
Yeah, congratulations to XPA. I mean, this is just a team that you got to be scared of, and there's a reason for it. Communica coming out on top, and a lot of these rounds getting multiple multi-kills, but all of a sudden, it's actually AIM to put himself above Communica with 2 more kills above him, which means that that grenade that just happened in that last round for the double is just all that little bit that he needed to force himself up in that top spot. Also 4 MVPs to go along with it, but I mean, Sicario, they're showing up earlier now. Yesterday, it took them a little bit of time to get their footing before they put rounds on the board, but here, it's like they have the perfect mentality that you need to be a winning team. They're ready to push. Just because they lose a couple of rounds, they still keep that forward momentum, and they don't stop what they planned for. It's easy, full rush, places like Connector to just get an easy couple kills. As you can see that they left shoulder peeked and rushed that multiple times to specifically target players like Moriarty, who they knew would be there. There's about 3 separate times in that game where they just based off of previous positions that XPA used, they just shot them through the wall and punished them for not being in a different place. You can't go to the same round, the same place every round. Otherwise, it's going to get predictable, Cracked. And I know that you being part of a professional team as well, that you know that lesson very well.
It's a really, really good approach from Sicario, trying to work off of the information they've gathered inside of the game to leverage an advantage against the tougher squad to try and even that difference up a little bit. The problem that came to Sicario's doorstep when trying and employing that approach was that there's only so many times these type of plays work out. If you get shot through a specific angle, and these wallbangs are very calculated, when you're shooting through scenery, there are only specific points that actually line up to get kills as consistently as what we see from these players. And unfortunately, for the for the advantageous side, fortunately for the defending side, if you recognize that and you just move yourself a little bit, it completely changes that on its head. Not only that, but if you've recognized it enough to play out of it, you can then play into it. And this is what we saw XPA do, was instead of being intimidated away from the space, they didn't forego it. They adjusted how they approached playing the area, and they kept retaining control where Sicario were looking to leverage the pressure. Mid went down, 2-3 rounds in a row, and then it got double slammed. Comboxes got pushed 2-3 rounds in a row, and it got double slammed. Furlex found one through the smoke, and they countered by putting 2 red, 1 deep mid to cover off Maze pressure. XPA, all round, outpositioned Sicario in the second half of the game for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, and there's no reason to not think that. These are both very strong teams. But like you said, the counterplays were coming out very well. I do want to add on to that connector play that I was talking about, where Sicario would purposely try to target that connector player, but then XPA respond within a couple of rounds and start throwing a member Maze to have a crossfire, and they would make their connector member back up and not be so aggressive, so the Maze player can take that kill for free as the back is turned to the Sicario member. So I mean, it's excellent recognition, and that's what a Div 1 top tier team from the Epic Season 8 is going to be known for, right? You need to be perfection at all times, ready to adapt at a moment's notice.
Something I did see that was really good from XPA that I think Sicario in VOD review might enjoy the thought of was utility. You see how many times you look to an XPA member that Sicario would give space from a common position, and XPA are kind of just underarming. It's a semi-improv grenade to the general area where they kite back to. And it's not necessarily getting kills all the time, but it's that self-awareness and presence of mind in the situation that they're like, they could have rotated back to here. If I put utility over there, it could give us more space to take in further. And it felt like XPA really worked very well at digging that space out of maps where Sicario had got themselves locked in and hunkered down very well. All around, an exceptional game, guys. Genuinely a really, really good game, and an amazing map to start off today's series. It's only one from the head-to-head. We get to see these two guys going back at it again, and not only that, Kirk, that's just the tip of the iceberg for all of the action we've got today.
You say iceberg, you start to get me excited, but I believe next we'll be heading over to Skybridge. We saw that a good amount of time yesterday. Hopefully we'll get some iceberg later on. Time will only tell. And speaking of that, this wouldn't be the Arena Cup Series 4 without the highest level of production value. So why don't we head on over to check out the highlights of the previous game that we just watched, game number 1. But don't go too far, because we'll be back soon for game number 2 on Skybridge.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series. If you have tuned into this broadcast for your weekend, then you know you're in the best place for all the best action when it comes to Escape from Tarkov Arena Competitive. And ladies and gentlemen, have we started off our day with an absolute banger of a game? XPA and Sicario taken to the field. Bay 5 has been put down in the history books, but we are back. That's right, myself, Crack Wisdom, and Kirk on the lurk in the booth, ready to give you guys all the truth of the action on the day. We're going to get to see these two teams clashing out next on Skybridge to see who can take the rest of the points for this head-to-head. Already, Kirk XPA have themselves the best foot forward with the first golden ticket on the scoreboard, so they're fighting for 3 points or a split of the points. Sicario fighting to put some on the board from this one.
Yeah, so at this point, Sicario are really looking for this win, and I remember back in the day, they were big fans of Skybridge, and I know Bay 5 as well. A lot of teams have kind of stepped away from that Bay 5 action, but as of recently, it's definitely been coming back up into the fray. But Skybridge, I'm really looking for Sicario to come back here. I know that they're a strong team, and yes, recently they've been having some issues, and they haven't been getting the #1 spot in tournaments like they usually do, but I mean, it's XPA we're talking about here. If you want to all of a sudden prove yourselves to be the best team yet again in EU and possibly CIS, I mean, XPA, man, this is going to be a tough match. And I think you probably have better luck elsewhere, but I really want to see Skybridge come out on top. And with all the changes being made, you know, early frag grenade kills aren't necessarily going to be as common as they once were before. They're still possible. Of course, anything is possible. That KFC arc nade is very well still in play, but of course that early, you know, like sandwich grenade, not necessarily going to be coming out here. Probably lots of action near A site, uncommonly B, but hopefully we get to see some action over there.
Lots to talk about. The real question we're all asking ourselves now is how aggressive is Sicario going to be out of the rip? And aggressive is right into VIP. Comes the defending squad. There are 3 members of XPA here in the face of it, but both members tanking grenades. Zaki half of his health gone. Communica almost an equal amount too. But Zaki is wedged right up in here, and nobody's ready for him. Moyangri almost manages to adjust with a quick flick, and the flick of the wrist doesn't find the kill. Communica somehow gets a kill elsewhere. It looks ridiculous. It's Communica on the shoulder. He's right here in VIP with him.
He's one place, he gets the kill, and he's like, hey, my teammate needs a little bit of help. This is a team game. Let's go give him a hand there. Picks up a massive double kill with Cords grabbing the 3rd one. Kiyoshima isn't ready to let this round go just yet, but Communica, he's just back on the board for 2, baby. Let's call him a 4-peat. This is craziness. 4 kills in 1 round. He did it in the last game, and he's immediately starting off this one with a dominating fashion and showing Sicario lineup who's boss and who's king of the Skybridge.
Yeah, Communica conveying death to his adversaries. They're handing out the bench seats like it's Christmas. The Sicario squad find themselves comfortably swept after what looked like a very tense setup with both teams set up the line of scrimmage towards that A site. Fights go the way of XPA and the lead, 1-0. An aggressive VIP push again, not matched by the defending team this time. Sicario tries to play rat. It ends up seeing Furlex picked off early for the first blood by Zarold.
So many members early on in VIP is so uncommon, right? It's usually just 1, maybe 2.
The new changes to the map definitely make it more heavily contested now, though. It does encourage both teams to get in there, and the defending side have got a much stronger push towards it. That prone position on the floor, though, is not as useful as it used to be. It's just so much more dangerous to be down there when the attacking side can get into VIP and bench at the same time. Zaki's good for one with a shotgun. Shots on top of heaven from Zarold, and Goes is just playing with the mind of Zarold, but top aim Sabiri's not having none of the nonsense. Neither is Zarold. Patience pays dividends for that in the eye of the beholder, and the XPA members are holding all of the cards on this table.
I love the instant recognition of the flanks, right? This is Skybridge here. You're gonna get flanked at some point, especially coming up through heaven. Zarold instantly knows, and he's ready on the right shoulder and forcing Goes to peek with a left. I mean, excellent job. And this only comes with experience and just playing Skybridge all day. This is what these teams do. They're the best in the business. This is why they're in ACS number 4.
Here goes, almost ticking along with the seconds of the clock like the metronome whilst he toggles that auto fire rate on the weapon. He'll be trying to find that rhythm in the flow state. Zaki's good for 1. Verlex has got one to double up with him. Now Sicario look like they might have something to say.
Zaki's kill was a jump, and he's going for another one. I mean, Piranha to the head doesn't always pen, but this time, he knows how to work that thing. Luki up for a big headshot, and it's going to be AIM all by himself near KFC with the bomb. He's going to get a couple shots off of his own, and he's going to get one, and Communica up for the second. That's going to signal the alarm to push straight forward. AIM and Communica back again for 2 more, and look at this. Goes yet again. The savior.
Sorry. 4 versus 2, XPA go 3 for 1 in the trade to level it to a 1 versus 1. What? 4 kills hit the kill feed with a red name leading them in that trade there, with Sicario having so many good fights onto site. That is an outrageous scenario.
That's what happens when they link up as a team. It's like, yes, they play good when they're split up, but it's like the confidence meter goes through the roof once they actually have a teammate to their left or right shoulder. It doesn't matter. It's a completely different playing field when XPA link up.
And Moyanri's not even activated yet. The Moyanri that got pushed down 2 rounds in a row and then swung back so strong last map is still on a donut. Communica has 7 of his team's kills all on his own. You add the rest of the teams up together, between Top Aim, Siberi, Zarold, and Cods Disabler, they make a Communica right now.
Wait, he never got time to plant.
Well, the bomb's gone. And Ghost just plays with the time. Honestly, I'm happy for it. I'm a bit confused at the end of the round, but it gives us time to talk about how good that was, because apparently neither of those 2 members wanted to try and commit to finishing it off either way of the fight. Crazy game.
That happens. You get so locked in on this remaining member, you know how dangerous he can be, and you don't have a look at that timer at the top, especially when you got to hit O to see it. Start off around number 4. Let's see if it goes the same way. I mean, I don't know. Sicario should have learned their lesson here. Not to challenge XPA when they're linked up. Smoke goes out. Excellent. Right into the door of VIP. Hits it perfectly. 2 still strong KFC, and Luki for 2 big ones. What is that? Furlex, the 3rd one. And it's going to be, oh my goodness, AIM yet again in the same spot he was before. Grabbing a big one. Headshot Piranha somehow works again. I yet to figure that one out.
It does have a pretty good pen chance versus tier 3. It's good up to tier 3. Tier 4 is where you start having consistent problems, but they're like those battle pass face masks, the tier 3 face shields, and the majority of helmets don't actually do that great a job. I mean, some of the kits, and if you notice some of these enforcers, they aren't wearing a Vulcan, they'll wear the fast MT with the slap plate. There's no face cover on that. You can just shoot straight through it to the head, so it really does depend from kit to kit. It looks like somebody's having a little bit of an issue there. Zarold practicing his best Michael Jackson, looking to perfect that moonwalk at the moment. Might just find us cruising to the caster cams in a second, but we'll keep you up to date with that at home when that info drops into our ears. At this moment in time, it does look like XPA are just hanging out, just having a moment to think about what's cracking on. Sicario also not looking to push forward. Probably some comms coming in from the mods just to be like, we're just figuring out what's going on right now. Oh. It does sound like Zarold seems to be coming back relatively quickly from the looks of it, as Top Aim Siberi is looking to continue this one. There are 20 seconds left on the clock. And Siberi's going to fight it out.
4 members to deal with. Let's see how he goes. He's got to clear every single corner. You know how many people are still left alive, so it's going to be tough here. Left shoulder peek for Luki, and he still comes out on top. AIM falls, and Sicario come out. Round number 4, tie everything up. This is what we want from Sicario. We want to see some early rounds on the board to give them more breathing room. Yesterday, they had a difficult time doing that, but today, Skybridge might be a different playing field. I'd like to see what they can do, but one of the things that I really liked about Skybridge was not yesterday in Outcast EPA game, but in a previous tournament that they participated in, when they went up against a team that was extremely less seated underneath them, when they had a lot of confidence. What they would do is they would force their way up through Sandwich and force their way through KFC immediately on defense, and they would make the attacking team force to a left shoulder peek every single angle. They would push all their teammates up and just hold it. Say, yep, we have right shoulder here, we have right shoulder there. We'll let you have VIP because we technically have the disadvantage there, but we'll just smoke it off. and then we'll just keep you in this uncomfortable position, and then you're walking back and forth and you don't really realize that, hey, the time we've just wasted 30, 45 seconds, we got to make a move right now. And that was a big a play from Outcast CPA that I want to see some more teams incorporate. However, when you all go up against the top level of teams, sometimes it doesn't work and they can just instantly go for a quick rotate through B.
It's been a good battle so far on Skybridge. We've only had 3 and a bit rounds worth of action confirmed for us. Obviously, the scoreline, Sicario 1, XPA 2, will be where the guys are going to quickly sort that lobby back up to when we read you. Oh, actually, no, being confirmed that the second round was completed by Sicario, so XPA disconnected after the first kill happened in the round, ladies and gentlemen. So just so you guys are aware at home, so you're thoroughly following with that. After the first kill has gone down in the round is essentially already underway. Unfair to essentially, I guess, take away the 4v2 that Sicario had earned themselves at that point in time. So, yep, round goes to Sicario. 2-2 is the scoreline. We will be rejoining the game with. Thank you to production for keeping us up to date with that information, keeping us honest on that one. Honestly, Kirk, it's pretty even so far. Do you think XPA looks stronger here on Skybridge or weaker than they did in the previous map?
I don't know. I think every single round has kind of gone the same way. Like, the positioning has been almost identical, and obviously because of that, we were up to a 2-2 scoreline, so I don't think I could really give a decent prediction. Once things start to change up and strategies start to get wonky, and perhaps a B-site push for the attackers, I might be able to give you a bit more of a solid prediction, a educated guess, if you will. But I think right now, it's a good idea for that quick, massive man push through VIP to just get rid of that guy that goes there, right? And commonly it is that Vulcan player that will receive a couple of shots before he does go down. It's not going to be as easy as a quick head tap unless you're going to be running something like that BS AKS-74N, which recently I've seen this might have fallen out of the meta, as I haven't seen that at all, I don't think.
We saw a little bit of it yesterday from the Pandemic squad, but it seems to be the one team that really does have the faith in the weapon to keep going with it. Well, I mean, yes and no. Like I say, it's a weapon that was ran, honestly, originally all the way over in the APAC region. It was an Australian flavor that started that one off, and then a couple of the NA guys picked it up. The likes of Buparino actually was one that passed the build on to me. Even before the Shotgun Saiga meta started becoming a thing, people were looking at it. I think it was more a case that it hadn't been commonly agreed in the community that it was worth the lower fire rate for a long time. I personally feel that that weapon has better hit registration than some of the faster fire rate weapons for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I'm a boomer and my aim's a little bit slower, so I need the slower fire rate to track with where my crosshair placement is. Whatever the case may be, but it works.
We've all been there, yeah.
You can't argue with the feel of a weapon in game, right? It might not be factually on paper the best thing, but if you feel good carrying it, then you should play into it. And the Enforcers are a big part of the game right now. As you so wisely mentioned, it is one of the strongest tools to deal with those Enforcers if you're not leaning into the TRG, which was something me and Hort spoke about yesterday. So I'm, like you, a fan of the stats. I'm also curious as to why we've seen a little bit of a step away from that AK, because personally, I don't think it's fallen out of the meta. I think people have just forgotten about it a little bit.
Yeah, in fact, the only thing that really differentiates itself from, the other popular AK being the 12 is simply the fire rate, and of course the ammunition that comes with it. AK-12 commonly run on the assault class doesn't get that BS, but I know that when I was watching a lot of the LCL games, some of these teams, they took AK-74Ns, not the S, but an AK-74N on assault with 7N40, and you kind of start to wonder. It's like the AK-12 already has low recoil, but the only difference is that fire rate. So maybe it's just that little bit of extra recoil control that some of these players are looking for. And the AK-74N, still basically the only difference is that it doesn't have a foldable stock. So you do have the option to be able to put on like the Zhukov, or that other like ergonomic one that I'm not too familiar with the name, but the Zhukov is usually your go-to, and that will provide you with a little bit of extra recoil reduction and ergonomics, in counterpart to the PT3, which is what you'll run on the AKS, simply just because of how those weapons work. But it's still, I'm trying to wrap my mind around it, because you think about, as I continue to talk about stocks on weapons, the counterpart to AK-12, it gets that new AK Evo stock, which is simply best in slot, and I'm pretty
Correct.
sure it's better
Yes.
than the Zukov.
Yes.
So it's simply down to fire rate, and I can't seem to wrap my head around it because fast fire rate weapons have been the meta for a long time in Arena, and they've always had more favor. So we haven't seen it here in ACS, but
it depends from player to player.
it's still, yeah, and it has what's the word? Influence.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
all these pro players, they watch every tournament.
I've definitely had conversations with a couple of people, even yesterday actually. One player who's, I'm not going to put names out there because I don't want to spoil too many of people's trade secrets and stuff or what they might be playing with today, but I played with a couple of people last night and we had a conversation about a different weapon choice, being like, okay, I'm not enjoying this right now. I want to try this. Play maybe 4 or 5 games of this and like, yeah, I don't know what it is, but I just can kill people more consistently on this platform. Like, I want to go with this for the rest of the
Mhm.
the
It could
tournament.
just be the feel, yeah.
Exactly. It's really good to see it. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's rejoin back into the game. Second of our head-to-head, the first of the day. Sicario taking on XPA, where XPA have that golden ticket, a 1-0 lead in the maps, but 2-2 in map 2 here on Skybridge.
Check it out. Early nades. This is very common so far of what we've seen. Big rush up through KFC, and everyone's split up. They actually get to take their positions here as Sicario is forcing themselves to back up a little bit more, but too strong on the flank as we hear the shotgun start to go off in the distance. Cords will start to feel the damage. Still alive, but feeling the pain for sure. Moriarty pushes up fast into VIP and gets a big quick kill, as well as Zerold onto Furlex. Bomb is down, but it's not really going to do much for Sicario. They have a lot to deal with. Play defensive all you want, but when your flank goes down, I mean, Lukey just makes me want to shut my mouth.
Let's see how many more people's rounds he's going to push out. Steps in, Zaki's going to try and dip, duck, and dive his way onto site, but diving is the only thing he's going to be doing, and it's towards the ground as the bullet's taken down. The second found from VIP as well. The round is crowned XPA, 3-2. They carry on with the lead.
Not bad. Not bad. I think it was good for that quick push through VIP, taking out a key member that was flank watching, allowing the rest of the team to pull up. They slimed him out and quickly ran up to A site. See if Sicario can get a little bit more aggressive here on the A side. I'd like to see it. Try to force this XPA lineup to keep a left shoulder on them.
It's interesting
Unfortunate
they've got
flashbang.
quite consistently most of the rounds. You look and you see Sicario have a 2-person defense on the B side. Communica's going to pick up 2 kills of his own only after the first blood picked out by Sicario. So a 1-for-2 trade that goes the way of XPA. Finds them with strength on this A site. And although they were weak side B with 2 members holding relatively split, everybody's here ready to try and hold off after the initial chaos. That smoke to E-Box is going to cross out to Kiyoshima as well. He's not going to be able to do anything to help for the time being.
This utility plays from XP is so perfect. Look at these bounces. I mean, oh my goodness. Aim, he did it before and he does it again. Huge kill to stop one of the Sicario members from getting the bomb off of site. Doesn't even matter. They get that 1 kill. It'll probably force the Sicario to stay on site while they get a quick rotate. Because if you look, you might have missed it. XPA already has B control and they're watching jungle stairs.
I'm not sure Kiyoshima has the ability to just fast rotate, though. Is aware of the member that's currently rotating from XPA through heaven. Kyo decides it's safer to go and join up with Zaki that's already got the jungle, looking to try and pressure around 2 members. It's like, oh, this door frame is a nightmare right now. He's going to get one of them. No, he goes for the third. Zaki goes nuts outside the jungle. It's Severity to clean him up, but for a second there, Zaki making things a little bit dangerous, and it's giving him space for Kiyoshima to come in. It's a 1 versus 1. Zaki might just have given Kyo the chance here, and we know King Clutch Kiyoshima, he might just have this in the bag. 20 on the clock.
So doable.
Just going to commit to this? Surely.
Oh,
He's in heaven. The crosshairs place is blocked by the model of the gun, and he does get walked out on Cords. Confident and cool, calm and collected. End of the round saves it, but Zaki. Oh, Kirk, I was nervous for a second there.
Yeah, the dream was so close and it was shut down so early. I mean, getting 2 kills in 1 life is already a good trade, right? You get one of them, there's not really much you can ask for from your teammate. Doing a good job and, you know, whittling out those numbers and getting it back to an even scoreline. But Zaki, man, he's quick with it.
It's just how tough that swing is. There's 2 members tucked already aggressively out the front of jungle, and he still manages to make it work without going down the first. Verlex! Verlex is good for 2. Moyanri is there to shut down the aggressive player out of Sicario again, but Sicario has the 3rd this time. Bomb down in KFC as well. This is a much better start out to the round.
Communica just gets away with his life, too. He just ate that V40. Still stuck with a heavy bleed. Gonna pop that ETG. Moyanri in the background, taking out Lukey on the flank. Bomb is still not in the control of XPA, and it's all up to Communica to not only grab the bomb, but also deal with 3 headhunters. It might be more of a leg hunter here if he turns this corner and walks into Kiyoshima.
I see what you did there. Smooth. Communica. Last alive in a 1v3. 55 on the clock. The bomb currently the least of the issues, I think, is probably the best way to put it. Oh, yeah, man, the Proton's going to be the worst one. Yep, down he goes. Kio's waiting, Kirk.
Hey, and there's no reason for him to move at all. He has eyes on the bomb.
Exactly.
That is the best position he could have been in. And even if it didn't work out, he's got 2 teammates close by, instantly ready to respond. Great job, Sicario, solidifying the end of the round. Start of the rounds just seem to be a little bit tough for them sometimes, aside from when one of these guys decides to pop off and just get a quick double at the start. It's happened
Casually,
more than once.
By the way.
Yeah, like they just are sleeping right now, and it's just something that they do every day.
Deft flick of the wrist. Might as well call themselves master disc jockeys of the way that they're able to 180 whip. Now the question is, can they whip, can they nay-nay to the thoughts of XPA looking for success?
Get out.
Yes, sir, you know it. Oh, speaking of which, Zarold saying get out. Kio's been kicked back to the couch. 4 versus 5 now. Dario's attack one weaker. And they're not playing it aggressively anymore. They have held this line of scrimmage. Sicario form up on the site. XPA are on. It's a clash inside of the Coliseum. We're all getting down and dirty inside of the smoke. Straight to hell. Communica's good for 1. Bomb is down on site and not planted. That's a big kill out of the Sicario squad at this moment in time. It's collected, traded out, and Moyanri covers the retreat.
Sicario, big fan of the prone. Gonna be forced to get up, though. He got some moving to do as the bomb's gonna be on rotation here to A. Furlax is ready to go. Head gets peeked by Cords, but oh, that was unbelievably close. Peeks away at just the right time. Communica's gonna get that bomb down, and we have another one here. Sandwich ready to hold down that jungle lane. Cords, he's on the left shoulder. Furlax should have the advantage here. He does. He goes back and waits for his teammate.
He's no magazine. Look at his bullets. He's out of ammo. Furlax literally has 0 bullets left. He's just a walking model right now, and he realizes... I don't even think he does realize. I thought he was looking to go for a gun, but Furlax knows that he can't do anything to help right now. Are we going to get another infamous click? He's calling a battle buddy. He's just going to model block for him, and there's nothing he can do. Zaki goes down, and Furlax has nothing to respond with.
Oh, man. Not bad, though. Not so much you can do in that situation. You just use that body as like bait. I mean, what else can you really do? Might have had one at the chamber.
There was just no model around for him. I was trying to figure out if there was anybody dead nearby he could loot a gun from, and it was just there was nothing. I mean, that really is a feels hopeless scenario, is that right there? That's like a feels bad man. You got to give it to Furlax. At least he's trying to do something. Even trying to think with what's left of what he's got in his hands. Like, I have a model. I can swing my body, and you can swing off of me. He really tries, but I don't know, man. That's just a tough one. XPA are only ahead by 2, but this game is complex. Like, this is going back and forward in so many different ways. You'll love to see it.
Sides of swap, ladies and gentlemen. Sicario, what can they do on the attack? Instantly gets shut down as goes. Aim has already shown himself strong with the nades, but he does it one more time. Too strong near lane. Jungle lane, but Lukey shuts one of them down and gets away with his life somehow. We can see he actually did tank a headshot there, and Furlax all the way from VIP grabbing 1. Oh my goodness, 2 nades for Sicario. 1 comes out on top. Aim for the 2nd kill of the round, starting off once with the V40. Headshots from all the way downtown. Rushing onto
top aim
site.
to do.
Smokes are in position.
Sick moves. Dodges the bullets. How is Luki inside
I
of
don't
sight
know.
this close? Oh my, Sabiri though. Sabiri though. That's
Oh!
Milliseconds away from getting all three of them. Catches the second with the iPad in hands. But not as far as the main man, myth, and legend that seems to be coming back to some phenomenal form at the moment. Furlex holds his ground and Sicario pull it back one closer.
Yeah, once you get to this, like, tier 1, like, top level of plays, usually the rounds go really slow at the start. You need to gain information before you decide to make your execute, but these two teams, they're just throwing that, they're taking that norm, and they just chuck it out the back window and say, hey, no, this is an aggressive man's game. We're going to play it to the best of our ability. Let's check it out. Munica already strong up near the bookshop and getting him some quick pressure towards KFC. Furlex somehow takes him down. Maybe from VIP it was. And Moriarty punishes him for taking down his teammate. 1-for-1 there. But, I mean, Luki already fell earlier on. So XPA still up one member. Bomb is very available to push onto site. And Zero in a bit. An off angle here. Actually a big fan of this.
This is one of the better places to play into that smoke, so when it dissipates as well, you give yourself a slight off angle for timing, so it gives you a little bit more of an advantage on a peak than a 50-50. The numbers are not favouring Sicario at this moment in time, and this is where I really would be thinking, could we look towards that B side, but instead, they're going to keep trying to put this pressure down towards Sandwich and VIP, and it's going to lose Kiyoshima his life. Now Zakian goes to the last 2 versus 4. The hard work they've done in the previous round hangs in the balance.
Smoke's still available. At this point, I'd rather go for a rotate here. I mean, of course, they can't see exactly everything that we see. Kobe's going to be at the peeking into 2 members on completely different off angles from each other. He gets one impressively, but Cords instantly shuts him down right after. Zaki going to be taking this aggressive position yet again. He's going to be running into a member close. It's Errol up in the smoke, running out of ammo. He gets away. 2 light please to deal with.
Oh my good lord, and it's always right towards the end of the round that we seem to be saying this one name that's holding them together, and it's Cause Disabler. He might not be getting the flashiest of kills in either of the 2 maps so far, but he is definitely there at the back end of the round when some of the XPA pressure seems to be looking a little bit wobbly to close it out confidently. That, alongside a performance out of Top Aim Siberia, which cannot be slighted at this moment in time. Don't forget, we were already at 2-2 when we got into this, and before the restart of that map, Sabiri had already been going off, so there's more kills on that scoreboard than the 7 and 6 is currently carrying at this point in time.
Yeah, I think so far out of any Sicario game, this one is going the best way it could compared to every other one. But starting it off, we got back in his standard position, shutting goes down, and quick follow-up is Luki. Moriarty, the top fragger, usually is already back on the board for one more. Furlex through the smoke. How does he do it? It's like Sicario, even on Bay 5, they know where to shoot, even when they don't have eyes on.
Yeah, MM doesn't stand for matchmaking if you're Furlex. It stands for muscle memory. This guy unable to miss a shot if he could try to do so, it seems like. Kiyoshima having a little bit of an issue with the top, having a little bit of tug-of-war with positioning up in heaven whilst he's trying to position out for a grenade throw down towards the ramp. And that's a risky throw. You get your head taken off way too easily from there. He's going to try and bait the angle so he can throw it from the other side. Sides against it, coming back, okay. Oh, that's why Furlex has spotted an enemy and communicates that. There's going to be space on site.
What a dangerous member. I think XPA's goal from now on should be to deal with this Furlex here in VIP. He's a monster, and nobody can get rid of him so far. Deal with him, and then the rest of the round should go in your favor if you play it the same way that you have been. Zaki decided to get that bomb down. He's going to try to go for some shots through the wall with the shotgun. Slightly off there, but good effort.
I'm wondering how this round is going to end up. We're 35 seconds, and we're going very, very quickly from it being a Himothy Jenkins to being a Leroy Jenkins to be able to save by this one. But 30 on the clock, and XPA pushing in very slowly. 3 members versus 3. This back exposed to VIP could be dangerous. Harold instead wins at the right time and rips there to Furlex off. That's the problem you asked for. That's another one deleted, and Harold might just do it all on his own. 3 versus 1 on site. There's no way this gets saved. Kio's just going to be removed. You knew Harold was good for the 3x.
Something that happened a couple rounds ago I want to talk about is these very, very slight additions that you can add to your play style that really differentiate a good player from a great player. And one of those things was Zaki on the Enforcer when he did a jump peek to try to cross into Sandwich on the attack. What he does is not only jumps, but he whips his mouse to the right to expose his back and the back of his helmet instead of just getting a side piece, you know? Like, so if you do that jump, there's a very possible chance that you could get clipped in the face, but when he whips his mouse to the right, there's zero chance at all.
Yeah.
He keeps his back
100%.
turned. It's unbelievable.
What do
Micro
you
adjustments.
mean? Furlex again is on that first blood out of VIP. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Communica, though, one of the big hitters from XPA going down early in trade out for Lukey. I mean, arguably it's an equal trade, but Furlex is still on the board. Sabiri drops one with the util. That's no shock or surprise to anybody at home that there's a grenade finding a home from XPA as well. Re-leveraging that advantage to a very familiar scenario. It feels like we've spent the majority of the game saying it's 4v3 XPA, only for Furlex to flatten it back to even threes.
Not too often we get a rotate like this. Finally get to see how this 3 versus 3 will play out. It's all even. Cords with a quick peek to grab one, and he spots Zaki, but instantly going back into the train to conserve his life here. Shots ring out to try to get the trade. They don't connect. 45 seconds left. Bomb still up, but also going back again for another rotate. It's going to be a 1 versus 1, and whoever wins this. I mean, obviously, it can't be Zaki there. He ain't even looking in the right direction. Aim Sabiri will shut your last member down, and that's all it takes. XPA 1 round away from this victory and solidifying a minimum guaranteed overtime.
And Sicario got themselves to their 4th successful round, and it looked like they might have had this game back in their hands and within reach of being able to keep it tied all the way down to a close game, but XPA saw that as the moment to kick in the clutch, pull it out of gear and slam it into 7. Step it up an extra level, and boy oh boy have they stepped it up. They have not dropped a round in a row for the last 4, just due to sheer better gunplay all around from individual and group performances, alongside some utility from this menace himself. Exactly. Talk to me about these grenades. And hold up, we're going to wait a second because you blink and you miss it and it's all going down. Furlex is good for 2 in the meanwhile. Moyamri's going to fall and goes. Okay, maybe not. Sicario might still have a shout in this.
I mean, last game it was all Sicario with the nades, but now XPA got some of their own. I mean, whole crud, man. And this is what we're talking about. This is so awesome to be able to see who still has utility left on the board with this new UI. Horseman's going up. Bilbo position, gonna go for that jump peek. Does not connect as Goes will go on top of the box and send Cords back.
I mean, it's a good option.
The rest of his team.
I've heard Filbo does a lot of flying, so going for the jump shot from Filbo, I mean, high chances of success. You got to increase your chances in any way possible. Yeah.
What was that yesterday about a day off or something?
Oh, yeah, he went to impress. Yeah, he was making a good giggle about the day off. Yeah. Filbo, the global jet setter, never having a day off, bless him. He's a grafter, just like every single one of the guys we've got on the pitch. 10 of them, all trying to slay out for the points. XPA, they do find themselves at map point, but they have a 3-round cushion that is slowly being eaten away by Sicario, trying their hardest to just put question marks as to whether the CIS region domination is going to continue throughout the Arena Cup Series Season 4. It's again Furlex for the first.
Wasting no time at all, shoving straight towards sight and knows exactly where to aim. Up next is Goes, though, falling to the hands of Zerold. Aim Sabiri. This is a perfect time to start spamming through the smoke once he gets audio. Lukey gonna be extra so careful, but Zerold, he's been a monster. He's been popping heads all game. Lukey shuts him down on the right shoulder. Here goes that smoke push. What's he gonna do? Spam it to the smoke. It does not connect. Furlex up for a big kill down from KFC, but it's all up to Cords. Right shoulder yet again. Just so many spams to the smoke in these multiple games, but there's no reason not to. They've resulted in big kills to solidify rounds here. Prone position. Cords will punish him for that. Furlex is gonna stand up and try to get some revenge for his teammate here, but he has the right shoulder. 30 seconds, lots of time to play with.
It's doable. Good, smart movement from Sicario, though. He's just going to run away from the aggro. There's no point in risking it on taking a fight. With 15 left on the clock, the job's already done. Even if Cords gets a kill here, it's not going to matter. Furlex isn't going to allow him the chance. Sicario move another one back. We move to 6, close it to 2. Kirk,
It's getting dicey.
are we talking about a potential here? Is it on the cards for an overtime?
I don't know, but this is like it got to be your highlight best of 2 of the day. Just two teams that are so evenly matched, and to be honest, I wouldn't have expected it to go this even.
There's a couple today. We got some good matches today. We've got some even better ones coming up tomorrow. I mean, if you thought today carried some weight to it, you wait until you see how the matchups are going to look after today's matches. For tomorrow, it's going to be an absolute killer Sunday series set. And number 14 in the books, 15 nades opening up towards site. Don't find a home. Take a little bit of abuse towards Furlex. Communica also being the recipient of some of that aggression. Both teams firing shots across the courtyard. Over this A site, the shotguns, you can hear the sounds ricocheting and echoing off of all of the sides of the scenery as teams trade back and forth aggression, but nobody willing to give their life just yet.
It's just A site annihilation every single round. It's every single time it goes to B, it's like over in an instant. Speaking of over in an instant, Furlex is still alive. He has 15 kills right now, and most of those have resulted in more than one after that first blood. Multi-kills all over the board for this man, even in the game before as well. It's going to be your highlight player that you want to keep your eyes on. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, be sure you still put whatever team you are supporting here in the chat and show support for who you want to come out on top. And XPA already starting it off strong. Bomb is down, but it's not going to mean too much here.
Oh my word.
Position.
How long is he going to stay on the floor for? That almost ended up costing him his life. Goes took a little bit more time than I think he would have liked to have gotten up from this prone angle. Communicate. And he continues to hold it. The Go's now starting to play with his attention a little bit. Smart choices. Bombs trying to get planted on site. Cords gets the kill. Top aim, Sabiri for 1. And with 8 seconds left on the clock, XPA have got the job done. Finally over the line. And again, with a whiff of doubt on the horizon, the team favored as we go into the match closes it out before we get the upset that the Arena Cup series has been teasing us with every single match so far.
9-6. You gotta give it to Sicario, though. We're putting rounds on the board where they really matter, and they're not giving themselves a lot of, space that they have to push past. They're, getting rounds to the point where they're only 1 or 2 away, and then near the end of the game, it starts to kind of get away from them there. So it's just sort of that extra little amount of detail that you need to lock in to solidify these end rounds. Furlex doing all he can for his team, but the XPA nades, they come out on top. Completely shut down that early presence that Sicario has been so well known for this game.
That's one of the more back and forth games that we've seen out of all of them so far. It's felt like a very Sicario game, actually. The way that they played yesterday had a very similar ebb and flow to it, where they went through phases of both being seemingly non-existent for a round or two, where they were kind of being manhandled a little bit, to coming back and being the team doing the manhandling themselves for 3 or 4 rounds in a row and looking just very severely dominant. It does go to show how strong some of the entry fraggers are on the teams coming into Arena Cup Series. That is something that stood out for me. The likes of your top aim Sabiris, your Zakis. It does tend towards the shotgun holders, but there's some of the people on these spears that have been doing absolute damage too, and you've got to watch out for the MCX, the SR3M in the hands of like Moyanri, Yukaguyas. There's a lot of people out here that are really killing it in that individual, like, I can clutch 1v3, I can clutch 1v4, and it's made a lot of the difference so far. So I'm just really excited for the rest of the games. There's nothing much more to be said about it. I don't want to glaze too much on any individual person as well, because everyone at this level of competition is outstanding to watch. And this is why the games are cinematic and they're great to see. Personally, I'm not disappointed, but my heart hurts for Sicario. Like, it's not that we expected a better performance out of them. I just think the level of competition is that good that what they've chosen to go with and how they're throwing it at these teams, they're doing an exceptional job of adjusting to it. I'm not saying Sicario's plans are even, like, below average. I think some of the attempts that they made on Bay 5, and we saw some of those strategies, were really creative. We really appreciated how they went about trying to take this match into their own hands, but XPA weren't phased. It felt akin to Virtus Pro when they were trying to be moved about yesterday, and that just didn't happen either. Their defense wasn't going to over-rotate into anything at all. So I'm looking across at statistics on the screen, and I just see it's awesome to read through and watch some of these teams and the screenshots of the mini-maps I've taken, and just seeing some of the similarities of these CIS teams and how immovable they are. Like, they refuse to rotate off a site, regardless of how much smoke and mirrors is thrown into it. They're like, no, I belong here. This is my home. This is my turf. My ball and chain is anchored. I'm not going unless I need to.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like it's a little bit back and forth there too. Like, it's either they lock themselves down on one site, or it's like they're kind of back and forth a little bit. Like, oh, there's some action going on the other site, so I'll just position myself a little bit closer to that site, but not all the way, just so I am able to respond in case it's a fake. Until that bomb actually gets called out that it is on the opposite site, then I'll start to make my play. But I mean, it's so hard to actually tell where it's going to go until there's actual eyes on it. And that's what we saw on Bay 5 a lot of fake attacks there from Sicario. And I don't know, I think they definitely deserve a little bit more. Hopefully going forward, I want to see Sicario come up with some more wins and not, stay where they are on the leaderboard. I want to see them get at least a second place in their group. It's going to be hard to tell, though. I mean, there's only one team going home on each side, so it's very doable. And speaking of doable, the next game, what do we have, Cracked? I believe it's a name that might be familiar to you. But
oh no, we're not even
name.
going to go there just yet. I'm just going to get out a good old friend of mine. We went on a nostalgia ride yesterday, so we're going to bring you another one of those beautiful giveaways, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, Crazy Frog is back, and we are back with 15 USEC Deadly Frog clothing giveaways right here, hot and ready for you guys in the chat. Exclamation mark drip. Get yourself into that giveaway for a chance to get your hands on some of that super cool, suave summer clothing so that you can look super swag and super drip inside of your gameplay in both base game and arena. Ladies and gentlemen, exclamation mark drip to get yourself on the hot prize line.
And if I'm not mistaken, this giveaway only works on the BSG channel. So if you are viewing on the Hunt Premier channel, make sure that you go over and type your code word inside the BSG chat. Otherwise, you will not be entered in to win. And that will go for, I believe, all the giveaways as we're going on throughout this tournament. But I'll get that double check for everybody at home to make sure that we have up-to-date information.
But with that being said...
Yes, that is correct.
Spot on. Believe, Kirk, that we get a time for a little bit of a breather. So whilst everybody is cooking up their exclamation mark drips in the chat, we're going to allow them to feast their eyes over some of the ferocity that happened in those previous maps, as well as taking a short intermission. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far from your gaming chairs and your couches, but do go get some snacks, hydration, and those all-important seatbelts so you can lock in right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It's good to see you on a smooth slamming Saturday for the Arena Cup Series Season 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Battlestate Games channel on Twitch. Welcome to the Hunt Premier channel on Twitch. Welcome to the ACS4, partnered with those two titans above us and our beautiful sponsor below in Steel Series. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and here in the booth with me is the man with all of the mad math and the analytics to help us through the nitty-gritty of the details inside of the Arena Cup Series 4. That's Kirk on the lurk. How are we doing, Kirk? Did you enjoy our first head-to-head?
Oh yeah, absolute smashing performance from both teams, coming out, getting multiple rounds on the board, and that's exactly what we expect from these top-level teams. Sicario being your massive HPL champions 2 tournaments in a row, but all of a sudden they go up against your top-level DIS team and that of XP Academy and fall quite short as XPA take away a 2-0 win and put themselves on the board for 3 points.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Whilst we quickly cook up our scenario and strategy to roll into the second head-to-head of the day, you, ladies and gentlemen, should be cooking up on your chances to grab a hold of some of those giveaways. That's right, going on in the chat right now. The Deadly Frog USET drip, all right, exclamation mark drip, to take part in the Battlestate Games Twitch channel so that you can get yourself entered into the giveaway there. 15 of those amazing kits have been given out to you lucky winners. Ladies and gentlemen, as well as that, thanks to the amazing sponsorship we've got from Spiel Series, some of this amazing equipment that you get to see on screen right now will also be given away later on during the stream. So, Kirk, if they want a chance to grab their hands on any of this cool kit, they need to be here and present if they don't want to miss out on it, right?
Absolutely. Make sure that you are around for all 6 days that ACS is going to be on for, giving away multiple different gaming gears that Steel Series has so graciously provided us with to give away to the community. I'm definitely looking at that Apex Pro Gen 3 keyboard. There's only one title in the world that can hold the world's fastest keyboard, and that's exactly what you see on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely correct. I'm not mistaken. The world's fastest keyboard.
Yep, it's all too warm where I am in the UK right now, and I've been complaining about breathability. I got myself a brand new chair, and that's been great to me. And that mouse sat on screen there, the Aerox 3 with the breathable design, that's the one that catches my eye. Always a fan of something slightly outrageous, and I love something a little bit off the cuff. For those hex grid designs, the pattern and the honeycomb effect to give it that breathability really does just go that extra different distance to making your summer gaming difference.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we have 15 winners in the chat. Like we said, the USEC Deadly Frog Drip giveaway, the drip. So we got 15 winners to go, and I believe in 1 second we should have that total list to give out. It's going to take a second to read it all off, as 15 ultimate gamers will be going home with a beautiful new shirt and shorts to go along with it. And if you haven't won, make sure that you always stay tuned, because we have so much more to give away here on the Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games Twitch channel. And if still you don't win, you better push for that Prestige 3, or is it Prestige 4? Because there is some other t-shirts that BSG have put in the game that are actually free to go ahead and grab with that new Prestige levels that have been added to the game with this recent wipe.
So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, a humongous congratulations goes out to all of the winners. Rebel Chicken 69, El Chefe 01, It's Taffy, iHawkin, Danny Boy Spam, OG Wolfie 96, I'm Elfo, Lyrus, Louds, Denavathar, Dr. Goff, Broto Snake. Ladies and gentlemen, if your name has just been called out, you are one of the lucky winners of that USEC Deadly Frog Drip. And I believe if I was not mistaken, the one person that I skipped over. That's right. He took a day off casting in the booth. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that touts many an awesome t-shirt himself, none other than Hot Sauce, also getting his hands on some of the drip. You look at the chances, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of people getting involved. A 0.65% chance. 0.65% you had chance of winning that. And 15 of you lucky winners right now. All you need to do, hop in the Discord, create yourself a ticket to the admin, and grab that awesome drip. Congratulations.
And if you have a difficulty finding that channel, Discord can be a little bit wonky sometimes. So make sure that if you cannot see the Contact Us channel in the Hunt Premier Discord, you want to hit Browse Channels at the top and then look for Contact Us and make sure that you select that with the check mark so then it pops up on your left side. And then you can create a ticket if that channel does not pop up, because previously I've had that issue before. But just want to make sure everybody claims their awesome prize. And yeah, Hot Sauce, I'm not too sure who that is, but he sounds very handsome and knowledgeable.
So one last time from the top to the bottom as we do roll into the verses. Rebel Chicken 69, El Chef AO1, It's Taffy, Ihoakin, Danny Boy Spam, OG Wolfie 96, I'm Elfo, Mr. Gawi, O Tornado 1, Hot Sauce, Denver Thar, Louds, Lyris, Dr. Golf, Proto Snake. Guys, get yourself a ticket in the Hunt Discord. Go grab your drip. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a look at that all-important head-to-head for matchup number 2 of the day. And this one is set to be one or the other. It might just be a Katy Perry song, because this one's going to be hot or cold. We're either going to see Virtus Pro absolutely steam plow their way through K3, or K3 really are going to rise to the challenge and put us a show on to watch. Either way, it's going to be entertaining, but we're going to see one of these two teams really rise to the challenge today.
Absolutely. On the right side of your screen, K3. This is the team that is your ASPL Season 1 champions, looking to put themselves in the position to grab their very first Div 1 trophy here at the Arena Cup Series 2. Yesterday, not going so well in their favor, but today they have a second chance against Virtus Pro, trying to get their first win ever. K3, Division 1, Malikan, Uras, Lava, Griffin, and Reynolds. Sub players coming in will be Jumby, KK, and Blasty 3.
Going up against Virtus Pro's Magic 777, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy. We're going to get to see which maps Virtus Pro and K3 have taken us to as well. Looking into this series, this is going to be a drastic part of the play, and I'm absolutely not surprised at all to see that we are going to Skybridge for the first one of the two. So Virtus Pro are getting rid of Iceberg. Again, no shock there. New map. Teams not so familiar with it just yet, or maybe not wanting to show their hand of cards that they have practiced it just yet, and that maybe is one of the aces up their sleeves for the elimination stages. Virtus Pro saying no to Iceberg, K3 no to 4. Virtus Pro take us to Skybridge for map 1, with K3 maybe trying to salvage something, or potentially sneak over the line in an upset, going to Bay 5 to close us out.
I don't know about you, but I made a lot of channel points yesterday doing a bet on that very first game of the day, and I think I'll be going all in yet again, but I'm not going to tell you exactly who that is, because I don't want to spoil it. But predictions in place, possibly coming out very soon as the game is about to begin. Skybridge and Bay 5 back again. Same we saw in the first game. Now we get to see it again, but two completely different playing fields, two different teams, and I would imagine that this one might go a little bit slower. The last the Skybridge game, it was very, very fast at the start. There was zero hesitation at all from either of the teams, but I'm looking to get some more information before final executions and the alarm sounds for a bomb plant goes down. However, Virtus Pro, they might just play with their food, as the Polar Bears so often do.
I don't know how much we can afford any team to be allowed to play with their food in this Arena Cup series, Mr. Kirk. But one thing I will say, we certainly have seen over the last maybe day and a bit worth of activity, definitely yesterday, the click, that was a foreshadowing sound. A couple of players in separate scenarios on that Saiga shotgun hit the bottom of the magazine and forgot to reload, or under pressure just flipped the mind. A couple of mistakes in maybe over-aggressing with the minimal amount of time left on the clock, where we saw bombs not being diffused or not even being planted a couple of times round. Even today, we saw a couple of times teams have struggled to get just to sight with the bomb because nobody's willing to go head-to-head in these fights. Me and Hort spoke about it. We did say that the further into the tournament we got, the more teams were going to be less gung-ho at just all-out slaughterhouses, but I feel like this might be tending more towards the slaughterhouse than a closer game. All respect to K3. Virtus.pro are double champions. Arena Cup Series Season 2, Arena Cup Series Season 3. We're here for Season 4. They're on for the 3-peat. I don't expect the speed bump of K3 is going to be anything for those top-tier shock absorbers.
And I mean, there's a reason that K3 qualifies for basically every tournament, and you know, you gotta fight your heart out to get here to begin with. But the fact is, when the bracket doesn't really go your way and you gotta fight two of the scariest teams in your first two matchups, I mean, it's not going to start off very well, but it means that it will get slightly easier as the tournament goes on. However, there's not a lot of chances here, especially when there's only 4 teams in your group that you have to deal with, and when 2 of them are arguably, not even arguably, I'd probably say, are the hardest to deal with. It's not going to be an easy fight, and there's a reason that K3 has normally, you know, not necessarily gone in the top leaderboards when they're in a Div 1 position, but they've obviously proven themselves to be a top tier Div 2 team coming out as ASPL champions, and also putting massive performance on in the LCL as well.
So the one thing that I always sort of lean towards is you don't become an amazing team immediately, right? Yes, you go through stages of development, you get better and better as you improve, but the harder the competition becomes, the more you challenge yourself to improve. So this is another one for K3 to reach for. It's a challenge. It's set ahead of them. This is considered one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. How much of a dent can they put in the scoreline? Magic starts off with an opener. It's Malikan that takes the first L, and Malikan made out to be an absolute man menace yesterday. FMX finds one, but Magic does take out a teammate in Rask. It might not be a kill for a K3 member, but it's kill on the board.
Hey, double kill for Magic, technically.
Yeah, tell him. Oh, wow, FMX is going to have a good one. Jiras and Blasty have got responses, though. Hard's going to close out Jiras. Blasty last left alive in a 1 versus 2, but definitely not the steamroll I think we'd had in mind from the first round. Oh, God, he's gone. Yeah.
To back him up. Yeah, not an uncommon weapon here to back yourself up with the TRG. I've seen recently a member, I don't know, I think it was another member on this team that perhaps is a backup player, but they were running the RSAS just by itself with M80, which is very surprising because, you know, that's not necessarily going to pen your Vulcans every single time. And M61 is on the board, but, I mean, I don't know, RSAS, he seemed to do very well with it.
I'm waiting for Blasty to just pull out an absolute worldie here now. Exceptional player. Good aim. Patient. Doesn't land the shot, though. The one thing you can't call him is that ace, and that's the kind of consistency you need with this weaponry at this level of the gameplay. Good effort from Blasty in the 2 versus 1, but the numbers play out.
So, K3 went to Skybridge yesterday. They lost 9-2 against XPA, only getting 2 rounds there. So, again, it's kind of the same situation that Sicario was in, is that I want to see them get early rounds to give themselves more breathing room and confidence going into the rest of the game. Starting off in that first round, though, I thought things were going to go a little bit slower, but no, it was full force, 5th gear, just absolutely making her hum. VP, they were a little bit further back, but K3, full force push, didn't let them breathe. Didn't really matter in the end. Virtus.pro's excellent decision-making and low movement allowed them to get all the information they needed to close it out.
Better look towards the B site. Single player, weak side, B hold. Except from K3, that B player is aggressively flanking. Notice Virtus.pro respecting this out of a familiar playstyle from K3. They do like to send an aggressive flank quite commonly. That number 1 player in FMX was holding it off for a fair while, but looks like a bit of a 3D chess match, is reading the tempo and timing of the play. The flank gets pulled off. Jiras is going to find his way round. Here he comes. It's Malikan. On the flank out of KFC in the timing. Everybody's looking the other way. How much damage can Malikan get done? That number 2 player is actually trying to weave his way out. And Dreezy goes down. Rask finds Jiras. Hard's about to become prey to the flank. He gets out of the way in time. There's no way Hard makes this work. And then he's going to swing through for the second. That's a crucial kill. On site, Alaba takes him down. And it's a 1 versus 2 from Rask and BIP.
See what Rask can do. He's about a little bit less than half now, but Griffin's going to shut him down. Rask falls, and K3 get the first round of the game here in the second, tying things back up. And I mean, K3, they had the numbers on site for a long, long time there, but the smokes were not in their advantage, and they respected that. However, they needed to wait for their flanker to get a little bit more space before they decided to make that push. But I mean, Virtus Pro, they knew that any second we're going to get a hailstorm of bodies and bullets coming towards us. So it kind of threw them off there as they're like, maybe we should support our team in the back from the flanker, or we need to actually, keep our more focus here towards the smokes. K3 took that little bit of extra second to throw them off, pushed right through in excellent plays. Hard grabbing a double kill, but was too much to deal with.
It was
an
really
nade.
good to see.
All right, well, Magic usually running around with the MCX, but this time he wants to put himself on the board with the V40. Make that 2. Crazy start to the game, and Magic member for a long, long time, and that's exactly what he's known for, to get on the board. Hard for 1 onto Halava. It's all up to Blasty. Close range with the sniper. No scope through the smoke. Hard will feel the pain as Magic shuts down the round here in the 3rd.
Virtus Pro take an extra point onto the scoreboard, 2-1. They move themselves back into the lead. Magic. 3's a lucky number. 3's what he leaves the round with. Some good work out of the Virtus Pro forwards. Hard last round before this one. Looked like he was going to make the difference. Positioning, good play. Doesn't outweigh the numbers of the 4v2. K3 definitely keep themselves in a close contest in this one so far. 3 rounds down, number 4 on the clock.
Early nades coming out in here. Flash. 1 is being prepped also. Remendrizi. D40 ready to fly at a moment's notice. Will it connect? Magic opting out to not hold the nade this time. Giving it to Hard and Andreezy. Nothing being picked up so far. Not even a chip of damage on the board. Everyone's still full. Malikan is getting flanked. So is Griffin. FMX will show them how it's done here in the back line. What a play.
Shots out from Rask as he swings out of VIP with the shotgun. Takes out Jiras. 2 good shots out of Halava, and Blasty Cold Blind actually removed the forward over aggressive push out of Virtus Pro. Slight, over eager and overconfident. Will not kill the entirety of the squad as Rask holds his ground out of VIP, sitting in that spot in Rat. They keep that head tucked as he creeps past, try and search towards Graffiti.
It's always up to Blasty. At some point
That's the
here,
role
you
that the
can't give him
TIG
enough
falls into.
opportunities. At some point, he will shut you down. Oh, no. No, don't do it to him. Don't. No. No. Oh, mows him down. 1 versus 1. 30 seconds left. This might be the crucial play that Virtus Pro are going to regret.
I mean, maybe you want to get into the mind of your enemy, you pull something like that off, that would mentally crush. Flip side, Andreezy's still sat back here anchoring chill. And with the shots like that to be able to put Blasty down, there's just too much for him to have to do regardless of how wild it got towards jungle. This ain't London up in here. Can't bring a knife to a gunfight. Come on.
No.
Come on now. Come on now. Virtus Pro paid for their mistakes. We saw an over-aggressive double push off the back of site. Good response from K3. We saw a good push out of the 2 remaining members to try and really get the message home. We're not here to mess around, we mean business. It gets countered well. Blasty goes to the second, opts for it, and crushes the 2 members that push forward with their melees. Does settle to Andreezy to close the round out, but Virtus Pro won't be caught making that same mistake twice, I don't think.
No, I really hope not. Gotta pick and choose your battles carefully here and know exactly when to get goofy and when it's absolutely dead serious. Breathing room here for Virtus Pro. Up 2 rounds. Shots giveth, shots receiveth. Rask just mowing him down. Your ass falls. Smokes up for VP, and that's going to signal a push. Lava through the smoke takes down Hard. Bomb is down. That's going to take a lot of pressure off. Potentially give them opportunity and space to move up. Malikan gets a big one on the Magic. K3 are up 1 member, and they also have a dominant position, in my opinion. Once this smoke is done pluming, I think K3 decide to make a play. I want them to get aggressive here, but it looks like they're going to continue to just gather more information. They don't have anyone flanking either. Interesting.
That smoke out towards VID is going to make Rasmus's life extremely hard. Blasty up on the high angle, trying to just get some damage down with this TRG. FMX is good for 2. The spear sinks strength for the sound of death. Snaps out from the shelter of Piranha. Shotgun comes forward. Blasty's going to have one back. And I feel like it's merely just a comma before the full stop at the end of the sentence that will be his death. Down he goes as FMX takes to the sky.
Man, that's where we need a K3 to come up. This is a really bad round differential now. They could have been in such a better position. They had the numbers. They had everything they needed. They waited for the smokes to stop. Still, they can't close it out. They just can't win the gunfights. I think my biggest question that I wanted answered was, is Magic going to pick another gun other than the MCX? It has been 2 straight ACSs in a row, and yes, I am your gun pick guy, so I am paying attention to this stuff all the time. Magic has not swapped off of the MCX in every single game he has played in ACS. Not once did he pick another gun.
I mean, stick to what you're good at, right? Keep it
Don't
consistent.
fix it. Look at
Yeah,
this!
exactly. That's an aggressive push out from K3. 2 strong forward come and try to take a bit of damage. Oh, that's a tragic mistake.
All right, well, I said I want them to get aggressive, and now look what happens. Maybe not their cup of tea here. Virtus.pro are so used to countering aggressive plays that they can just whip it out and know exactly what to do in the situation when it calls for it. Maybe commonly going up against strategies like this in the Epic season, Season 8.
So, tragic mistake, not a tragic error. Both teams make a play, and it looks like the plays basically both run into each other head first. And unfortunately for K3, the gunfights do not go their way as they get man-challenged man for man through their aggressive push. Maybe a lack of positioning. We'll have to look at that one back in the bods, but for this time around, it was a Virtus plow, and it really was a Virtus plow as they steamrolled their way through that aggressive approach. Back to the defense we go. Tempo slowed completely down. Virtus.pro recognize immediately and take sight.
All these bullets firing, nobody actually falls. Lava's going to be forced to hit that ETG. Actually, he's on Assault, so he's going to be on a Propital, perhaps. Getting a lot of health back pretty quick, though, for Propital. Magic here with half health. Advantage now back to K3, but Magic's going to shut it down and keep a body up for Virtus.pro, and Andreezy up next for 1. Malakin falls, and Urass takes it. Andreezy through the smoke. This is a demon on the board. FMX up for 1 more. It's a slaughterhouse here for Virtus.pro.
Down he goes. Griffin no longer wearing the wings from before. Virtus.pro close out their 6th of 7 attacking rounds. We might be looking at another 7-1 on the board before we go into the half. You made it very clear. K3 just not quite able to match the pace out of Virtus.pro at this moment in time. Good strong attempt nonetheless, but it's a whole other animal.
Rush up through escalators. This is the last round that Virtus.pro have on attack, and shut down immediately is Magic. Urass with a great underhand nade. Making that the map changes still work, even though those early nades near hole don't necessarily come out as often as they used to, but adjusting very quickly to these changes. And Dreezy up for a nade of his own. Urass is getting a taste of his own medicine as Lava is ready for 1 more. It's just nades all over the board, Cracked. We got 3 nade kills this round. Every single V40 that has been thrown has found a victim. Up close push, sandwiches Lava. Hard fall traded out by FMX, and FMX is going crazy. He's looking for a second one, but it's Andreezy to support his teammate. Griffin falls. Malakin, the savior of K3. Can he do it? This is his last opportunity on defense. FMX is ready to watch this smoke. If he's not careful, the barrel will push through, and he will be caught out. FMX, Virtus.pro solidify this attacking side with 7 rounds to their name.
10 kills on the board at the top of the scoreboard for FMX and for Hard. That is not something we're unfamiliar with. A very strong showing out of the two forward members from Virtus Pro that are normally bringing their guns to bear in the favour for their team. Hard considered for probably the longest time one of the best players in the game all round.
I remember we had an interview with him.
Player.
And there was a good reason for it. ACS2, beautiful interview with Hard, showing how he likes to work around with his teammates. Always in the background too. They all, if I'm not mistaken, they all live together, right? So they have a good relationship, good chemistry as well. It can be that little extra thing sometimes that really pushes your team forward above the others.
Yeah, I know the last time we got to interview them, they were definitely all sat gaming in the same room, so at the very least, they camp up to play the game and get that good environment around them. Keep the coach in close proximity as well so they can work things out as they need to. Adjust, adapt, improvise, overcome.
I mean, look at this defense from Virtus Pro, shoving a lot of people here towards B site. Uncommon.
Blasty absolutely annihilates one on the cross, the rotation over the bottom of Blue Train. That ramp shot from the Balti is really going to make a difference in the attack. Virtus Pro got 2 on response. Andreezy, Rask with the shotgun. Rask is just disgusting. This time of day, any time of day. This time around, though, Blasty's going to banish him back to where he came from. He doesn't hit the third. Body shot not quite there. Heaven. Fortuitous. Maybe the halo over K3 for now. Blasty. Ooh, cheeky, sneaky. Spot him on the pixel. Can hear him. He knows he's there. He just doesn't see the gap right yet. Tempo and patience is the play. Looks for the single shot. Tries to peek away. Blasty just looking to pull some of the aggression as that bomb is moving towards the A site. Halava on task force for scouting forward. Hard ready to challenge. Hard's going to delete it with a Balti of his own.
Wait, did Hard? Oh, wait. No, he just picked that now. He just picked it up on the side swap. He must have. Yeah, marksman for Hard. All right. So, I mean, switching things up, Virtus Pro has been a team that has historically never had a dedicated marksman player, ever. And, I mean, it could just be for all funsies and whatever, now that there's so many rounds up and they're just comfortable with being able to pick up something that maybe they're not used to. But it's nice to see Virtus Pro actually use a TRG or any amount of bolt action for, I think, the first time ever shown on camera. In ACS, at least.
What okay. That is an explosion from the ocean. He's got motion. He's riding the waves. He's looking to create a wave of destruction outside the front of VIP. That is no longer an Apex Predator, but an Apex Pilot. Hard's got himself shocked with the smoke as Halava goes down that bomb. Going to be for moments just dropped to the floor, but only for one of the K3 members that's already on site to pick up and replace that space in aggressive. Virtus Pro won't give them chance to even get the bomb down. 3 members just swing and sing through that smoke with the weaponry in hand.
Hey, 3 versus 3, so not looking too bad for K3 if they want to clutch things up and start putting rounds on the board. K3 Malikan will start it off very, very nice. FMX Magic, 2 very dangerous members so far. Still alive and full health. Ammunition not looking too hot for FMX. He's got to make those bullets count, but your ass will instantly shut him down. Magic is going around the corner and through the wall is Malikan to put K3 up for their second round win here. And man, what a tall order to fill they got to do. It's so many rounds, 8-2. This will be a long one if they decide to lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, this group is going to be a battle of Sicario versus K3 tomorrow. This group is going to be decided in that game. No disrespect to K3 in any way, shape, or form, but Virtus Pro are another force to be reckoned with when it comes to this kind of game. They have 2 maps to play. Skybridge is only the first, and we know that this is one of the maps that K3 are considered to be relatively strong on a Skybridge. So for this to be an 8-2 strong performance out of Virtus Pro here does leave K3 wounded going into map number 2, but you can only hope for a strong performance and an upset. This aggressive push towards the B side is going to find Magic Sandwich, but is he going to be able to get more than 1? That's the first. Oh. There's nobody there for the second trade. Magic's good for 2. The freedom. It's isolated ones. It's a Magic type of day. It's a Magic type of field, but only good for 2 as Blasty and Halava do finally shut down the Magic Man on site.
Look at Blasty's health. He's done a bit, but not enough to really justify his amount of health on the board. Uras, though, he's single-handedly holding down sight. And Bomb is over there, and Tracy's not looking the right way. Oh, Blasty misses! And Tracy's ready, but Blasty is too quick on the draw!
Bomb collected. Best choice would be to plant safe from heaven right now, or jump across the red to go for A. There's the plant. Can get shot through the box. Going for a slightly higher angle than where the bomb's being planted. Hard now, changes aggression, and Blasty is ready to knock him down. K3 survive another round.
K3 just kicking the dust off here. Maybe that caffeine is finally kicking in. Got their morning coffee, whatever it may be, over in Europe. I know it's still kind of early for me here on the other side of the pond in North America, but maybe an extra dose. Little rejuicer. Big fan of what K3 are able to do when all odds are against them. K3 versus the world. Early nades were a good tell here for K3 to keep themselves on the board, but those nades only come out so often. You know, once you get double killed by a nade, once you get early killed by a nade, you know that I'm not going to walk in that area and let it happen yet again. Virtus.pro are easily adaptable to these situations, and to when the explosion is right in front of them, they're able to back up, realize what they did wrong, and easily improve on it on the next round. Virtus.pro only one round away here from a victory on Skybridge.
Good showing out of Virtus.pro. Very strong. Very strong. You've got to credit K3 with a couple of rounds they've done well in. Been able to hold their own. Numbers advantages after the initial chaos when the dust has settled. They've closed out on. It's not been clear. It's not been clean. There have been chances where Hard, for example, Magic, FMX have gotten into a position to make it look dangerous. The shotguns have been consistent. I mean, personally, as a shotgun player for my team, I have always seemed to be one to try and keep my eye on what Rask does with his shotgun. It's one that really does not seem to let the ball drop when he's on that kit. Was one of the people that made their team so dominant in the Season 3 for the Arena Cup Series, specifically on this map in Skybridge and VIP. With that kit was Rask, the terror of VIP with the shotgun. So, again, no shock to see that being a consistent factor in the team. And now he's got the backup with Andreezy also running that kit. I mean, one of the shotgun kits is very strong and scary. Two of them are supposed to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. Virtus.pro has really been shining to me this game, is that not only a team that can play really well once they're together, but even in situations where they get split up, that single member can still hold his own and put multiple frags on the board regardless of how many K3 members they're up against. That's something that XPA I found to not necessarily have that same strength. When they get split up, they don't play to their best performance, but it's their key goal is to constantly be linked up and have somebody, at least one to your left or right, ready to work together. But Virtus.pro, I think they shine in both of those avenues, and it really surprises me that XPA was able to come out on top, and maybe, in Epic, and maybe that's kind of why that they've been able to do that, is because teams haven't really found out exactly how to split the XPA lineup up and force them into positions where they don't have backup from a teammate. However, that's going back to the previous game and future games to come, but Virtus.pro, I think that they're just so good both together and solo, and what more could you want? You need both to be a successful team.
Looking to Blasty on this one, honestly. Great player. The kit, it has its power and it has its potential. I mean, you said it yourself at the end of a couple of rounds. It felt like it was Blasty at the back end of the rounds a lot of the time, and the kit plays into that. The kit does leave you normally being that person that is the last alive because it fits the play style. But it is a point. It is something to talk about, because you almost kind of trade off that you're expecting for that scenario a few of the times, and that you're expecting your player that's on that weaponry to be able to make that consistently convert, which is not expected. The scenario feels 1v2, 1v3 most commonly, and the Balti is the negative numbers. That's not, like, the odds on of that being successful is not often very much at all. I mean, you're talking sub 10% guaranteed consistency. So It's just very difficult to be able to execute on. We talked about how good that ace needs to be when he brings it to the table, and that, respectfully to that ace, is the best player of it in the world. That barely makes the mark sometimes to be good enough to be worth playing over a different kit. And that ace is exceptional. It feels very hard to let any other player sort of take that weapon in and really feel like they utilized their full potential. That's all.
Yeah, and Blasty is also your solo B-side player, right? He's been that for most of these defensive rounds, where he's just there to gain information and possibly get a pick on one of the Virtus Pro members that are deciding to go for a flank. So when A-side gets slaughtered, right, it's all up to Blasty usually, that has to make that difficult rotate through jungle stairs, which is such like a pinch point. There's only so many places that you can return to A site from, and it's just easily pre-fired. You do have a right shoulder coming up on both angles if you want to go up through your spawn, but regardless, there's just too many members of Virtus Pro ready to chip you down instantly as soon as you try to come back and save your team. But that again, Blasty's a sub player, and I think that's an important difference to make in terms of, I believe, Griffin, who he's stepping in place for. A lot of these key members of K3 have been together for a long time. Not a lot of roster changes in the recent tournaments that they've come into, but all of a sudden, when you get a sub player on your list for the game, sometimes it can change things up in terms of strategies or weapon picks that these teams are used to, right? Because say you lose your main TRG player, you can back it up with Blasty, but what if that player that is off of the main roster isn't a TRG player, and all of a sudden your team isn't used to being played with a weapon like that, and they got to switch things up. So it's a mental game as well, and you really got to have quick adaptability, and that's something that Virtus Pro definitely has over the K3 lineup.
I don't think we're going to see them adapting too much in this one, if I'm honest with you. I feel like it's been set that Virtus Pro are very comfortable both with how they have approached going into map selection. I want to make this clear. It's hard to say that Virtus Pro isn't favored on Skybridge, like that it's not a map they would pick, because it does feel like a map they play very well. But K3 are known for Skybridge. Like there's been jokes between me and Malikan and DMs about a one-trick team of Skybridge being K3's kind of environment. So
yeah.
To see them have such a rough match on Skybridge does leave me hoping for Bay5, sorry, because I mean, we said this at the beginning of the tournament. Bay5 takes no prisoners. There's no room for error over there. So I do fear that K3 might find themselves under the gun. Excuse the pun.
Well,
in Bay5 next after this game.
How many times has K3 ever fought a CIS team? Never. Other than yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Other than that, right? So you don't have a lot of time to kind of figure things out unless you want to go do some VOD reviewing of your own from the CIS region's dedicated league. But other than that, you don't have full experience unless they've done some scrims possibly. But sometimes that difference in on ping, because it's an EU team fighting a CIS team, it necessarily can't prove exactly what am I trying to say here? You know what I'm saying? When an EU team scrims an EU team, you got good ping, everything, all the connections good, but when you're going across the halfway across the world to go fight a Russian team, it's like it doesn't feel the same sometimes. And when it comes down to a tournament level, if you don't have that experience against these CIS teams, which I've said so many times in the past, are a completely different ball field in terms of how they play. It's just completely unknown to this roster. And I think that regardless, they're doing a good job, and we got to give them a hats off for showing up and even getting rounds on the board when they're down so many. Virtus Pro have been one round away from winning for a while now, and they're still kicking. They're still fighting to try to come and get at least a couple more. We got to give them hats off for that.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what you're on about. You lost me at bow tie. But nonetheless, what we are going to have a quick moment to talk about is to keep the guys up to date with all the information that's going on in the background whilst we sort out the pitch for the players to be playing upon. Thank you for everybody and the ladies in chat and the gentlemen in the chat and everybody else in the chat. Whether you brought your pets to the table today, got the cat sitting next to you on the couch whilst you're watching the action, we welcome you all. Thank you for joining us. And secondly, thank you for your patience. Sometimes technology plays us a few little funny tricks, as all good technology does, all right? That's why we don't rely on it all the time, okay? So whilst we get the technology in check, you guys take a moment to breathe whilst we relax and talk about the current scene and what's to come in the future. On my lower, you will see the new outfits available thanks to the great improvement and the updates coming in with that white patch that just happened for base game and the sophomore reset for Arena. 2 new Hawaiian shirts for you to be able to drip yourself out with below my portrait. On the other side of the casting booth below Kirk, you will see a QR code so that you can go and explore all of our social channels, just so that you can make sure you've got a little tick in your diary or in the notepad or on your calendar to make sure you're here locked in for tomorrow's action and next weekend, where we're going to be having loads more giveaways, amazing action. Sponsor Steel Series featuring all the way down to the full finals, and that partnership between the Hunt Premier and Battle State Games championing your Arena Cup Series Season 4 all the way to its grand finals. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, but we want to see your favorite drip. We want to see your thoughts and opinions out there on the socials. So that QR code will take you to our channels so you can have your voice heard. Tag Battle State Games, tag myself, tag Kirk, tag Hot Sauce, tag all the casters, and let us know what your favorite drip is right now. Show us off your brand new Hawaiian shirt. If you were one of the lucky winners that won one of those deadly USEC frog kits, then get them on show and display. Show off the swag. We want to hear all about it. And most importantly, get involved in all the polls and the channel point predictions going on in the chat. If you've got your wagers to put out there, like Kirk, and you want to make a pretty channel point penny, then you put your points where your thoughts are, all right? If you believe that Virtus Pro are going to Virtus plow their way through to the final and K3 in this match here, then we need to hear about it. If you think K3 are going to come back kicking, then show some support for your relevant team in the chat.
Hey, and even though we have some technical difficulties sometimes, we gotta give a shout out to Battle State Games for their brand new arena update that allows us to set the rounds before the game starts. So there's no more throwing nades at each other and spawn, no more sitting around yapping. I mean, you can only take so much yapping from these two heads right here, but I mean, we try our best and try to keep you entertained in this downtime. But again, shout out BSG for this beautiful round set before the game. So obviously we can tell that it's been way faster than normal, as we are already back into the game at 3 for K3 and 8 for Virtus Pro. 1 round away for the Polar Bears to take it home here on Skybridge.
Here we go.
What?
That's a great kill from Malikan as Magic tries to hide for cover. Hard gonna have to do a similar thing as the pressure comes down. The 3-5 from Griffin's gonna run out of the magazine, and Hard's gonna be good for 2. What do you mean he's good for 2? Out of red, pressure, Balti. Third's gonna get tapped. He doesn't find the kill. It's Malikan back, the menace for revenge of his teammates.
Just start to ring out. Rask and FMX are looking for 2, and they concede as Endreezy ends it off, taking Love off the board for the last round of this game, ladies and gentlemen. We're gone, we're back, and now it's over just as fast. Virtus Pro take home game number 1 here on Skybridge.
9-3. Probably the scoreline I think we could have comfortably expected going into today. Definitely not a disappointment from K3's side. I think against a team like Virtus Pro in the group stages, the best they are looking for is to not go 9-0, 9-1, 9-2. Getting extra points on the board does help that round differential. And as I said, if that match with Sicario goes to a tie tomorrow, a 1 apiece either way, and it's decided by that round differential, I'm going to be honest with you, at this moment, Sicario looking much better than K3 are, so every round counts. I couldn't believe there was a scenario where K3 end up 2-0ing Sicario tomorrow, and it doesn't go down to round difference with the way both teams have shown up so far, but I mean, anything can happen. It's Arena Cup Series 4.
Absolutely. And K3, they tried their hardest. Unfortunately, taken down with quite a large round differential as well. That's what we kind of want to see from these teams that necessarily aren't seeded the highest here, is that we want to get them with good rounds on the board. So if it does come down to that tie later on in the group, you know, you'll have the advantage in round differential. But unfortunately, K3 getting put down very early on yesterday by XPA, it's going to force their round differential to be down quite a bit. So they got a lot of work to do. And I think tomorrow against Sicario, like you said, this is where we want to see them finally come up and at least try to get 3 points on the board. But K3, we got to give them all the respect that they deserve. Simply just, the group is too difficult.
I don't know. I'm not edging any bets just yet. Tomorrow, is going to be the day of upsets. It's a Sunday. It always happens on a Sunday. Always happens on the last day of group stages. So we'll look to tomorrow. That K3 Sicario match might be a decider. At this moment in time, we've got to look forward to our next head-to-head. We're going to get to see two more of the teams from yesterday take to the stage again against different opponents this time to try and either better their record or to retake a spot on the table they may have foregone yesterday after a couple of 1-1 draws in Group B. Looked a little interesting. Group A even, sorry. Wrong side of the table.
Think so. Bay 5 is up next, though, and you said that K3 was all about Skybridge. Are they all about Bay 5, though? Feel like it's going to be a completely different field. In fact, they might not even get the 3 rounds that they had in the last game. It might just be only 1 or 2. However, if history is to repeat itself, they only got 3 wins yesterday on Bay 5 against XPA, but Virtus.pro, this is the team that has probably had the most successful history on Bay 5. And one of the things that I am a big fan of is their defense. You know, a lot of these players and a lot of people in the community prefer a fast-paced game. They like to attack. They like to get in there. But me, I've always been a defensive player, so it kind of warms my heart a little bit to see that a team that is so good at getting swift kills and quick rounds is also equally as good on the defense, being stone walls unbreakable, being Virtus.pro, and I like to see them around the A site, how they play it. They don't give away their life easy. They know how important that back alley access is, and they always have a teammate ready to replace somebody that is holding back alley if they so lose him. And I don't know. Like I said, defense is my playing field. I like playing back a little bit more, and I think Virtus.pro have obviously had a successful history there, ACS 2 and 3, and possibly ACS 4 as we crown our champions on the 6th day of the tournament.
Thinking about this next matchup and how this is going to play out, actually. Blasty, we saw on the TRG on Skybridge. Does that mean Blasty's going to play top mid for K3 and cover that off? Is he going to play the TRG? We'll have to find that one out to begin with as well. Duras normally tends towards comboxers. The B player that fights for Hell, green. So we're going to expect Duras to be floating around that general area, probably contesting a Hell push. We know that K3 are pretty good with their utility towards Hell, nade towards bottom mid near Grey, nades towards Tetris and towards the white van. So I expect K3 will do a good job at trying to weather pressure from the CIS region so the way that most of the CIS teams have come out of the first few attacking rounds, they've been very quick to the punch. I expect K3's utility on Bay 5 might be one of their saving graces here. It might be something they need to lean into if they're going to have any form of pulling this back. With that being said, though, we do need to give both teams a moment to breathe. It's very warm all over the world right now, so it's time for everybody to get up and refresh themselves, Kirk. I believe a small intermission, maybe about 4 minutes or so, before we come back to our next map between these two teams, fighting it out for their group stage playoffs. Virtus.pro versus K3. VP 1 up at the moment. We're coming back to decide the second half right after this. Hey guys, look who's back. It's us. We're here. Arena Cup Series 4, Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, Steel Series, and all of you awesome folks in the crowd. That's right, my name's Cracked Wisdom, this is Kirk on the Lurk, and this is your hot ticket to all of your Super Saturday action. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through our head-to-head between Virtus.pro and K3. Battling it out, Virtus.pro have taken themselves a comfortable lead in the head-to-head and a 1-0 step-up after the first map on Skybridge. We take to Bay 5 now to see whether K3 can gain some redemption.
Yeah, you talked about utility there for K3 possibly being their saving grace, and we know that there's a lot more opportunities for that now, given that some of these maps have had some good changes in the past little while. We know most recently that that window up through top Heaven Crates has been shut off into B-Site, but there's also a lot more opportunities for nades to be entered into B-Site through the holes in the roof. And I know that there's a big one out by Harbor, which is something I'm trying to look out for one of these teams to finally utilize, because how often do you see Harbor, other than a defensive player, running through there to get a quick peek onto second floor crates? You know, maybe we can get some clear from Harbor from the attacking side and then push through to use their utility to get into that large hole that is now open in the roof. But utility for K3, you said it's the name of the game. We got to see them use it to the highest potential, because they need all the luck and skill that that they can muster up here to take a win home finally on Bay 5 nonetheless.
That's it. Well, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Bay 5. Virtus.pro, Magic, Hard, Rask, FMX, and Andreezy taking on K3's Griffin, Halava, Duras, Blasty, and Malikan. Samaran Blasty running that Enforcer, Kirk. No TRG today, and in we go. Aggression straight off the rip. Blasty with that shotgun, good for one. Harbor's got one of his own, and the ringing of the bullets is only going to be ringing the domes of Virtus.pro players. Pond disrespected for a second. Andreezy's going to get himself a way in. Hard actually finds a second and a third from Andreezy on the shotgun. One on the back of Con as Malikan holds his ground. Griffin's good for the second as well, and it's a 2 versus 1 with a bomb on site, and a member still distended out towards Fort. K3 set in a good position for this. Griffin, barely any health left to play with.
Yeah, right before Griffin actually got away, we can see that Hard did give away his position with the bullet that he shot. Seems like it didn't even matter. Malikan looking the wrong way. Hard punishing him for it. Jump peeks back and forth. Griffin with the low health. Advantage for Hard. Jump peek almost connects. The probe position doesn't work out. It does. Hard shuts down the dominant K3 push onto B-Site, leaving them no hesitation at all, but the straight aim and gunplay takes the win home on round 1 for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's great adjustment by Griffin. He sees him going to try and claim the life with the jump shot over the top of the corner of the fuel container. Griffin does a little bit best dive of dip, duck, dodge, and diving in the instance. Tucks left to keep himself out of the way of the headshot. And then as he swings the angle, the ace up the sleeve comes out. Down to the ground goes the Virtus.pro clown, and he comes out, not a clown, but a king of the court.
I mean, they instantly started off great, and they just couldn't hold it, right? So it's just slight adjustments to the second half of this bomb plant. Well, what K3 will need to shut it down, FMX and Hard up for 2, but 1 is up for K3, but it just doesn't matter at all, because Hard is on a tear right now. Multiple kills within this round in about 5 seconds. Call this man a champion, call him whatever you want, but there's a reason why he's been on this roster forever and being one of the most dominating members that ACS has ever seen.
Yeah, there's a good argument for aggressively trading for space to get onto site, but you're supposed to trade positively and make ground onto site, not trade negatively and get retaken back out towards Forklift. So Virtus.pro decide to match fire with fire, wait for a very similar play, repeated 2 rounds in a row, and this time around they absolutely decimate that aggressive approach. You'd have to think that there could be a small read towards this A-site attack from the K3 squad. Now they are going to overstack naturally towards Virtus.pro, the B-site anyway. So they're confident they're going to be able to rotate in time. Util, early aggression towards that A-site, will telegraph. Andreezy in the best spot with his shotgun, plays his first as Griffin goes down on entry. Deep,
Rushing out to try to... Out through back alley, Hard picks up your asses. Blasty, Malikan are up for 2. Site is fully in control of K3 if they need want to push in right now, but Virtus.pro, 8 and 9, FMX and Rask are ready to respond. Blasty's gonna have to be forced to back up as Malikan is gonna try to replace him in terms of the kill board, but FMX shuts him down real fast. Bomb goes down, and all of a sudden, back alley falls.
Right, have to look. The shotgun is not going to claim the life. Instead, FMX is going to jump to the skies and take him out. He's barely got any health left to speak of, but It's enough to get the job done. Virtus Pro move to 3. K3 not looking completely and utterly out of this, but just missing that final step to get one of these rounds over the line and put a breadstick on the board.
Yeah, breadstick is what K3 needs. I mean, breadstick's always better than a donut. Not necessarily in terms of actual food, but what we're referring to. In terms of the round count, VP up 3 currently. K3 have swapped it up. Still didn't work in their favor. That really aggressive play gets shut down by patience of the VP members that decide to hold these close positions. K3 just aren't ready for. Watch that close-up shotgun. Protect your legs. Quick peeks. Bait out some shots.
Hear the grenade being pulled in the background. Util out. Hard looking to put a flash towards the site as actually a really good step out from Magic. Flames to lava and there's no response from the battle buddy. Blasty does manage to take out the counterpart eventually, but it's a very late trade and it's just enough for space on back alley to be retaken by Hard for 2.
I think this is perfect. This is exactly what I expected from Virtus Pro. I said earlier, right, that they know how important this back alley access is and how they're able to replace teammates that have fallen so swiftly. Hard does a perfect job of that, getting 2 kills, and Malikan is the last one in back alley, still not even being able to pick up the bomb. It finally goes up. Minute and 3 seconds he's got time to deal with, but all of a sudden it's a sniper shotgun. Piranha from Rask all the way back. Downtown, he falls. VP up for 4. Man.
Feel like the bell's starting to toll in the background. K3, realization, exactly the force they're facing inside of the second map here. They really are giving it a good go at trying to get their aggression down equal and matched to that of the CIS side, but 2-time champions for a reason. Can't expect it to work first try. This time around, the gap slam's looking pretty good. 3 members strong. K3 push in for space. Lone member look lurking. Halava hoping for CT rotation. Caught in the corner. Nearly takes out his teammate. The took position. Doesn't play well out. It's a 2-for-1 trade as Virtus Pro claim numbers. While K3 make the way onto site. Bomb is on site. But Rask is going to take out the sporting member. Shotgun goes down. And that's the last. 5-0 Virtus Pro. It's cooking.
I think we've kind of realized that K3 perhaps need to slow things down a little bit. Obviously, these quick push plays have not necessarily gone their way. In the first round, it will. But once VP are going to realize that you're going to do that every round, it's going to be easily countered here. Great shots, great damage too, not even needing to finish off a kill. So you know that there's only one place these attackers need to go, and your teammates on site are ready to clean up the job that you started.
These aggressive attacking rounds very hard to manage. You have to respect all of your angles, and when 4 or 5 people are playing together, you have to distribute the role perfectly, and being able to do that sometimes under the pressure is really hard. 2 crucial worth of Virtus Pro pressure puts people down inside of mid lane. Gnalicken's got himself a response, but Hard. Merely the name of the game at this moment in time. It is hard for K3. It's hard for them to even take any form of space without losing their life as Virtus Pro cruise easily to their 6th. Hard, 11, 2, and 4 right now is unstoppable.
I mean, this is the aggression that you'd see out of a North American game. Usually known a lot more for their aggressiveness and quick plays, but starting to rub off here on the European/CIS side of the world. You want things to be done and dusted quick. Good nade. New lineup. Nobody home, though. K3 are, yes, deciding to hold back a little bit. Uras starts it off with a beautiful V40 across the map. Bombs out through mid. Nobody to challenge. Sandwich player is going to give good information. The Virtus Pro lineup if K3 decide to go through mid. Still hesitating.
Looks like a lot of space has been given top mid again. Virtus Pro spending majority of the rest of the force over towards the A site. Bianca is there, but mostly tending towards top mid. Looking to try and cheat top mid, actually. The bomb lurking in slants. Potential point of contact. Virtus Pro managed to find their way into this bomb. Magic gets one. This is what I'm worried about now. The back of Slant exposed. Duras and team need to make something happen soon, or the space is slowly going to close. You see each of the Virtus Pro members starting to get itchy, and the gaps slowly taken away. One Magic claims Duras, but does fall as Halava starts to respond. Suddenly Virtus Pro spread back out again. A site anchor, B site anchor, and the lurking member to CT rotating A. K3 read well. This is a good choice from the shot caller on K3. Three members, hell, rotation's about going to be there in time.
Yeah. Look how close FMX is pushed up, though. So he's going to give a really quick call to his team to get a rotate on the go. So possibly they're not even going to make it onto site before Virtus Pro has time to respond. But Malikin seems to want things to go the other way, putting up a massive double kill here to shut down Virtus Pro's rotation. And K3 on the board for one. Finally, that breadstick comes out. K3, they got to be hungry for more, though. They need it.
One more round on the attacking half for K3. One more chance to put another point on the board. Malikin. It's always in a game where K3 is named. Always a point in the game where we're just saying how good this guy is at kills. Time and time again. That one off the pipe looks like it's sending towards the B site. Here comes the boom. Here comes the squad. Slightly slower pace this time, a bit more well-weathered, watching the angles, checking, respecting Harbor is good call. Hard still finds one, though.
Not respecting it enough.
Adds good use of util to give Blasty space to step into the angle further forward than Hard would have expected. That actually uses the space created to give them a chance to get on site, but FMX and backside are holding well. FMX doesn't need help from Red. He's good in Con. They push over the site now. Con steps out. FMX jumps out and nails that Blasty to the wall. And Magic holds the last one. K3 looked like they had a little bit of something to say in round number 8, but Virtus Pro immediately banished the thought.
Oh my goodness. Pushing through smoke like that, never going to be a great idea. K3 members getting shredded, put down very swiftly as they emerge from it. That Harbor member hard, though. Putting a lot of pressure on, forcing them to rush into site, otherwise we'll get peaked. And all of a sudden, a new page opens, a new chapter in the book as the sides swap, strategies change. And Blasty's back on the marksman.
I'm not sure what books you've been reading, but I'm not sure this one's going to be a story. I think this is going to be a short. It might even be a YouTube short for the space of time this one's going to take as we get into the attacking side. Virtus Pro need to find themselves 2 more rounds here to close this one out, and I don't think it's going to take them long. K3 are trying, K3 are fighting, K3 are scrapping for it, but every time a Virtus Pro member steps up, the fight goes their way. There's plaid stripes in the kill feed. Always end in blue.
Even when Hard is completely sandwiched here out near mid, he still makes his way up for another kill. Uras there for FMX, going to take some control here in connector, but Hard is still putting pressure on from behind. They know he's going to go for a flank, and Uras is up to try to make the space count. He falls. The 2 members will link up. They will try but Hard falls prematurely. 1 bullet to the head is all it takes.
25 on the clock is doable. Blasty needs to try and make this happen really quickly. Forces the jump, the step out, the shot actually from both players is not good. 42nd time around, misses the third. He's going to get an attempt. He's not going to get the time to kill him though, as Rask's not going to move on muscle. He does tag Rask on the attempt previously, but that one tap does not come through this time around. The Enforcer eats it. And with 4 kills in the round, Rask finds himself 1 short of an ace, putting his team 1 short of the map.
It started off okay. They didn't end up getting all the kills they needed. VP ended up having the better gunplay. But the strategy was just kind of just run him down. Early nades almost connecting. That would have been such a devastation for the mental that K3 is just clinging on to. Strong through A side is Virtus Pro. They don't want to waste any time. Let's see how this execution goes out. Halava ready with the Piranha. Magic on the other side of the map, taking out Malikin. Big kill on the board to stop any potential rotates. They take sight and then they just hold.
Good shots out of Duras. Magic goes down. Hong goes onto site, and you know this is going to be challenged aggressively. 2 members tight, holding from VP. close over site. Once the shotgun second doesn't quite go down. 3 kills come through. It's K3 do swing strong onto site on the plant. The device goes down, but it's only Andreezy left alive to defend it. 1 versus 3.
Got it from behind. Griffin. Oh. Close.
You had to feel for a second he was about to turn that around. The 180 with the shotgun. There's probably a 336 hit count there. Maybe not even that. Fair bit of damage done.
I mean, both attacking strategies seem very similar on both sides. It's just let them have it. That's all it is.
2-2. Full steam ahead. 10 and 5 for FMX. 13 and 6 for Hard. I mean, the 2 forward-facing members of the Virtus.pro squad that they like to get in the action. They're definitely feeling comfortable in this one today. See the jump shots coming out, and it's not just showing off. It is to help fighting the shotguns, keep the ankles out of the common positions too. This new open area over the A site there, great show by the spectators. Access for util as Andreezy's shotgun claims the first blood onto Huava.
Up next is Magic, and Malikan wants a piece of the action as well, getting it instant straight out. 3 versus 4 on the board right now. Make it 2 versus 4. As I continue to spam numbers, they keep changing. 2 versus 3. Blasty smashes Andreezy out of this round. Griffin and Blasty not linked up, complete opposite sides of site, but can actually clear this quite well if they deal with Hard first, who's trying to get a sneaky kill through back alley. He picks up a good one, but he's going to get flanked instantly. There it is. Hard gets the flank off. Blasty is going to try to get some shots through the wall. The TRG has the pen, but will it connect? 28 seconds on the board.
Catches the nose of the barrel. Shot over the plat. It's not going to find the wallbang either. Blasty slowly running out of time. 17 on the clock. Creeping. Sneaking. Takes the wrong timing to try and swap to the secondary, and Rask catches him with a headshot to close it out. Virtus.pro finished their second in the head-to-head, 9-2, and a 2-0 overall scoreline. Virtus.pro's Hard and Rask and FMX at the top of the scoreboard. They're all over the double-digit scoreline, a 10-kill and more performance, but that MVP comes out with a 14 kills and 7 headshots. A 50% headshot rating. Pretty darn good at this level of the competition.
Yeah, Virtus.pro smashing it home. 2-0 for their best of 2 today. A5 is their playing field, doing even better than they did on Skybridge. A3 could be feeling the pain as they look towards their enemies tomorrow, and that of Sicario. Try to take that home and do what they can. Try to study up a little bit before tomorrow's game. That being said, I think that today's Bay 5 matchup here that we just saw was all about fragging. Yes, utility came out, and yes, it was placed well, but it seemed like more alongside the K3 lineup is that they didn't care at all. They just wanted to get in there, and they wanted to kill. So when it comes down to the gun versus gun matchup, Virtus.pro, they just had the aim on lock. They just had it locked down. K3, better luck next time. Maybe back to the old shooting range.
Long way to go for K3, but they've been consistently making improvements. The one thing that we've been very impressed with the K3 for the fact that they even made it here this time around. K3 have been a team from the EU scene, if you're not familiar, that had been seen to be carrying a very small curse, struggling to qualify to get into HPL on a couple of occasions, even for the Arena Cup series, and the first time we ever actually saw them again having an issue getting out of that qualification stage as well. So nice to see that K3 managed to make it into HPL for EU this time around. But not only that, they managed to place 4th out of the 8 teams, earning themselves their spot and their invitation here to the Arena Cup Series Season 4. And we weren't expecting them to place maybe top 3 out of the 8 teams across CIS and EU, but we were hoping that they were going to get a great exposure to the top level of the competition to see them continue to improve and grow, which was why they found themselves qualifying here over the TFG squad that then separated shortly afterwards. K3 did a phenomenal job in the EU season in taking the win against TFG in that head-to-head, and ultimately that was what made the difference for them qualifying here to ACS. So they earned their space, but there's a difference between beating the likes of TFG and earning your space to get here and facing the likes of Virtus.pro. It's no slight to K3. Virtus.pro are just that much better, and that is what it comes down to on the day. It was a valiant effort, but things went as we would have expected. Tip of the hat to K3. A salute and an 07 to Virtus Pro. I don't think we expected any less. A job well
yeah.
done from them on the day, and they will be happy to collect the full points from that head-to-head.
Absolutely. Great breakdown there, but let's head on over to give some love to the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we'll signal another giveaway, so make sure you keep your eyes on lock, because once it's prompted, make sure you don't spam it. Just put it in once in the chat to get entered to give away 2 free lines of stash space in Escape from Tarkov, the main game. We'll be giving away 10 of those to 10 lucky winners in chat. Make sure you head on over to the Battlestate Games Twitch channel and put the prompted code word, which will be !stash. Put that in the BSG chat to be entered into win to give away a free 2 times lines of your stash. Get that little bit of extra stash space. Now you can probably fit a few car batteries in there. You know, I know everyone's gonna need that for car repair. Therapist is gonna need some car batteries, perhaps a tank battery. Lots of different goodies that you can come over on Arena to grab from the dailies and stuff. Send the crates over. You're gonna get a lot of new space, as this hardcore wipe is extremely hardcore. You want to keep a hold of all of those items and make sure that you use them properly. Absolutely. !stash. Once again, a reminder, Battlestate Games Twitch chat only.
Yeah, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get your hands on the goodies in chat. That's the benefit for joining us and watching throughout the whole performance. Obviously, an additional bonus to the main feature, which is the epic action that's going on screen. But thanks to the sponsorship from SteelSeries and the partnership with Battlestate Games and the Hunt Premier coming to fruition in bountiful volumes, we've got so much stuff to be able to give away to you guys, including these stash lines. Kirk was an exceptional entry yesterday, and he managed to gain himself a couple of stash lines to add to his stack, meaning that, what are you going to be doing? I mean, I know what I'm doing with those 2 extra lines, Kirk. When I put those stash lines in mine, I'm going to be claiming many a valuable crate, those pink and purple ones for watching the tournaments and for getting those quests done. I'm going to be adding my arena crates into the bottom there so that I can open up maybe a key card, maybe a couple of keys, because this time around in that hardcore wipe, they're extremely hard to come by, even with the increased key spawn rate for the first week of the wipe. So definitely something to get your hands on, and if you want some extra space to store it in, !stash in the chat.
And that also signals another kind of, not giveaway, but something to provide to the chat, to all you gamers out there, for everybody. A new quest is now available in Escape from Tarkov Arena, so make sure you launch the game to check it out. It is called Arena Pantheon. This quest line will allow you to progress through it and reward yourself with one of the new camos that has been added to Escape from Tarkov Arena. We've all seen it and we've all wondered, how do we get this? But there's 2, and one of them will be rewarded to you after completing the Arena Pantheon task line that is now available for everybody.
Nice and simple. Simply log onto the game. Task will automatically be accepted upon entering the game. The weapon paint kit, the Graffiti ACS White, is a unique reward available only through this quest line, so make sure you complete that within the time frame to access that unique reward. It's an exclusive reward for being here, folks, and of course nobody else anywhere around here will have known how to get that paint except from being present. You guys sat in the chat, all right? So not only the gifts of giving coming from those giveaways, but you get the first hand to all the action and the hot drops when they go off here. We got to see the first look at Iceberg the last time we were featuring for you guys, and this time around the quest dropped right here, right now. So go get that Graffiti ACS White paint. You will also receive along the way Battle Pass experience, Battle Pass points, GP currency, and Liga medals. And the task will be available for completion until July 19th at 10 BST. Okay, so make sure you get yourselves in there, completing that quest. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, that's going to take us to some highlights. And I believe, Kirk, we're setting ourselves up to tee off for a little breather.
Yes, absolutely. After every single game, we'll cue that short break and a highlight reel of what we got to witness in this previous game. So why don't we head on over to that highlight reel, and we'll be back soon for game number 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the Arena Cup Series, Season 4. We are here live on the Battlestate Games channel, partnered up with the Hunt Premier channel on Twitch to bring you guys all the amazing action. My name is Crack Wisdom, joined in the booth by Kirk on the lurk. We've already had 2 of our ties down, Kirk, and we are on to our second half of the day, which is set to start with a very close match.
Yeah, yesterday most of the games were just 2-0. There was one there at the end that finally went 1-1, and starting off today, the first 2 are also going 2-0. But I mean, if I had to pick any single best of 2 out of the day today to go 1-1, it would probably be this one. But it's all kind of down to the map pick at this point. We know both of these teams have been specializing in certain map picks, so a little bit later we'll see exactly where we can make our predictions based off of those.
Interesting to see what those map picks are going to be, actually. That is one that I am very curious of for this head-to-head. But before we look into that too much, we could do with discussing the actual 2 teams that are going to be taking to the pitch. Outcasts.epa taking on Tarkov Help in our next match, but a little bit more, not necessarily important, but more hype for the folks in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some winners for the giveaway. Drum rolls, please. Kirk, we get a little bit of a desk roll going. Get the guys in the chat to give us a little bit of a drum roll.
Who's it good? Dash
flying into the chat now. Coming out with the giveaway winners, so we have J Smitty 012, Asmund Diaz, It's Don Solo, Flick Lob, Ilionte, KV, Easy Peasy, Pepe J, LSD, Treox, Mosin Man, all winners in that giveaway. Congratulations to all of the 10 of you. I believe that is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 winners there in the giveaway. All you need to do, ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves into the Discord, create an all-important ticket, and we'll get that prize right on over to you. Kirk, so many people winning prizes, man.
Hey, Hunt Premier Discord, we want to make that absolutely clear. Yes, these are given away on the Battlestate Games Twitch channel, but the codes will be received through the Hunt Premier Discord. So make sure that you go over to the Hunt Premier chat. You can type !Discord in chat or whatever the command is. I'm sure the mods will point you in the right direction. And you're going to be looking for the Contact Us text channel in the Hunt Premier Discord, and then use that to create your ticket. Make sure that you do that, otherwise your ticket's going to be given to, or your winner's going to be given to someone else, or possibly thrown into the void.
Looking forward to seeing some of you guys out there with some extra stash space, showing us all your awesome gear that you've got locked down after your hardcore wipe, which I'm sure we're heading on into. And congratulations again to all 10 of you in the chat taking home that awesome prize. More gifts to be given away further around the rest of this weekend and coming into next weekend. But it's time to take a look at our 2 teams going into this next head-to-head.
Ladies and gentlemen, they've been through name changes. They've been through it all since all the way back in the team fight days. It's Outcast EPA on your left side. 2 key members, Walker and Blitzer, being part of this roster forever. Swaps have been made, and now it's going to be locked into Pablo, Nemonas, and Fox.
And on the right side of this head-to-head, and coming in from the CIS region, as touted the number 1 seed at this moment in time, Tarkov Help, scouting Natrig, Evie, Solyara, Pomani, and Romza taking to the stage to really try and put a dent in the Outcasts.epa approach to this group stage. Currently, Outcasts.epa sits at the top of the group after, like you said, matchups were split 1 apiece towards the latter end of yesterday's action. Today, this one really is for all the kahunas. Outcasts.epa have a chance here to be able to slam home a 2-0 victory and really put some distance out the top of their group.
Yeah, Outcast EPA have had a specialization in Skybridge recently, and that's yesterday when they went up against Jumbo Team, going 9-7 there. So it wasn't an easy fought victory, but it was something that did end up going their way. And this is what we expect from a team that has put so much time into their specific map picks. And as we can see right here, obviously they're picking up that Skybridge for the second game of this best of 3. But starting it off, it's the first map showing of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Bowl will be picked up for Tarkov Help.
And if I'm not incorrect, Outcasts.epa played this matchup, but the other way around yesterday for their performance, where they ended up splitting the ties between Jumbo Team, but earning the 2-0 due to the tech DQ. So interesting that Tarkov Help were comfortable to take them back to a map they've already seen them on. Obviously, you want to work with some information you've already got in the back pocket. So good live in-game feedback from watching them play the day before is probably a good piece of live research to work off, right? You want a point of contact that's pretty fresh. The day before is about as fresh as it gets when it comes to action. The flip side to that, I don't know whether I prefer Skybridge for Outcasts.epa or Tarkov Help, I'm going to be honest with you, Kirk. I think this is another map that a lot of teams like right now. Clearly, as it's been played a lot as well. But do you consider a favorite on here?
I don't know. Like I said, I definitely, just from my experience in casting, I've seen a lot more European than anything else. So the Outcast EPA, they speak to me a lot more in terms of what they can do in just the performances I personally watched. But I mean, Tarkov Help, they've been a consistent top 3 team within every ACS that they've been a part of, and not only that, but taking it home in multiple second place winnings in the Epic season series as well. So regardless of that, I think Tarkov Help and Outcast CPA are a very well matched team, and I think both of them are seeded to be second place in the respective categories.
I don't.
That's what I
Tarkov
think.
Help in second place was not a statement I expected to make going out of Group A, I'm going to be honest with you. I looked at my books and having a look at the predictions yesterday after we joked about a little bit of it, and honestly, there's a couple of stories that look a little bit crazy when you have to think about what results would take them to get there. But if you look at how that stands them in the group, the actual overall result doesn't look that crazy. Some of the just scenarios to take to get to that position are the ones that seem rather against the curve. Against the curve is probably going to be the name of the game for this one. Tarkov Help are going to find themselves in the lead when it comes to having some pressure around the map, I think, on Bol. And it's going to be in the hands of the Outcasts.epa squad to maybe be the first team to pull a CIS team's defensive side, maybe force some of those rotations to work advantageously. Do you think Outcasts.epa have been the best EU team for utility so far for Arena Cup Series 4? It's something that's definitely stood out for me.
I don't know. I mean, yesterday, obviously, Pandaric Apex taking home a win against Tarkov Help is no shy feat. Obviously, they
True.
didn't do it without a massive retaliation from Tarkov Help. They're only winning 9-7 there, but utility is just, it's been the name of the game for a long time, ever since it's been put in. And I think the way that I've seen Outcast CPA perform in the past is that they have their specific roles and they stick to them. They know exactly where the utility is going to which player and how exactly they're going to use it to either defend or execute an attack on site. And Bol is the place where utility is the most commonly predicted because it's such a standard, map of play. A site has that popular defense where all the defense back up because they know the utility's coming, and then once it gets put out, then they move forward. I want to see a team not necessarily focus so much on the utility, but on the attack. I want them to take advantage of that empty space the defenders leave open on A site and just push in and take it before they have a chance to even move up.
Tarkov Help one of the slower teams when it comes to really full force aggression, where we saw Virtus.pro and K3 really going at it head to head for a lot of the rounds in the previous game. Tarkov Help not one of those teams that will consistently slam the steel bat against the brick wall to knock it down. They like to go about it with a bit more precision, a little bit more enforced, encouraged gameplay throughout teamwork. Outcasts.epa, I feel, a very similar perspective, actually. Lots of utility work from Walker that's been passed down the lines now. You see Nemenas doing some amazing work with it, and Fox, as Hawk was mentioning yesterday. These two teams find themselves very heavily balanced. Pomani on the shotgun versus Walker on the shotgun. Fox on the MCX versus Romza on the MCX. You're going to see similar trades of kits from player to player and see these two teams very evenly matched all the way down the scorecard. The difference, I think, Kirk, and this one is going to be an on-the-day factor, whereas the two matches beforehand were maybe foregone conclusions before we got into the game. This one's going to be decided on the pitch. Bol and Skybridge, each map a piece. I could see this one, actually, honestly, if I'm going to throw a real weird one out there, I could see each team here taking each other's map pick.
Think so. I mean, that's definitely happened in the past. It's definitely something that surprises a lot of us, but it comes out more often than you think it does. If anyone is less interested in the utility play and are more interested in the fragging out, the two members, in my opinion, you want to look out for are Solyara from Tarkov Help and Fox from the Outcast EPA. These are going to be your, in my opinion, the biggest headhunters, probably the most amount of kills on the board. I know most people are just in for the action, the kills, the devastation that these fragging players could bring out, and those are going to be your two key members. But like you said, the utility has been spread out. Usually it was Walker, but it's gone other places. Fox has been picking up some smokes every now and again, also some V40s, and Emanas getting a big 5K yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday, but back in one of their last games that they had to play in the LCL. So not only is he on fire, picking up a page from Fox's book, but also learning from Walker, the utility master himself. Jack of all trades is what I like to call him, and I think that was a big pickup that they got from Sicario back in the day, and it really just made this roster work even better than it already did.
And I'm really going to be honest with you, the one thing about the Outcast.EPA lineup that we've not spoken about just yet for today, going into today, that I'm going to be keeping my eye on is obviously the meme of the crowd. Pablo, 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 Pedro, Pedro, Pedro. We never know when this man is going to pop off. I'm telling you now, Pablo has been absolutely tearing it up. Dropped a casual 20 bomb yesterday, and it enthuses me every time because he doesn't come in ones and twos. Pablo deals in threes. The man's got a triple stack slipped up his sleeve at all times, and he just casually throws it out like he's out of some Marvel comic back in the day when we saw magical cards and explosions from the boomstick of dynamite. I mean, we're throwing back to real worldy references here and some nostalgia bumps. I'm showing my age like it's never been shown before, but this man is built different, and the fact that he took a week off before he came into ACS and then just casually drops a 20 bomb on the first day back is another thing to be said. So lots of potential down the Outcast.EPA side. An arguably dominant force, if not even more powerful, out of Tarkov Help. Some names that have already got the title champion over their head. Romza, part of that first ever Season 1 Arena Cup Series team that won in Paravision. He's already considered the champion. He's been through the heat and the fire and the flames and come out the other side with the golden crown. The Tarkov Help are well weathered for this. Can Outcast.EPA put a dent in their run?
I don't know. Outcast EPA looking for their first place title in any tournament that is strictly Div 1, right? I mean, they've got first place in actually, was it Pandaric or was it they were first or second in the LCL, but when it came out to any amount of HPL games, Pinnacle tournaments, they always come up to second or third, and it's so devastating because they've worked so hard for it. They've been non-stop practicing all the time. It's just what they're known for, and all of a sudden it's come down to this, where they have to go up against CIS teams to claim their very first Div 1 first place spot. This is going to be the hardest challenge yet the Outcast EPA go up against. And Tarkov Help, I know I personally believe them to be a second place team, just going off of how they placed in previous ACS tournaments and their respective Epic season. But I think they're both second place contenders, and we'll see what happens. I think they're evenly matched. EU and CIS are different playing fields, but I think they can match each other pretty well here. Like you said, depends on the map, and we might see a surprising turnout in one team taking the other team's map off of them, and it going both ways.
I don't like betting on these type of games, okay? I love the fact that the chat goes wild on the channel points for these, right? I did call you out, exactly, and I'm going to go into that. Don't you worry, I'm going there, Sunshine. We're going there. I did call you out. Chat, in the green screen in the break, we had a conversation between me and Kirk. We like to talk about our channel point bets because we like to talk about the Gamba. It's a good bit of fun, and we like to get you guys involved in the Gamba too. So when you see that channel point prediction go up in the Hunt Premier on the Battlestate Games channel, make sure you lodge your channel points on who you think's going to win, because you could end up doubling your channel points for one. You also might claim yourself a little bit of a wise man if you get the prediction right. But I've always said when it comes to these kind of predictions, if you're going to suggest something, if you're going to hint towards predicting, just full commit, like all in, throw every channel point on the line. There's no half measures. You can't kind of think someone's going to take it. If you're passionate, you're passionate. So I was grilling Kirk a little bit in the background and saying, if you're going to do it, commit all the channel points. But we will see. I'm going to be throwing mine on one of the two teams. I definitely have a favourite for who I think will realistically win. And of course, we've all got our favourites in our heart for who we hope will win. And we want to hear everybody shouting that out in the chat right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that Hunt Premier has some great emotes to be able to show off your favorite team. And I believe they're actually maybe not. No, I think yeah, they are subscriber emotes. But yeah, if you don't want any ads, I mean, you could throw a little Twitch Prime our way, and then get yourself access to some of these team emotes as well. So it's absolutely free if you have that Amazon Prime account. You should hit that sub button over here on the Hunt Premier Twitch channel. And also, thank you very much to Battlestate Games for hosting it on their channel as well. We are very grateful over here at Hunt Premier to be able to provide the Arena Cup series to everybody at home and allow the production team, the beautiful production team that everybody has worked so hard for to get here on Premier, putting on ACS4 for everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us in these times, and we're so grateful to be here. Hit that follow button. Also join the Discord and the Twitter at Hunt Premier to stay up to date for all information about ACS and upcoming tournaments, Pinnacle, HPL, everything. It's all locked down there on the Twitter. And thank you for entering in the giveaways, which you can so graciously claim by joining the Discord as well.
Apologies, I had to make sure the glasses went sliding off the end of my nose there, as the temperature right now is having me stewing in my seat. It's so warm. Folks at home, I hope you're enjoying the temperature just as much as we are in the booth. It wouldn't be a brilliant tournament without the feeling of summer in the background. Sported, sponsored by SteelSeries, brought together by the partnership between Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, and going to be brought to the table on the field between Outcasts.epa and Tarkov Help coming up next. Following that, our final matchup for the day is going to see the Pandas coming back to see if they can make better on their performance yesterday, which really did start their campaign off for their group stage really well. They also look in one of the favoured seats in their group, Kirk, to be comfortably out as one of the top 3 spots. But, as we said in the Arena Cup Series, anything can happen. Mm-hmm. There's no place that anybody here wants to drop the ball. Because if you do, one lost match, as TFG found out, could be the difference between making it to ACS or not, or making it to the playoffs in the ACS or not. So we really, really got to see everybody, if they intend or they hope to make it to those elimination stages, to start locking it in right now.
Hey, and you know what? I think this is the shortest amount of time between ACSs, right? So, you know, there isn't like a whole 8 months or 12 months in between tournaments where you need to really lock down a brand new strategy against teams that have completely swapped things up. There's been a little bit of time for stress to kind of stay the same and teams to read each other here. So we'll see how this round number 1 on Bull plays out. Very strong on site on A. The Outcast CPA, they're immediately starting off pushed up instead of back to not get lined up by the V40s.
Natrick slicing the angles, just trying to probe and poke his way onto site here without losing anything. Smart play on site, actually. Keeps that position held down. Pomani with the shotgun's going to take Nemo out. Nobody home on headshot. Smoke goes out. Counter util towards Romza with a great nade on Walker on site.
Thumbs up for 2 right now. Blitzer and Pablo last remaining, currently cut off by Smoke. Also no marksmans on either side. We're going to see how this plays out. Pablo's going to find his demise over on A side as Blitzer is in the place she normally is, holding down the other site. Solo, she survived a headshot earlier on, but Solyara will finish the job. Another headshot, this time penning the helmets, taking down the Outcast CPA roster. Round number 1 goes to the hands of Tarkov Help.
Well, you can definitely tell why Tarkov Help were happy to bring Outcasts to bowl for the first match. You can see that they 100% have locked in from yesterday's match alone the standard default defense that the Outcasts.epa squad are set up for. You saw utility specifically sent towards both locations on headshot and on site. And in doing so, Tarkov Help remove 3/5 of the problem before they even have to bring the guns to bear. This then follows through to an even stronger performance as they push onto site and a flawless first round.
Walker out here with the semi-auto Saiga, very uncommon so far at ACS. Most players have opted in for the full auto, perhaps saving some points, some MP score, perhaps some extra ammunition. I know you're a big fan of the Saiga, Cracked, and you know how to use it. Tell me what Walker is going to do here to demolish the Tarkov Help side with that gun.
It's different choice in perspective. The gun has durability problems. If you full auto fire it a lot of the time, the semi-auto weapon, much better. You can spam the semi-auto with mouse button clicks, a similar level of fire rate, if not slightly faster than the full auto one if you get it right. So you've got that quick nippy trigger finger. It actually doesn't benefit to have the full auto shotgun because you're more likely to jam. So a little bit of nitty gritty in the detail to it there, but it comes down to the skill ceiling of the player. If you're not as good with the semi-auto weapon, you're not so great with that trigger finger, the full auto definitely has its place.
Absolutely. Great breakdown there, too. You see if these nades can line up. Walker on top of the box on site. He gets one, but not before Tarkov help. Take him to the slaughterhouse. It's 3 quick kills, and Site Control will swiftly go in the hands of them. Blitzer is going to look to try to get some revenge, but again, the smoke cuts her off. Heavy bleed and light bleed on the side, but Evie all the way over from Jenny will shut her down here. Second round again goes to Tarkov help.
They definitely have cooked up a strategy here to work into how the Outcasts.epa lineup defended yesterday on Bowl. You can see the Outcasts tried some form of an adjustment there off of the round with a bit of difference in utility and slightly different positioning to catch them off guard. Better results, but not the conversion they were looking for, Kirk.
Positionings were slightly different, but not too different. Blitzer was quicker on the response this time, and that's what I like to see. Pretty strong out near offices. Being pushed out, getting away. Oh, Solyar actually hits it. Must have been through the wall. Nemo will feel that pain. Pablo swings the corner to trade out. Before that, Blitzer also got a big one. And this time, the Outcasts EPA are looking much better. And they are in a position where they can instantly rotate. However, they're not really linked up currently. And that's going to result Pamani grabbing one with no one there. Trade him out.
Blitz actually managed to squeeze herself out too in the middle of that trade. The kill feed taking its time to catch up with the action as it's all going down too quick. Nade out towards Split does take off the majority of Pablo's health. He's going to have to top that a little bit before he starts moving in. Walker takes the forward aggressive push with the shotgun. Starts to use that Enforcer kit to take some space and ground. 3v2 with 30 on the clock. The Outcast.epa squad need to move now. Up,
Walker's
down,
really good
Pamani's
shot.
good for one, Roms are good for the second, Pamani for the third. It's not even time to talk about it. It's already done and dusted with Tarkov help clean house on site.
What? It was looking really good for Outcast EPA there. I mean, they started it off good. Unfortunately, one of them got caught out with a shot through the wall, which was exponential. Unbelievable recognition of that. Quick headshot, but I mean, I really also liked Brahms' play there to switch it up. Last time they were in that similar position, he held Jenny, and he got the kill, but this time he backs up, switches it up, goes up top med, throws it off. Walker does spot him out, but it was kind of too little too late at that point. Tarkov help, again, shut it down swiftly, 3-0 on the board.
Heavy adjustment. Outcast.epa thinking for a B round potentially there. You see two members hang towards spawn just in case there's action towards the B site. Now confirmed not so much and showing that Tarkov help have been A every round so far. They fully overstack. 3 towards the A site, 4th near Con to be able to swing round from Split if needed at a moment's notice. Pressure towards Jen actually coming in. Nade over to the top of Med is not going to find a player home actually. Evie just off the back of the ramp, prone on the floor, keeping nice and safe away from that util.
How does one get 3 fractures is what I'd like to know. Fox? I need a couple splints. Hopefully this painkiller lasts the whole round. Not too much going on. Look at this. I mean, the Tarkov help, this is what they've been doing. It's been extremely slow, and then they explode within the last 20, 30 seconds, get the bomb down, and it's been working quite well for them. They're trying to do it again. Natrig's getting a nice lineup here. Is anyone going to be home to receive it? Close up is Nemo. He's going to be hugging the
waiting in front
wall.
of this smoke. They're trying to catch somebody pushing forward. Look at the movement from the two Tarkov help players that are on the curtain. They're not trying to push forward. You see how they're like sideways moving just to try and pull the aggression. Outcast not falling for it. And this is a little bit of the CIS region's tactics being played against them here. No rotations out of the defending side. One falls, trades her in. The shotgun's not going to do the damage. Natrig finding a great double. Pablo pressuring down. Evie's got Fox. And you're right, Kirk. 20 on the clock, and Tarkov help take space onto site. The bomb's going to go down and plant with 10 seconds left, but it's more than enough time.
Yeah, and players aren't necessarily linked up. Blitzer's going to have to jump past that split if she wants to link up with Pablo. Evie's going to be prone yet again and taking another life. Long range shots too much. Natrig finishes it off. Blitzer is just feeling the pain. She's constantly the last one alive, and there's so much for her to deal with when she actually gets to split. And this time, however, Tarkov Help didn't have the smoke to cut her off. They threw it a little bit early, or perhaps they didn't make the execution as quick as they wanted to.
Looking towards the approach on the defense here. I wouldn't be surprised if a B site push out comes. Knocking. 2, yep. 3, yep. Outcast stack heavier towards the B site. Natrig gets one off a spawn to the split nade, though. You can't be dying to those at this level. Walker takes a nade that he's probably seen a million times over. He's going to be kicking the dirt over that. Solyara finds a kill onto Blitzergirl. The shots from Solyara out of the mid-pressure from the nose towards that top apps position also makes another member retreat. Nemo has a response. That's the only shining light in this round for the Outcasts at this point in time.
Yeah, after Walker falls there, you have a look on the left side of the screen, and you can see where the rest of the utility it is. It's nowhere. Nobody on the board had any amount of grenades. Walker had all of them, so that was a key member to get off the board. Obviously, you cannot predict exactly who you're going to kill with a cross-map nade, but the fact that it was Walker was the biggest member to get off the board. They back up. We can see Fox picks up 2 nades off of Walker's body.
Roms is waiting for an audio cue for them to retake site. They have a timing on this. There's a read here from Tarkov Help that says that they expect Outcast.epa to be on site by a certain time. They're holding this nade for the 40-second ticker. You see, this time around, Outcast.epa adjust a little bit. They back off. They don't push onto site at the same time. It doesn't go in the way of the fight, though. Pablo goes down. Jumping on is one. Fox for one. Pomani shuts him out. Instant 1-for-1 trade. Shots through the smoke towards Jen to a teammate. Might actually find Pomani nearly knocking down one of their own. It's Romza, Evie and Pomani versus Nemo. Nemo jumps off the side. He's going to immediately get taken out by the cross, though. Romza doesn't miss those. Tarkov Help move to 5.
They're doing the same thing every time. And it's working. At some point, the Outcast CPA, they got to recognize it. What can you do in this situation? Maybe save those V40s. Try to, I mean, they have been saving them, but they haven't been giving them much at all. Walker's been throwing them near ambulance, not picking anybody up. Maybe focus more on Curtain, as those 2 key members are always there, Curtain, ready to go with 20 seconds left on the clock. Get a deal with those guys.
Watch for the util out of spawn and watch where the 3 Tarkov Help floating members are pushing towards this ambulance with. There's the nade onto split. Slightly slower timing this time, just in case it was waited out. Walker knows the tricks of the book when it comes to the grenades, though. He's going to double wait. Ducks back, tucks back, and avoids the late throw. Now on site. Walker looking to set up one of his own. Counter nade towards Ambo. Nemo's good for 2 kills. It doesn't need to happen. Nemo and Fox come together to find 3.
Instead of waiting for the push, they decide to push themselves. Catch them off guard. 3 quick kills results in a full team roster here for the Outcast CPA. One of the first times in this game that it's resulted in just that. Team ace for the Blitzer girl and the rest of her team. 5 members alive at the end. And they finally get their first round win here in the 6th. It's been a while. They finally get that breadstick. They need to push at least 2 more before the sides swap.
Yeah, this might be the time for them to come alive. We saw a slightly slow start out of the gate from the Outcast.epa squad yesterday as well. Fox got himself into the game. Was struggling in the early couple of rounds, but a couple of kills now from Fox. You see Blitzergirl also nice and comfy at the top of that scoreboard with a 5-and-5 performance on the spear. Good to see a great showing out from Blitzergirl. Quieter playing from that B side. Sometimes you can feel a bit stifled out of the game when you're isolated over on that point that doesn't get hit very often, but still managing to get herself in the action when she can. Fairly aggressive push. You can see this one coming. Tarkov Help just going to brave the smoke. No, Rom's just going to find one from the distance.
Walker's back at it again. Look at it. Looking for one onto Romza or Solyara over here. Does not connect. Back at it again. Smokes up. Curtain. We're going to be looking at a smoke towards split as well. This time Pomani is going to be peeking by himself. Forced to back up, and Natrig from downtown all the way back by A-Plat picks up Pablo. Too strong on anchor. Is it going to be enough?
Trying to use that sound of the bomb, dropping that one there out behind curtain to cover a bit of the audio of the footsteps and the util being pulled. A little bit of smart play with the mines, thanks to Tarkov Help coming together with some crazy ideas that come to fruition. 2 members left from the Outcast.EPA squad to hold this one off versus 4 of Tarkov Help, and it's starting to look like 6 and 1 might just be on the horizon. Evie, good for 1, good for 2. That closes it out. Tarkov Help cruise to 6 comfortably in this one. Outcasts.EPA look like they've got some ideas to throw at the table, but Tarkov Help do not look to be worried at all about map number 1.
No, not at all. And this was their pick, right? So you think Outcast EPA can wipe the dust off for Skybridge and possibly give them a little bit of their own treatment?
Looking at each other now, just trying to figure out who's going out of the gate first. Very interesting there. You see Tarkov Help disciplined all the way to the point of making sure that everybody's out of spawn in the correct order. Tempo crucial in the game if you're looking to put yourselves in front of the enemy for a tempo play. Quick push aggressively out of the front. Fox finding some fire of his own. Romza's there, ready to cover it off. The extra pre-fire as Romza thinks it's a big push through. Actually loses the rest of his magazine for nothing there as it's only one push out. Fox trades 1 for 1. It's a good pick onto Pomani as the Enforcer is the one to go down. You'll take Scout for Enforcer any day.
Top med.
Romza. What?
Oh, so close. Now Cigar. Oh, shots ring out by Ramp there. Romza's going to pick up Walker, who's not necessarily this aggressive normally. Decides to swap it up. Doesn't work out. 4 versus 3. Evie's looking a little worse for wear.
I like the change up. Tarkov Help had looked like they were sitting a bit comfortable, and that speed out of sight actually really did throw a wrong one for a second for Tarkov Help. Romza was there to cover it off and shut it down before it got real critical damage area, but Fox does make the difference, and this push from the Tarkov Help squad really has come to a halt again. The bomb has been dropped, as we saw the round previous, to cover off some audio, but doesn't really matter too much. Shots out, so Yara picks one from Platt to the hop-up position. Close wall, Pablo's being sliced from Dice Natrik. Pablo steps, good moves from the man on site as he gets himself 2. Solyara closes in for the 3rd, and it's now all down to Blitz in a 1v2, but Pablo has just about made it possible.
Their smokes are just so perfect. Just every single time that we see Tarkov Help get some smoke on the board, it's just in the best place it could possibly be. Blitzer completely cut off right now with 40 seconds left to go. As we can hear the smoke stop pluming, we realize that she has a decent amount of time to work with. However, Tarkov Help not going to be aggressive for no reason.
It's the Nightmare Cross too. She can get on site and she can force Evie to wallbang through the side to challenge it. There's 2 of them there ready. All they have to do is jump and fake. That gives space for Evie to move up top med. Now with 20 on the clock, Blitz can't push through curtain and get back in time as well as challenge top med. That's the push. And the burst goes down. Solyara holds well. Outcast.EPA looks to try and steal a second away on the defending side, but Tarkov Help close out their first half 7-1 on map number 1.
I think it's not that uncommon that we see teams not perform well on one side, but once it swaps up, it's like they're a completely different team. And I'm really looking here for Outcast EPA to prove that to be true. I want to see them come out and start smashing it out on attack. However, I think in the past, they've shined a lot more on defense, regardless of the map that they've been on.
This first round is a big one here. We've got to see the Outcasts.EPA squad be able to put down as much dominance in the attacking half as Tarkov Help did. Romza opens up with another grenade.
Unfortunate.
Another one.
Walker for a quick one. His doesn't connect. They are on attack now, so he does have the option for a second. Early Christmas present, perhaps, for Pomani on site. Walker can line this up just right. Then playing back is the defense, waiting for all the utility to come out before they make that push. Evie taking some more space here, though. And Nemo's so weary of it. He's like, there's no way nobody's playing tower lane. He spots the top of his head. He's going to be locked in on this position. Evie, do not stand up, brother.
You know what this is, don't you, from Tarkov Help? This is an anti-Walker setup. This is anti-util. Depth they've given in a load of space just so that any grenades for forward positions. He misses the timing. Evie's head popped for a second, and Nemo's not going to realize he's across now. Uh-oh. Oh, don't step. Maybe Evie, don't step. Well, I stepped, and stepping was the wrong time. 3 go down, Evie for 2. And another on the backside. So Yara's going to step up and wipe down the rest of the squad. It moves to 8. Tarkov help take themselves to map point in the first and head-to-head.
I mean, come on, Cracked. We talked about it before. I mean, I think Tarkov helps the top team, man. I think they're proving it here. Yes, this is their map pick. Yes, they could get smashed out on Skybridge, but with 8-1 against such a legendary team and that of the Outcast EPA, that's got to be, even though you're not getting a trophy for this game, you got to give yourself a gold star at least.
I mean, Tarkov helped play Panderic yesterday, who arguably have shown more strength than Outcast.epa recently, and they went 1-on-1 with them, and that was a tough enough feat. So you've got to really think about it in a similar scenario here, where it's exactly the same concept, except Outcast.epa a little bit more of a disadvantage in this one. They have potential to hold their own against this team, but Tarkov help have turned up with a plan in mind today. Blitz is good for the first as Pamani goes down. That's a good look.
Oh,
that's a slightly less good look as Walker then puts a pinball in a pocket for Woes. Oh my soul, Yara's disgusting for 2 on site. Nemo and Fox do have responses as trades 2 for 2. Claim back site space. Nemo under fire. Pincer, good for 1. How does he find that kill there between 2 people with the bomb on site? The Outcasts EPA squad might just have turned this one around. Fox on Gen, stepping out as Evie. Bomb is down and planted, and Fox has got the cover. Outcasts survive a round.
A lot of the members on both of these teams going quite even in terms of kill count. Walker there sporting the breadstick, though, unfortunately. He's that utility guy, usually going to be staying back a bit, but unfortunately the Enforcer Saiga hasn't really been playing to his advantage here. Even when he gets aggressive through Curtain, yes, it threw them off, but didn't result in any kills.
Weak B-side defense. 1, 2, 3 members of Tarkov help hover towards split, though, to be able to rotate in. Audio telegraph. The Outcast.epa squad set up towards that B site, and you can already see that rotating member going to CT. Be prepared for a grenade straight out of defending spawn down towards that 90 angle. Fox picks up Solyara. Here comes the grenade to counter that push. Waited out well. Oh my word, it doesn't find a home on anybody, actually. There's 2 members down there for it, but the 3 members, 1 taken out. Second, Pamani is responded on by Fox. Pressure good so far. Pamani's not moved a muscle.
I mean, it's difficult to at this point. Your teammate falls and then you get smoked off. Hamza's there to back him up, and Evie on the other side of the map looking for a sneaky little flank. This could be a huge pressure relief if you can get a kill off here on Walker.
This is perfect from Tarkov help, actually. Pamani makes the best decision. Walker goes down into the smoke, though. He's good for 1. He is going to be traded out, though. That's worth it. They'll take 1-for-1s with numbers advantage. 2 remaining Tarkov help members are going to come together, try and pinch the top apps and below. First, Evie's good for 1. Pablo goes down, lone on the ground. Pablo then leads into Fox being taken out. Evie's got the space, and it now flips on its head. 1 versus 2. Blitzer girl left in a tough scenario. Has to get this kill onto Romza, gets the shots down. The one goes quick, and Evie finishes it off. Tarkov help claim the game right at the end of it. 8 seconds left, the deactivation comes through, and Tarkov help take the first map on Bowl, 9-2.
How crazy was that flank from Evie, though? That was quite a savior play. Getting up top onto site, taking down one of the members crouched. Walker was also pruned as well and being punished after getting 1 kill, though, so not too bad, but I got to really give it to Evie there for a clutch play at the end to secure their final round here. Shutting it down, 11 kills. Evie comes on top. Ramza close second with 11 kills as well. Congratulations to the gang. Tarkov help. Game number 1. We're going to Skybridge next, though.
Yeah, Romza MVP, 11 kills, 5 deaths and 8 assists there. A great performance out of Romza. Couple of crucial fights where we saw the Outcast EPA squad stacked up heavily in numbers, and the likes of Romza or Pamani or Solyara in a couple of instances honestly picking up maybe a couple more kills than really should have been legal for. A couple of times that numbers advantages did not go the way of probability. Tarkov helped take themselves a very confident first map. And that thought for a 1-1 split feels a little bit less likely now after that first performance, I'm going to be honest with you. Tarkov helped absolutely steamroll the first map.
Yeah, it was so demolishing there at the start, even just shutting out rounds so fast. At the start, it goes quiet, and then all of a sudden, it's just one after the other of the Outcast EPA members falling to this Tarkov help. Really coordinated strategy and attack that they have on A site. Can they bring it out on Skybridge? Outcast EPA have previously been sort of the opposite of what they were in that last game, where they were the ones smashing out the competition, playing with their food, if you so will, where they don't even give the enemy team a chance. And this is a team where I don't think they'll have that same confidence just based off of that last game that they had to go up against. And now I hope they can start off on defense and possibly get that strategy on the go that I was talking about earlier, where they push up on A site, they take Sandwich really fast, and they take KFC fast, so they can force Tarkov help onto left shoulders across the board.
It's a great game. One from Tarkov help. The first map, honestly, overall played exceptionally well. They showed patience in bounds. It was actually so much to the point that we said on multiple occasions, I mean, with 40 seconds left on the clock before, I want to say before they even felt pressed to need to start taking space to site. And it leaves me wondering a little bit that pressure that you normally feel on the attacking side, like we've got to get this bomb on site, almost felt like it was put on the defending half as like, oh, we've got to do something. The time's running out and they've not done anything yet. And that feeling in the back of the minds from the Outcast squad felt very much like they were forced into needing to do nothing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like they could have probably had a much easier game by matching the slower pace and just giving sight and letting them run on at 40 seconds and then doing a similar thing back. Maybe almost a retake look versus Tarkov help, thinking about it in hindsight. It's crazy to think about. But that's going to be for our teams to be able to figure out between now and the end of the Cup Series, because Tarkov help have set themselves up so far for a very good push themselves. I mean, man, this is a tough group. We've said this many a times. It's a really tough group. I'm really curious as to who's going to come out on top. We've got another matchup, and this one is another one that I'm looking forward to after this. Don't get me wrong, we've still got another map for the Outcasts and the Tarkov help. I'm just really excited to see the Pandemic match as well coming after this. There's so much great action and entertainment still left today, right, Kirk?
Yeah, absolutely. Jumbo Team being necessarily might seem new to some people, but that is previously a lot of the members from Ancient Fighters have come over and swapped the name up. Jumbo Team will be that new name, and they participated in the last ACS and put a really good show on. However, in their home turf, necessarily not coming out in a top 3 position. And I don't know if necessarily things have fallen or a potential change in coaching or anything, but it seems like they're slightly going down in terms of, that seeding prediction that we would put them in. But I'm really hoping they can come up and try to take a top level team, the scariest European team, in my opinion, and that of Pandemic Apex, off the board and put some points on for themselves. Obviously, yesterday it was a 0-2 for them, so they don't have anything right now, but it's only day number 2 and time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, last game on Bull will result in that Tarkov help win, and we're going to see some highlights of exactly how they got there and how they did it so swiftly. Let's check it out as we head on over to our standard 4-minute break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 4. This is day 2, and we are getting down to the end of the day's action. We are a half of the way through our second last match of the day, where the Outcasts.epa are currently in battle with Tarkov Help. So far, they've not seen too much battling, but they have seen a lot of battering. The Tarkov Help squad has absolutely dominantly put their first foot forward in the first half of this tie by claiming a very strong victory. Now, the teams are going to swap sides when it comes to whose map we are going to. Whether that changes the scoreline is the thought on all of our minds. My name's Cracked Wisdom, joined in the booth here by Kirk on the lurk for the Arena Cup Series 4, brought to you guys by Battlestate Games, partnered up in collaboration with the Hunt Premier on that Battlestate Games channel live on Twitch. We are live on Hunt Premier as well, so we can help get as many of you guys access to the entertainment as much as possible. And we're just very grateful for all of you guys being here today. Kirk, it's been a stonker's day of action as always. It never fails to exceed our expectations. We've got much more to come.
Absolutely. Like Crack said, we're going to be swapping over to Skybridge, Outcast EPA's map pick. They had a difficult time in the last game, but I think they can bring it back. Now, you talk about Outcast CPA utility all day, but Cracked, let me know, has the recent changes on Skybridge actually affected their ability to place proper utility here, or have they adapted to it all?
I think every team has found Skybridge to be a different environment since the changes. A lot of the util has been drastically affected by the scenery modifications, and the ability to play with a slower tempo and pace tucked into a corner on this map is not as prevalent anymore. 90-degree angle, something that the Battlestate Games development team specifically looked to target to try and encourage more proactive gameplay as a whole. A great perspective, I think. Pamani is going to open up, immediately ripping the legs of Walker apart with that shotgun. Solyara's good for 2 off the back of the ramp as the Outcast.epa squad seems to melt smooth like butter.
The timing for Blitzer is unbelievable. A millisecond too late. Stops looking and gets shut down by the Saiga. Fox, the last remaining bomb, so close in his grasp. That rig will end up in that prone position. Gonna find him from all the way downtown. Finish him off as Tarkov Help take the first round. The Outcast CPA map pick.
Same start as we would have expected from Tarkov Help. Outcasts.epa on the attacking side on Skybridge. Do you think this map is attacking side favored or defending side favored, Kirk?
And I mean, I think that those changes to the utility in terms of like the map changes have benefited the attackers more. So I think it's a lot more even now than it used to be, but previously I would say slightly defense.
Curious. 2 members of Tarkov Help immediately into VIP. 1 retracts back quickly after they realize it's not an aggressive push challenge. Good shots from Natrig. Are going to find Nemo Nat to open out with a headshot. Shots through the wall from either side as Fox trying to return some abuse of his own. Don't manage to make the mark. Pamani with a sickening one tap of their own onto the dome of Walker with that Piranha again, finding success at the headshot height. Not quite able to land the jump shot, but Blitz also, I think that was one off the dome as well, if I saw that right. The health bar took a sliver of damage.
Yeah, Blitzer just narrowly getting away from that one. He'll back up, though, on the assault, so Propital most likely in place. Too strong a VIP. 2 back behind sight. Bomb is up the furthest pushed up, actually, near KFC. And Fox is... This is Fox's playing ground right here. Exactly. Attack near Sandwich is where he'll get most of his kills previously, but Monty gonna get slightly aggressive at VIP and take Blitzer down, and Pablo soon to follow as Fox is the last one remaining for the lineup, and that's a second for Pamani, rather 3 in 1 round.
Tarkov Help do not look to have done any maintenance on the brakes. This vehicle not needing any reason to slow down. Full steam ahead, 2 on the board. The attacking round from the Outcasts EPA lineup. Obviously, definitely something that I find more tough to execute after map changes. The environment is less familiar to both teams, but for the defending side, you don't have to do the hard work. You don't have to get the bomb down, which definitely doesn't play to your advantage. The
Really
grenade
need to
out puts
stop
pressure
aggression.
down.
Yep. Oh, man. Right shoulder for Ramza. Falls Fox looking for the trade, but ends up getting Ramza a double. Pablo near sight, red thorax. light bleed. He's got a couple members to deal with here. Solyara looking for more. He'd be pushing up quick.
Here. This is the hope. Walker has to hope that they don't realize he's there. He gets Eevee in time. Pamani doesn't show. Walker's going to get the double. This is good, and this is the play that the Outcast, the EPA squad needed to make to be able to change. Bottom ramp. Walker isn't coming up the stairs. Natrig versus Walker. This is another big fight. They win this out, and they've got access to one of the sites. Bomb comes past. Walker's just going to play guard. Pressure put down. The bomb does make access to site now. That flanking member's going to swing straight out of KFC as soon as possible to try and match that tempo. Smoke goes out to cover it off, and Walker's going to try and challenge. The bomb does go down as Natrig's there already. It's all on Walker. He goes down. Blitz last left alive in a 1v2, and now in the bomb is nowhere to be found. She's going to run straight on into the waiting arms of Romza.
It's a full house for Tarkov Help. Oh man, 3 for Romza, 2 for Natrig. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your time. If you're an Outcast EPA fan, to let them know in the chat they need your energy. They need to they need to form the spirit bomb. Give them your energy, chat. They need it now.
Yeah, keep a secret Kamehameha wave holding in the pocket. Now would be the time to throw it as if you're an EPA, Outcast EPA fan. The Tarkov Help don't need any help. The only thing they seem to be doing is helping themselves to a smooth sailing ride. That nade is cruising towards. That's dangerous. Off the ankle of the first member. It catches the one on the back. Marnie gets one with the shotgun. Blitz comes out with 2. It's a double kill from Blitzer Girl. Nemo goes down. Natrig nails one to the head. Blitz and Fox have responses though. Outcast.EPA finally open a numbers advantage with the bomb in a good place.
It's up for Outcast EPA right now, but I mean, Blitzer Girl put in most of the work there, 3 kills, and she's looking for her 4th here. Quadra possibly on the board. Smoke goes up, and that's going to reveal Fox's position. So Yara taking a quick angle, smoked off. This is probably where pre-fires through audio cues are going to come out. Forced to back up here. Blitzer's still hungry. She has the right shoulder too. She might just catch Solyara here. Gets away. Oh, he wants it. He wants the fight.
55 on the clock, and he wants to have that fight regardless. I think he knows that it's coming back. It doesn't matter. Blitzer Girl is more than ready for it. 4 on the round, like you said, Kirk. 1 shot of the ace. And the queen of the court comes back, kicking to claim OT around.
That was her first kill that round, too. Wiping the dust off.
I mean, all of the players on the pitch are capable of it, right? Doesn't matter how long you sit on a donut for. It could only take the 1 round for any one of these 10 players to pop off and find themselves a full ace. Nemo's done it. Natrig's done it. We've seen Solyara and Romza do it many a time before as well. Possibility for both of these teams is endless, but nice to see the score being kept relatively close in comparison to the previous game. The Outcast.EPA squad need to try and put more of these together. That nade towards KFC is good as again. The bounce the curve, it barely takes one out. Pomani's going to back it up with the shotgun though, and that 6 members pinned into KFC. Down goes the bomb.
Still strong up for 5, and Romza just demolishes Nemo the second a pixel even appears on his screen. 5 members still strong. What can they do? Pamani looking worse for wear, but should be able to back up and get a quick, easy heal off. Natrig's going to be challenging Walker here. Left shoulder advantage, or disadvantage for Walker. Romza's also there with Natrig on the double peek. Eevee falls. Blitzer finds 1. It's all going to be wood sounds. Solyara from the back. Does he make it connect? It does. Walker hits the dirt. Pamani shuts Blitzer down for the second one there in the last few seconds. Tarkov Help are just a demolishing force on Skybridge, showing them how to run their own map. This is not what we want to see.
I almost mistook Tarkov Help for backup dancers for the Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball anthem there, for the way that they are destroying their opposition at this moment in time. There's definitely a big fat Wrecking Ball swinging through this arena, and there ain't no stopping it. Tarkov Help up 4-1. Natrig 6-1. Pamani 9-2, by the way. The shotgun demon for Tarkov Help, stepping forward and putting those piranha shells to use.
Oh my, all the way downtown. Solyara just so accurate. One of the top fraggers I mentioned you want to keep your eyes on. Not giving up just yet. Still holding that same position. There it is, the second one. Bomb is down, and Fox is going to be forced to challenge the headhunter Solyara. What's it going to be? Fox punishes him.
Good shots out of Fox down range on the MCX. Good recoil control to find the bullets needed. Blitz with a really good pick-off actually finds Romza on rotation. That's one of the more dangerous players of Tarkov help down. Pamani and Walker having their own little dance of death over on the other side of the map, completely miles away from the action, but these two probably having their own little mind games. Walker knows Pamani's here, we can tell. Pamani 100% probably not so aware Walker's here, but just covering off for a potential up jungle flank with the bomb. Oh, Pamani! Big boo!
And that box is not wall bangable either, so
Oh,
great
look at the
patience
pressure.
and recognition.
Walker's here. The rotation's coming in from KFC. Look, Kirk, the bomb's already here. If Walker gets one of these two, this could be huge. Evie's really smart, oh, on the rotation. He recognizes Walker's forward position, looking to find it tucked. This is not good for Walker. The left hand doesn't favor him here. Evie knows he's here. Down Walker goes. One's in. 2v2. The flank could be everything. Keep your eyes on Blitzer, girl. Fox is good for one. Foxy!
Ooh.
It's not even Fox. Wait, you're kidding. What? Blitz got there right on the end of it. Bruh.
Hey, you said keep your eyes on Blitzer, girl.
I did. There's no way she's there right at the time. What great play from both members. Walker makes it work. The positioning and like, how does that end up being the play? We're all unlocked into the B site, and Walker and Pamani are busy playing silly gooses over on the A site, and that ends up causing the plan. What a great round. Crazy.
You're aggressive out of the gate. Full-fledged battle inside VIP. Natrig finds the first with a nade near KFC, but Pamani is up for the second. Tarkov help are looking better than ever. As soon as I say it, the caster curse comes out. Two are down for Tarkov help, and it's all even now. Pablo. Looking worse for wear in the health department.
That lifeless corpse in front of us in VIP fell in such a comic fashion. I had to stifle a good giggle there. That one just got folded and crumpled. You love to see it.
Open.
Pamani.
Look at him. He's still moving. He's alive.
Oh, speaking of alive still, Pamani tucked in the corner. Fox there for the trade. That's a great shot out of Pablo to put pressure down on Apex, trying to creep up on the back of the third-party action in VIP. But it's Romza.
Pablo still didn't heal.
Look where Romza is. He's right in between them.
Excellent. Oh, that is patience paying off.
Oh, it looked so good, but the minute you recognize that Romza's already in between them. How?
I mean,
how did he get there?
The decision-making was so good, too. The bomb is going off in your ear. It is right beside you, and you still are completely locked into the one member that matters that you need to take off the board. He locks it in, gets the headshot, and no hesitation. Flips around, easy kill. Tarkov help up for another one. If that was me, everything in my brain is saying, kill the bomb planner, kill the bomb planner, kill the bomb planner. Like, now.
B-side pressure. No longer a weak side hold from Tarkov help over to the B-side. Two members over there. Definitely weaker, but not classified as under pressured. Down lane 3. A lot of distance to cover from an attacking side. Heaven's going to get challenged. Blitz gets good shots down onto Solyara. Ramp goes down. From there. Difference making position. Steps out. And Fox finds him in the smoke. That's a great trade off of sight. Fox going to take that space for himself. And then Lamal actually going to back off towards lane 3. I thought they were going to move in and put that pressure down, but no, they read there's a member close, and instead they're going to back off and smother the distance.
The cheese away might come back to bite him here. Thorax is a bit red. Blitzer, though, she's putting in so much work. She's did it before. It's already 3 kills again for Blitzer. She's on fire this game. Multi-kills everywhere.
Shotgun's noisy, but its bite is not as strong as its bark. Evie puts down Walker. Last left alive and not much health left to speak of. Blitz is on the hunt. It's Blitz up in heaven, and you know Blitz is going to take that one there. There's another 4-piece, and Blitz is on fire inside of this one. 11 and 5. Blitzer queen.
Double the kill count of the next closest teammate. Fox up for 5. It's like she just picks her round. He's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna pop off this round. I'll wait a couple rounds and then I'll go off again. But I mean, single-handedly even getting a kill onto Sol Yara, extremely long range all the way at the back of Train from top heaven. She makes it work with the 1x scope. You saw Sol Yara actually at the start of that round already receive a headshot from Blitzer and walk it off. Decides to peek it again. No, this is the queen of long range, the queen of B-site, whatever you want to call her. She's got your head.
One thing I'm going to be interested in right now is Nemo on the scoreboard, sitting at 0-7. When's the last time you ever said that? Well, not anymore. There's the one.
Hey!
His hand drops onto the head of the big man, King Killer, and Romza from Tarkov help as well. It's one of the most important kills to find his first blood. Evie's there to respond, though. Walker, the captain, and the comrades is going down. Outcast.epa push a little bit too far forward now as Nemo falls prey to pressure from Sol Yara. Shots out from Fox trying to keep Evie at bay, but only do that for the moment of time. No findings of the kill from either end. Shots traded back and forth. Both of them not willing to give up the fight, scrapping it out for health.
Yeah, not a bad member, though, to lose out health on. Scout, obviously. Green stims are available. Fox is already almost fully topped up. Too strong KFC, though, for Tarkov help, and I don't think there's any more nades left in play here for the Outcast CPA, so they should be able to walk up here for free with their right shoulder. Smokes, excellent, excellent. Just saving them. Perfect.
Tarkov help restabilizing now after a couple of rounds of lacking success. Slower approach onto the A site, a bit more constructive, a little bit less over-aggressive peeking in battle body systems. Instead, just going to retract off a site now with 40 on the clock. And 4 members strong. The setup hold from KFC and VIP with the cross.
Nat Rig falls, and look at that. Instantly, Tarkov help. 3 quick kills to shut it down. 6 rounds for them in the 9th. Halfway. Neocast CPA. That was the first round of the side swap, though. Tarkov help. Starting something new. Like to see the Outcasts actually kind of adapt to what they're doing here. They've done it before on Bowl, and they do it here on Skybridge. They save their utility to the last moment. Most importantly, their smokes, and they can use that to get an easy site execution.
Going to watch very carefully and closely which way Tarkov help go about their attack on this round. Great shots out of Fox, who's going to fold the first into VIP. Nemo again is good for util kills on Sol Yara. 2 down. The Outcast.epa start round number 10. Up 2. That shotgun chunks Walker for a little bit, but aggressive push out of VIP. Finds Spumani in the back of Nemo's crosshair. Walker's there with the shotgun and the space is open, and he's going to take it just down to Romza. Bombing KFC, and I'm going to be honest, Kirk, this might just be sayonara, Sweet Prince.
Mm-hmm. Going swiftly the other way this time. And not only do you have to reveal yourself to so many people, but they're going to know exactly where you are once you pick up that bomb. You might just get swung by 3. No, patience.
That's the Pablo that the Outcasts.epa squad need to see. That's the mentality and the composure that they need to display to match what we saw from Tarkov help in their first attacking round. You got to keep that discipline, not exposed to any of these unforced errors that we saw in day 1 that caught a couple of the teams sleeping a little bit. Both teams have evolved in this one, Kirk. We've definitely seen a development from both sides, and the pressure is on. Outcast.epa squad have got themselves within 2 of Tarkov help. They're within reach of keeping this scoreline fair.
Looking for what Tarkov help can pull off early on. They're normally aggressive, but this time they're going to be sticking back. They actually took early aggressive in VIP, but as Blitzer finds Sol Yara up in heaven, that's going to be the bomb down and in a spot where they have to expose themselves to get it back. Romza is pushed up close on that left lane, but Evie is going to be stuck dealing with 2 members of the Outcast CPA lineup. Romza in the battle of his own over here. 2 versus 1 again. Not going to get too over-aggressive, but we need that bomb control. We need to do it fast before a rotate comes out. Possible flanks as well.
Fox wise respect to the shots, and Robinson is going to try Piggyaka red train. You can see Fox both times he steps out of the fight and lets his teammates step in for him. Pablo and Fox working together. Pamani reaps the rewards of the distraction though as Walker goes down. Evie stepping long into Blitz. That's some really good shots to put down one of the big killers on the Outcast EPA squad. Fox responds with Pamani out of it. It's Evie and Natrig in a 2 versus 3 to try and extend that lead back out from Tarkov help to 3. Oh.
Evie had the right idea, but Nemo just played it even better, right? He played behind the box where Natreg couldn't support his teammate. Still, yet again, Nemo looking for even more. This is his time to shine. He's only got 2 kills on the board with nades, and then finally grabbed another 2 in the most recent rounds. Natreg with a red Thorax, though. It should be an easy pickup for Nemo if he wants to just free-fire this. What's he gonna do? Oh, he ran out of ammo!
5 to 6. The Outcasts EPA squad closed the gap. Blitz 12 and 7. Some good performances out of Nemo and Pablo Fox combined over the last couple of rounds. See the Outcasts as a squad rising up to be able to defy a little bit of Tarkov help's early attacking rounds. An adjustment coming through soon. A shake of the head from Romza as well, and that's something that you'd be a little bit scared to see.
Yeah,
This Tarkov help squad. That's it. Well, they're not gonna be frustrated about this. You know that's gonna be a come on, shake it off. Now we come back even more aggressive. Hey up.
Ooh.
Yep. Shades of hide and sheep off the angle nade. Walker throws one out towards KFC. Romza finds the kill onto Fox. The IT pressure denied.
A bit of Pablo action. Reski's here, and Emo trying to get some work on for the flank as well. Evie's gonna duck down, and the glass is gonna stop it. Crosshair not necessarily on, but the whole team is backed up to stop this flank.
Necessary action. Meanwhile, in the background, the other side of the map has got Walker trying to run in his own distraction on the other half, and it's not going to work. Reaching for the bomb is Natrig. Pablo's in the right place at the right time. Good shots onto sight. Don't actually connect to the member hiding behind the box. Pablo in the 1v3. Definitely doable. Seen it many times before. Shots don't connect as Evie steps, peeks, and doesn't want to waste the angle. Nice shots from Pablo. Ripped the head of Evie. Officers trying to just waste some of that magazine that he's trying to burn down. More than enough ammo to play with. 45 on the clock. Bomb in sight. 1 member known on site.
Yeah, I think if I was Romza here, I wouldn't want to necessarily challenge this, given that a teammate isn't close to respond. This
He knows.
be
He knows
close.
full well where he's coming from. Pamani's just going to land this one, and the shotgun doesn't work at the range. The shotgun does work at the range. What is that? Somebody send this man a message to buy a lottery ticket, because boy oh boy, the amount of headshots with Piranha Pamani's claiming today is crazy.
It's been Piranha all across the board. I don't think anybody I've seen has picked up any Flechette or Magnum, anything like that. It's been a lot of Piranha. You can get so many rounds too, so you can, kind of just use them willy-nilly, because the amount of points that you can spend in turn of Flechette is quite a lot more, right? So shots through the wall have been common with the shotguns, shots through smoke, and as we see, shotgun through VIP comes up successful and takes down Walkers. Fox is ready there for the quick trade. Blitzer going to be going up against a few members here of Tarkov Help. She's got multi-kills on the board, and she's looking for even more. Caught in the reload. Pushed is Solyara.
But space and sight has been delayed for enough time for teammates to turn up. Pablo ducks into red and actually goes for a more defensive angle whilst he waits for Fox to work in from back of blue ramp and maze. Nemo coming in for support from jungle. 3 members of the Outcast EPA squad looking to retake this site quickly. Deep flanking member from Tarkov Help, potentially looking to cause a distraction in Natrig. That's the one to pay attention to. The Spectator brings us on board because they can see it happening just as we can up in the booth. Pablo finds one from the length down the lane, and then that's the one that's going to get caught from Heaven. Actually, Pablo turns it. Pablo finds the second before Heaven makes it. Natrig's here to close him out, but it doesn't matter. The work's been done. Outcasts have full site control, and Natrig is so distended. Can do nothing but look on in dismay.
Clutch
the pressure
factor.
down, never say that. Oh my word.
It's so, how do you even, predict what's going to happen here? Obviously, with the timer, it's got to be down to Nemo trying to stick that bomb plant out. Natrig shuts it down in a key position, right? Because what other position could you really be in to stop that, other than where Pablo was previously. But at that point, to get there, you're risking a huge, chance and death. Trying to make that space work. Jump down. Nemo might just be able to take your head off quick, so...
It's just all on Natrig with phenomenal shots. You have the Outcast EPA squad in the best position possible. 2 members on site, 1 to defuse and 1 to pressure the shots that are going to look to trade. And Natrig gets the better shots off in a 2 versus 1 with aim punch involved. Natrig finds the bomb diffuser. The nade goes to KFC. This nade has gone time and time again as well, and this time it does find a mark.
Yeah, this is one of the only spots that I think didn't really get much love in terms of the new additions to maps, stuff, early nades and stuff like that. EV starts it off for the second. Multi-kill queen still alive. Very dangerous member. 1 solo up through KFC. EV close by to support. Gonna be waiting it out though. Still so much time left on the clock. And as we can see, Solyara has a multitude of grenades ready to go at his disposal. The Tarkov help we know. Slow and steady, then get those smokes out the last few seconds.
Oh, I was waiting for the shots over the top there. You can see the jump peak just coming across and Nemo waiting in anticipation for it. Fair few amount of times you'd expect Nemo to convert on that with a headshot. Normally good for 1 with the jump. Cross. More damage dealt, but only chip damage thus far. Nemo not quite able to find the killing blow. Vavani with the shotgun won't worry about chip damage. That shotgun doesn't deal in chip, it deals in chunks. See you later, punk. Shotgun out of there. 2 versus 4. Tarkov helper in a great position. Oh, Nemo. R.I.P.
I mean, it's still possible to do something here, but I put it more on Blitzer. He's going to be hitting some jumps with no legs and no health. That is very risky. Blitzer's going to sneak on by. Maybe some trigger discipline. I'm looking for it here. No! Oh,
and that's the game.
Word. All right, I mean, it's good recognition, right? Because it's like, well, there's only so many places she can be. She hasn't shown herself anywhere else, so I might just be getting stared at, and there might be, there might be a gun pointed straight at my head right now. Whips around, amazing timing, but Blitzer had the right idea. And I don't think there's anything wrong with what happened there, but it's just unlucky timing.
12 and 8 on Natrig, 16 and 8 on Pomani. Solyara 9 and 9, Romza 9 and 9. Good scores all the way down the Tarkov help board. Great performance out of Blitz, Pablo, and Fox in this one. Nemo and Walker falling a little bit short of the mark for Outcast.epa in the final kill board, but a tough match from both sides and a well-fought match from the Outcasts in the second map here in that head-to-head, but it does end up with a Tarkov help 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, and Cracked, I gotta say, I thought they were evenly matched. It seems like I went the other way. Outcast CPA coming out, getting some more rounds than they did in the previous game, but I don't know. It's like Tarkov help. I've opened a new book showing Outcast CPA how to run their own map. Yes, they came back. Yes, they got good rounds on the board. The utility was great. Nemo getting 3 V40 kills, commonly thrown over towards KFC. Tarkov help didn't really, change it up. They were constantly there, ready to receive a grenade. It's not much warning you get.
It was interesting to see these two teams clash in a very similar way. We saw nades thrown from both teams on the same side, so an attacking side grenade thrown by both teams in a similar fashion to the same area multiple times over. We saw it play very much into Tarkov help's hands, where they seemed very familiar with how the Outcast.epa were playing that bowl map to begin with, and that they were very almost predictive of where the positions were, the common defaults were going to be. And that became the first target of abuse for the utility. That was kind of the overbearing factor for me on bowl, was Tarkov help were just able to leverage so much more through all of the different varying parts of the gameplay that EPA's response was very heavily nullified in that fashion. The flip side to this came into Skybridge, where it did turn into a bit more of a gun versus gun duel and more of a chess match in positioning, but where we saw flanks coming in from Blitzergirl and good rotations or fights on different sites pull aggression for EPA to success, Tarkov help were more confident in just executing what they'd brought as a game plan. They went to one site over and over and over again, and then when they were forced to make an adjustment was when they started to do that. So You can see that there is a definite difference between these two teams here, but you can also see that the underdogs in these teams are forcing some of the higher level teams to pull a couple of extra plays out of the textbook than I think they were intending to show before we got to playoffs. But nobody's really put one to the full test thus far, short of Pandemic Apex managing to take the one map.
Yeah, I think that Tarkov Help have really just honed in this strategy. I think they've worked on it for a long time and they bring it out on both maps. It's like, regardless of what the situation calls for, they know what to do and they stick to it. And it's very, very similar between the two maps. So, even really good at recognizing when flanks are coming out, well, they'll send multiple members just to deal with this one person, take them out swiftly, and then just get right back to business. I mean, this is just pure confidence at its best level. And who other than Tarkov helped to come out on top here, taking down Outcast EPA, grabbing 3 points for themselves. Man, I'll tell you one thing. My channel points are looking pretty healthy.
He loves the victory on that one, chat. You can't blame him. And if you want to get yourself some channel points of your own, then don't forget to make sure you're interacting with all those predictions going on. We're trying to make this event for you guys in the seats and the stands as entertaining as possible. We've got tons of things to give away. You've got tons of key codes to potentially earn by participating in those giveaways. You've got potential parts to add to your PC performance and setup, thanks to the sponsor in SteelSeries that you can get just by being present. And now, thanks to that amazing collaboration and partnership from Battlestate Games working alongside Hunt Premier for this Arena Cup Series Season 4, there's that brand new task line, ladies and gentlemen. A little reminder for you, dropped live here on stream for those of you in the chat first, exclusive information. A new line of tasks available for all Arena players called the Arena Pantheon. The task will be automatically accepted upon entering the game. Unique reward available only through completing this quest line is a weapon paint kit. It's the Graffiti ACS white paint kit that you've seen being touted here and there, and everybody's been so excited to find out how to unlock. Well, that's how you do it. Right here, right now, quest just dropped live in-game. You'll also receive some Battle Pass experience, battle points, GP currency, and Liga medals. The quest is going to be available until July 19th at 10 a.m. BST, so make sure you don't miss out on your chance to get that exclusive paint, thanks to that partnership from Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier during the ACS 4.
Absolutely. BSG throwing out some rewards for all the viewers out there with their own in-game quest, but also our gracious sponsors, SteelSeries, are up to give away some prizes of their own. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in getting yourself some godly gamer gear, you want to play like the pros, look no further than our sponsor at SteelSeries. And now is when we will prompt the giveaway for some of that godly gamer gear. We're going to be giving away a Rival 3 wireless Gen 2 Aqua Barrier mouse and an Apex 3 keyboard. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look on screen now because we have some videos and some showcases of what exactly these can do for you.
A sleek design, the Rival 3, SteelSeries Gen 2 mouse, a phenomenal piece of equipment, and vibrant colors, honestly, something that I'm really pleased to see. SteelSeries, not just for glory, but also for your gaming setup if you're one of our lucky winners. 2 great pieces of equipment. And ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure it is extremely clear for you, the first winner drawn will be the recipient of that mouse, the Rival 3 Wireless Gen 2 Aqua Barrier mouse. And the second winner will be the recipient of the Apex 3 US keyboard. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to SteelSeries for sponsoring that giveaway. Exclamation mark SteelSeries to get yourself in with a chance to win it for all of those amazing prizes. And whilst you take a moment to type exclamation mark SteelSeries into the chat, maybe pop over to the SteelSeries website, have a look at some of their products, indulge, maybe do a bit of window shopping for the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the giveaway has started. Exclamation point SteelSeries in the chat. Make sure you enter it on the Battlestate Games Twitch channel. Won't work on the Hunt Premier one, so head on over there, type it in the chat, exclamation point again, SteelSeries. We'll have a winner drawn here soon, but of course, there will also be another one given away, an Apex 3 keyboard. So going back to the mouse, ladies and gentlemen, this is a faster than ever mouse with a 1.9 millisecond click latency. I mean, this is the top level gamer equipment. You want to play like the pros that you see on screen, you need some SteelSeries swag to go along with it. The gaming grade mouse, 2.4 gigahertz wireless and Bluetooth. So you don't like that cord. I know personally, I'm not a big fan of the wired mice. They kind of feel a little bit weighty sometimes. Well, look no further than the Rival 3 wireless Gen 2.
Absolutely great performance coming in from SteelSeries inside of the ACS4. I mean, you can't expect any less. Every participant, player, sponsor, all part of production, everybody's kicking it all the way out of the park when it comes to the quality and their input there. Thank you to SteelSeries. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you get yourself involved in that giveaway. There will only be a small amount of time to be able to enter in, and these are exclusive prizes you can't get anywhere else, okay? At the top tier of the Escape from Tarkov competitive arena scene, Battlestate Games, Hunt Premier, and SteelSeries partnering together to power you up. We're going to be powering up as we've still got another match to take place. Pandemic Apex have got to fight off against Jumbo Team for our last match of day 2. And this one's actually set to be a hot one because Pandemic Apex actually look to be pretty strong in what they've been doing. But Jumbo Team, where we initially considered them to be the team as in the group of death, respective to K3 in their group, Jumbo Team performed well yesterday. And we're looking to see how well against one of the top teams in EU, whether we can get them performing at a similar standard. But that's after the break, ladies and gentlemen. We need to cut to a quick intermission, enjoy some highlights. We're back in about 8 minutes or so to bring you the rest of the action. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series, Season 4, Day 2. We have made it all the way through 3 more miraculous head-to-heads where we've seen CIS dominance be asserted today. I think the teams from the Russian scene have been very keen to put a little bit more of a authoritative force forward in comparison to what we'd seen on Day 1, and that absolutely ended in some of the strongest performances we've seen in a long time, including that from Tarkov Help just now on Skybridge. And to top off amazing and insane performances, we've got one of the tip-top performances coming in from our sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time to introduce the winners and announce the new recipient of that mouse and the keyboard. Kirk, a drum roll and some hype in the chat.
Let's get some hype, everybody. This is it. This is what today has brought. SteelSeries coming out with a massive giveaway throughout multiple days here at ACS, and we're finally ready to give 2 items away: the Rival 3 wireless mouse and the Apex 3 keyboard, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check it out. Put your eyes in the chat or open your ears wide, because the winner of the mouse will go to Elder Gilbert.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming in off the back of Elder Gilbert, swishing his way with a flick of the wrist to the mouse, it's going to be Curse Mortis coming in with a keyboard success as well. Congratulations to our 2 winners. And a round of applause to everybody for taking part. Thank you very much for participating in the giveaway. If you didn't get your hands on your prizes this time around, don't worry. Make sure you're present for every single one of the days in the Arena Cup Series, and then that way you might be able to have another chance at a shot at the prize. But a final thank you and well done. Congratulations, Elder Gilbert and Curse Mortis, your 2 champions of this giveaway.
Thank you very much for entering, and make sure that you're around here tomorrow, because we have plenty of other stuff to give away on the Hunt Premiere and Battlestate game stream, so don't go too far. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you have won that prize, if you are Elder Gilbert or Curse Mortis, make sure that you enter the Hunt Premiere Discord to claim your prize. You need to go in there and then look for the Contact Us text channel, make a ticket, and then try to claim your prize. Not try to, you'll get it, but just say, hey, I'm the winner, I'm this person, and we'll make sure we get that sent out to you. And make sure you give a thanks to SteelSeries, our beautiful sponsors that have opted in to give us lots of gaming equipment to give away over these next few days. Thank you so much once again, chat and SteelSeries.
Yeah, actually, a really cool statistic for you folks, Kirk. Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games partnership and collaboration, 100% success rate on delivery of rewards. Can you believe that? You won it, you're guaranteed to get it. That's right, all you got to do, join in that Discord, make sure you reach out to the moderators through that ticket creation system. Let us know that you're the champion of that amazing mouse or the keyboard, and we'll get that sent out to you straight away. Such an amazing set of entertainment backed up with such intensely awesome prizes. There's something even more explosive on the horizon than Kirk. Maybe it's time to put our heads together.
That's right, head to head, ladies and gentlemen. Pandaric Apex versus the Jumbo Team. The Jumbo Team is previously in ACS known as the Ancient Fighters, but this time they've come out with a brand new name and even more swagger. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at the right side of your screen and you'll find DOSJet, the captain of this team, shortly followed up by Vivoron, Gummy, Kaguya, and Madara Flow, who's been a really long time member. I know Madara Flow is one of those key members that you've taken a liking to, Crack, that you're always keeping your eye open for him. He's got something always cooking up in the back of his mind. But also sub players, cannot forget about them. Oshspiel, which if I'm not mistaken was a main player on the Ancient Fighters roster, but is now is now in the sub player position, but also joined shortly in the sub position by Scavation.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Kaguya popped out onto the scene like he does in the middle of an arena match. Some just out in the middle of nowhere suddenly is here and he's playing on the starting lineup. Oshspiel taking a seat back on the bench. Interesting concept there, but one that we can only speculate to accumulate about. No information on that one been passed across, so that their opponents in Pandaric Apex are going to be the ones that they are fighting off against today on the pitch, which we are selecting between these map pick and ban processes as shown for you here in that delightful graphic. Jumbo Team taking 4 off the table with the Pandaric Apex squad deciding to respond Bay 5 he's no bueno today. Picks of the table, Jumbo Team take us to bowl, and Panderic Apex are responding again with Skybridge. A bit of a deja vu dance when it comes to us on the casting couch. Kirk, familiar scenery all over the pitch.
Hey, I think that the most surprising thing here is that nobody banned Iceberg. What do you think? You think that's a bit scary to leave on the board?
I think it's something we've seen teams that either do one or the other against. It feels like a handshake. Either one team has done preparation on Iceberg, and therefore the other team has found it to be necessary to be banned. Flip side, another team or both teams have made it very well aware and known that Iceberg is not a map that either plays, and therefore they just handshake that it's just not one they're going to entertain on either pick or ban side of the table, and they're going to play with the other 4 maps. So it's the beauty of having 5 maps in the pool. It means that pick ban process becomes a little easier for each team to play more to their strengths. That's why we're very glad to see multiple maps being developed and that size of the map pool expanding. Also for those guys at home, they get to play. For you guys in chat, to drop into your pub games on a night time, it's nice to have a different map and a new map to try out once in a while. So always looking forward to the development from Battlestate Games to continue to improving the state of Arena right now. The competitive scene continues to grow, and as do all of us players alongside of it. The question is, which of these 2 teams is going to succeed or exceed their own expectations on the day today? Jumbo Team have a task ahead of them here. They already took a 1-to-1 split yesterday that got denied after a good performance. We shan't talk about the tech DQ. What we're going to talk about is the fact that when they were on the pitch, the team did a great job. This here sets a question for the Panderic squad, Kirk. Are they going to be able to put away Jumbo Team 2-0, as I think they would expect to do so, in line with what they're hoping for on their results in the group stage?
I think they had a arguably rough time against EPA yesterday, and rightfully so. I mean, they've been practicing, especially when they get taken to Skybridge, and they even pull out 7 rounds on top of EPA's map pick. But in my opinion, Panderic Apex is the scariest team in Europe, and for good reason. They obviously have backed it up with their tournament winnings as of recent in Pinnacle and HPL. So, I mean, it can only be more difficult of a task, right? There's no reason why we shouldn't expect them to have a more difficult time against Panderic Apex, who have obviously proven themselves to just have that slight edge over the EPA squad, but time will only tell, and these map picks are going to be very similar to what we saw before first bowl, and then we're going to be heading over to Skybridge, but I don't know, man. I think the Panda's got it. In fact, there's those channel points. I'm about to throw them in.
Skybridge, I was going to say, yeah, this is something that you should be engaging with in the chat if you've got your points ready to pad the pouch with. If you won points from the previous bet, this time around you get to choose whether each of these 2 teams are going to take it home. Panderic Apex, a Jumbo Team. Put your points into the various pot, depending on who you think is going to take it. We'll check in on that percentage in a little bit and keep everybody at home up to date with what the community thinks. But for me, both maps play into what Panderic do well with. That Ace has the range in his wheelhouse, should we say, with that TRG selection. I'm sure we're going to look at some shotgun play out of the side of Jumbo Team. We know Kaguya is going to be zooming. He's been speeding around and doing destruction in many different ways in the first days with the gameplay. And you did mention Madara Flow. I mean, shotgun see, shotgun do. I'm a shotgun player. Madara plays the shotgun too, so that's why I tend to keep a keen eye on that. It's something I'm very familiar with in the gameplay. There's something that, you know, it's very easy to see from a similar perspective. Like, I understand what decisions I would make and can see what decisions he's making, and then can understand the better perspective. You know, we sit in the casting booth for a reason. These pro players play it to a level of excellence, and sometimes the difference between that headshot height and the leg height can make all the difference in the gameplay. We saw earlier on 2 or 3 headshots with Piranha that had both of us in the casting booth like, how is this guy getting a consistent kill with a headshot height? Because it doesn't go through much on the face shield range. It does have good armor pen value, but it's not great. It's not above the average. It's just kind of mediocre.
And a couple on the jump shots too, making the Piranha connect to the head, and that's when you want it to pen the most. I think it comes down to luck at that point, right? It kind of depends on luck and what kind of helmets you have on, but it's not really too often that you see people run level 3 helmets, right? It's usually your level 4 minimum, right? And that's what comes out, you know, from the Cayman and other helmets like that have the option to add a little bit of extra armor on top of it, like the Fast MT throwing a slap plate there, right? I mean, I think we should be grateful that we don't have the level 6 Bastion.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's something that the chat actually mentioned in the last game. There was a couple of questions that I saw, so I do just want to address the questions in the chat. The shotgun runs a variety of different ammunition across base game and across arena. There has been a phase through previous meta in arena where Flechette was seen to be the best choice of ammo, but the way that limb damage got increased recently in a previous patch, it got risen up to 100% flesh damage now, and therefore more heavily impactful, where in Escape from Tarkov Arena, time to kill is a very small amount of time, and it's a very crucial factor to your gameplay. Piranha as a slug shell with its spread from the shrapnel allows you to two-tap to a limb consistently. 2 shots to a leg, 2 shots to an arm should knock a player over nearly every time. It is guaranteed 3-tap if you hit flesh without any dice roll. And it's so quick that it delivers time to kill way better than that of Flechette, which can take 3 to 4 to 5 rounds, even through tier 3, tier 4 to the chest, or when fighting a face shield. So there is a trade-off. Flechette does work better into headshot angles from that shotgun, and is way better for fighting if you're shooting from the shoulders up. However, if you go into the Piranha playstyle, you get advantages. For the trade-off that you have to understand, you address your positioning different. You can't challenge 50-50 to a headshot angle. You have to play around corners. You have to kite into angles and maybe play a bit more stealthy. That's where you see the likes of Walker, Rask, Pomani. They all get into these crazy positions, right? The round opens up and they tuck into a corner or they hide in a smoke. And that's so that that shotgun can get that impact that the player's looking for at the beginning of each of these rounds. So Piranha favored right now, but there are some sprinkles here and there. We see a little bit of Express, and we do see some still erring towards the side of Flechette.
Yeah, I really liked your focus there on the positioning, right? Because in my opinion, when you go up against really high tier players, right, if you're trying to fight a 50-50 gun battle, chances are the enemies aren't even going to allow you to see their legs before they already tap you in the head and you fall over, right? So the positioning is just so important and key when you want to run that Piranha Shell. In fact, Piranha Shell has less fragments than the Flechette does, so it actually has more damage within um, each of those fragments, as well as Flechette getting nerfed a little bit a while ago in terms of MP costs, costing a lot more than it used to. So Piranha is just sort of your go-to. It's situational when you want to bring Flechette, and it can also be your downfall. In fact, if you want to try to bring it out, and then all of a sudden you have a slap plate to go up against. Like, I feel like it's just more consistent as Piranha to go for. You could send shots through smoke, send them through walls too, because you have so much backup ammo.
It's an interesting one. That Enforcer kit's gone through a lot of stages recently. We've seen it go through phases of the Vulcan kit being very strong, the PKP being something that was seen very consistently, the change from having a chest armor to having the full body and the groin protection on the botter, the Ash 12 exactly coming in with both the PS12B where it went wild on the Scout and then went into the Enforcer on the PS12A where that's in that flesh meta category now as well. We saw the Vulcan change from being a Vulcan to being a choice between a Vulcan and a fast MT with a slap plate, and then that playing off in the sense where the M points, the meta points, so your meta score of your kit was a drastic consideration. Did you want to put 6,000 points worth of armor into your kit? And you can build an Enforcer now to the point where if you wear a back plate, a front plate, a Vulcan on that kit, you're actually over the mini score for the armor, not the overall meta score, but the actual armor belt. You're too thick. There is such a thing as too many C's on the end of the word thick nasty, all right? Unfortunately, we can't have people running around being invincible. So nice to see the adjustments on the meta kit score. The meta score overall feels a lot more suited to be a fair spread across the majority of the classes. I have to say, the Spear has looked really consistent. As a whole, as a weapon platform that players have been able to clutch up on and do good work with, the Spear has looked good. And I feel like the MCX has looked more consistent in this tournament than it has in very recent times.
I think the MCX has been one of those picks that has been around for a long time. In fact, it's one of the only weapons that has maintained dominance over a lot of other weapons, going back to ACS 2, right? It was M4s all across the board, but you still saw your MCX plays there. Once 5.56 kind of fell off, right, it moved more into the spear, into the MCX. It's just they're just bigger bullets that, yes, necessarily might not have some of the pen that we used to have with 5.56, but just the sheer armor damage that can come out, as well as just straight raw damage, and the fact that the bullet's just fatter and it'll just go through more of your body to do that extra damage. It also has higher chances for bleeds, fractures, stuff like that. So it's all about that little extra stuff that it comes down to. In fact, you're talking about old Enforcer plays. Do you remember when the meta Enforcer was just a tank with a 60-rounder SOSDM4?
You're absolutely right. So here we go into the game. Panderic, Apex, Crank, Rapid, Thates, Bakizi, and Codex taking on the Jumbo team. Kaguya, Vaughn, Doshjet, Madara, Flow, and Gummy. Panderic are going to start off on the defense on ball here. Jumbo team on the attack. And we see an extremely reserved defensive position out of the Pandas. Look at number 4 and number 3. Tower all the way deep. Bakizi, the captain himself, just floating between that CT position and lurking towards split.
Dosh starts it off. There's that MCX coming out, the only one on the team with one. He's looking for a second one with this grenade, though. Smoke goes out. Beautiful curtain smoke. Excellent. It seems pretty similar to how Tarkov Help like to play their attacking role. Otherwise, the only difference, I think, is that maybe they sent one near B. But Gummy for the second. Immediately strong showing here from the Jumbo team.
That's Ace on this TRG. Just scouting, trying to find a pick towards curtain, waiting for that smoke timing to drop off. Codex on site come under a lot of abuse, just trying to wiggle his way to some trade potential, but every time he steps to one another, follows him out from the Jumbo team. Madara Flow using the shotgun of his own to be able to make the damage work. That Ace trading shots back and forth, tanks a headshot, but not the second time around. Kaguya double dome will do the damage. Crank last left alive in a 1v5, and this is a nightmare scene.
Crank is going to be one of the sub players. See what he can do on this main roster. If he wants to show himself to be a top tier player, and by those 2 shots, I'd say he deserves to be there already. It's round number 1, and Crank is showing up like a top tier player himself. What was that?
Now, where is he going to find this next one from? He's looking for something to do with high pressure. And both members from the Jumbo team that could have been caught from a wallbang with smart rotations. Vaughn looking to match this push around. 2 seconds left on the clock is not enough time, and Crank's going to try and claim himself a final consolation kill on the way out, but he's going to be denied. Vaughn walks away wounded, and also the winner. First round in the hands of the Jumbo team. They start off 1-0 on ball.
More and more players I see are opting in for your zoomed optics here on Assault, right? We have options of the Validate and the Spectre DR. Not too common in the past, but it's slowly starting to make its way into the meta. However, how long will that last? There's a lot of attempts at meta creating, but there's a lot more times where it gets thrown away into the void instead of actually taken on.
Flash is going out towards site and curtain. Codex wearing the cool guy shades on side of his model just for a mere fraction of a moment. Relatively safe from the aggression for the time being. Not to be said the same for his teammate. The 2 Pandas currently lying on the ground. Vaughn is taking the best of the off-screen time to be able to make members fall off invisibly. Ghost in the night, he finds himself a second back-to-back. Now explosive onto site. Jumbo team start to put some of their forward pressure down. Gummy drops a nade onto the head of Codex. Catch. Not sure you want to catch that one. Kaguya gonna finish off Bakizi, the captain, and it feels like Jumbo team are cruising in a very similar smoothness to what we saw from Tarkov Help.
Yeah, I just think they're just a bit earlier than Tarkov Help was. They really like to kill that time and grab everything they can, but this time they use their utility and then they just push right off of that. Sometimes Tarkov Help would throw some stuff out and they'll still wait a little bit. Faced off round number 2, it is quite similar, but of course Panderic have Rapid back. They're ready to frag out with his signature 74N BS.
This is where you expect a pretty aggressive round out of the Panderic squad. That ace is going to find a first opening pick with the Balti. That's going to cue the forward force to start the march. Tetris, occupied, sight up. B-site player actually Crank working towards under apps, knows maybe potential for the quick rotation. Slower round out of Jumbo team, sees Panderic set to a similar pace from the round before, and what looked like an aggressive setup. The pick from the Balti actually takes the power out of the punch they were looking for.
I think Rapid actually is running unsuppressed. Quite surprising. That waffle makes a really good combination on that weapon. As we go back to him, we'll confirm, but I didn't see a suppressor on there.
I would be surprised. That would be the first time I'd have seen it as well. We'd have to be curious to ask that question afterwards. But right now, it doesn't seem to be too forward-facing for the damage. Yeah, they're really slow on this one. Again, it's the 40-second timer is going to be picking. Madara, great shots on the spear. Good trades back, though. Panderic have something in this, Kirk.
Dosh grabs one. He has another one close by. They're going to be working their way up. They don't have bomb control, and Gummy gets one, but Codex and Crank shut him down. Panderic grabbed their first round win in the third. This is what I'm talking about here. We need them to come back. Don't let that round count get too far away from you, and the Jumbo team are very well aware of how momentum works and pushing that round count up so high that you think that you're not even going to chance to come back.
Exactly. It's always a hot topic, isn't it, to say trying to put rounds together is the next necessary step for improvement, but that's the right case at this scenario. We've got to see Panderic put together 1, 2, 3, maybe rounds if possible, of pressure here to start really questioning whether Jumbo team has got an easy ride.
Standard nade thrown out by Madara. I think that might have been a smoke. Never heard an explosion or a flashbang. See a 1v1 over here. Voron and Crank. Crank was obviously going crazy. None of that full auto nonsense for him. He just places it on the head and lets it hump. A couple quick shots, and he backs up. I like this guy.
It's a interesting one, actually, because the coach of the Panderic squad, Banshee, hops by the stream every once in a while, and he has a good phrase. Slow is smooth. Smooth is steady, and steady is quick. Smart way to say it, but what he means by it is the smoother your movement, the more accurate you are, and the more accurate you are, the quicker you're able to execute. It's very wise. A good words of wisdom from the coach explains why Panderic are able to hold their own in the composure here. Maybe also leads to explain why they've had such strength recently.
It's so difficult for my mind to comprehend what's going on because we start off so fast within the first few games of today, and then all of a sudden, as it goes on, it just gets slower and slower. These teams are so different sometimes. They're just waiting for the alarm to sound. You know that something's going to come out any second now, and I hope Codex, he's got that full magazine, he's going to be aiming properly at the legs. Dosh just started off up top mid. Codex going to be swinging that right shoulder, picks one up, but not before Rapid gets a quick headshot on the Gummy. Dosh for the second one, and Kaguya up for the third. 2 versus 3 in favor of the Jumbo team. Oh my, shot out of the air! This is a no-fly zone.
It doesn't matter. No time to plan. I was concerned as to why the bomb had not gone down already. Panderic, they're going to claim themselves another round because the bomb is not planted in time. 3 seconds left on the clock when they make it onto site. It's an interesting one, Kirk. Teams, this is not the first time we've seen it, but just not quite making enough space to get that ball on site because of how much time they are leaving before the explosion happens.
But the round beforehand, they did it with still a minute plus left on the clock. They really waited this time. I'm not too sure what the difference was, but I don't know. It's like they really needed like this one little extra bit of information before dedicating anything. I mean, it's tough when someone's threatening to push you through curtain, but you also hear metal up from top med. It's like, where do I focus on?
Pay attention to the position on Tetris, where Codex was playing the last round by the box to the left of site before the drop-off from top med. That seems to be the position right now due to the changes from Ball that really is a cause for concern. If somebody's tucked in that corner, Once that player goes down, push through curtain, gen pressure, and headshot contest seems to become more accessible. So that's the one I'm watching out for. Shots from Kaguya. It's an opener, but it's an early, huge first blood as it takes out that big damaging pick player from that ace on the Panderic side.
One for one now. Rapid looking hot. Looks like Dosh is going to try to get some nade lineups. These are going to be your smokes going out most likely. 1v40, one smoke. We hear another one being prepped. Codex is just, he's so itching to get around this corner. Look at him. He can't wait.
You have to wait, though. That's the play in the spot. It's the patience, and the patience pays off because you don't need to fight forward from the defending side, Kirk. This is something we say sometimes about the Div 2 teams. There's a little bit too much antsy in the fancy, a little bit itchiness to get into the action when really you could just chill out and have an easy life. Sit back and sip on the pina colada whilst you watch the sun set. Codex claims one, finally shut down as Gummy's got action. Gummy's good for two off the top med. Crank on the flank timing. He's worked some wonders, drops the bomb and forces Gummy to have to think about his rear side. Round left, right, Crank dances, dips, dodges, and dives, and it does not matter because the timer yet again has gone. Crank and Gummy play a game of leapfrog on each other to finish the time off, but Panderic claim the lead and take their third.
Even if he did get him, he still got Rapid to deal with, buddy.
They laugh it out at the end. They have a good bit of a joke where they jump over each other a couple of times as they enjoy the fact that the time is completely gone. But I mean, it's back and forth in this one. Jumbo team definitely don't look like, inverted brackets, a fourth seeded place team coming into their group. They definitely look like they are here to fight for their spot.
No, I agree. I love what they're doing, and I think it kind of goes back to your famous quote that you had yesterday. I remember it was like a lot of P's. It was like, preparation prevents piss poor performance, something like that. And I think that's what they've been doing.
Flash goes out towards Jen, and only to start the sound of the cannons. The shotgun rat-a-tat-tat takes out that and the adversary of Madraflow. More importantly, bomb is down by Curtain. Codex barely surviving with a sliver of health left. Took down on site, trying to top it up a bit. Oh, man. There is a suppressor on there, Kirk.
Yeah, there is.
Whilst you remember, there is a suppressor on there.
I think it's because the CMRD threw me off. Usually it's the DS combo.
Absolutely. Interesting one, actually.
Yeah,
I quite like the Troy combo there. That's an adaptation, right?
Well, I think it's usually the VS combo, not the Troy. It just gives a little bit more ergo than the Troy does.
Gotcha.
But it's also a gas tube. It's not a handguard, right? It's a combination.
Yep. Spot on. Through the smoke, Rapid's going. This is going to be the play he's looking for right now. Bakisi trades one with Util as Gomi takes him out with a weapon. Rapid through the smoke. This is the play they were looking for. In and out. Can he find the bomb? Gomi last left alive. All Panderic have to do is shut out this last member, but Gomi's been great on the weaponry so far. Cleans up Codex and what's left of his health. Rapid going to do a good job of backing off again because Kirk. What's that clock looking like, my friend?
Yeah, the clock's back. Yeah. And you know what? I don't usually want to say it, but ever since Rapid came back, it's been a different game. He was out for like almost 2 rounds there. And then once he actually comes back, gets his feet settled, everything gets good and ready to go, it's a different game. Panderic, they might not necessarily be fully confident without their Fragger Rapido, so famous for single-handedly being the one with the top frags on the board. Crank is currently up with 5 right now, and Codex up for 7. Rapid in that 3rd place position on the team, but I think this is just a whole team of massive communication and teamwork, and without Rapid, it just all falls apart.
Early dispersal of Util from both sides. He's smoked towards Curtain again. Flash. A bit of pressure towards Generator from Jumbo Team. Kaguya up in that aggressive spot just left of Shark. Looking to maybe play for a pick. I'm not sure whether I saw that right or not, but I think Kaguya currently has his face shield up. Somebody should maybe knock on the door and nod to him and advise him to maybe put that down. That shoulder is ever so slightly sticking out from Rapid there on Gen. Kaguya is well aware of his position right now. I'm waiting for Rapid to jump shot this and for Kaguya to respond. That flash is really good to dissuade pressure. Josh Jet still picks up Rapid even through the flash after ducking away from it. Great reactions from the young one in Josh Jet.
Here come the smokes. Lineup's out. 45 seconds left. The Jumbo team realizes that, hey, we messed up these last couple rounds. We got to use this time to our advantage. We got to go right now. Smokes go out, and Gummy's just so not confident about this lineup. That ace shuts Kaguya down. That's what happens when you screw around too long. He'll put you in your place. Four still strong, though, for Jumbo team as they make their push. One big kill for Gummy. If Voron is up for another, Dosh pushes Jen and becomes the king. Bomb goes down, and it's all up to Crank. He's done it before. He's got a double kill in a very nice fashion, but he's got 3 to deal with this time.
Yeah, they've got to understand and realize that he's going to be on the flank as well from the fact that the members they've killed so far would leave that one B flank, B lurk on the rotation. Curtain, most obvious point of contact. Crank needs to isolate one and then swing out wide if he can. Dosh Jet's going to swing to come and cover from Gen. Confirmation of audio comes through. Dosh Jet nearly almost onto the angle. Close. Curtain, though, is the one to pick up the kill. Madara stays tight with the shotgun and keeps it clean for JT. 4-3. The round is close to 1.
Every time they execute, it's like there's 5 or 10 seconds where it's like, if you don't go now, we're just cooked. Like, our strategy's done. We don't have the time. And I wonder if they're, if they're doing that on purpose. Is that really the strategy at hand? Is where we give them all the time in the world to set up and then just go in and to completely demolish them? I feel like that's too risky to go on, but so far it's worked a few times. Pandaric really have to adapt to this and recognize that 9 times out of 10, they're going to do the same thing every time.
Pace that Jumbo team are taking is really trying to throw an odd one. It's actually, for me, it's something I'm familiar with. Playing with the team and the members that I play with, we like a slower push. And it really does great wonders for just catching natural timing and muscle memory of these teams that play day in, day out off guard a little bit because it's just unfamiliar. There's the other thing of like, if you sit holding an angle and you have your crosshair placement there, slowly, your discipline sort of ebbs away. The similar mentality overall in the round is like, you're kind of hoping somebody makes a mistake, and the one thing the Pandas are not going to do is make mistakes as 2 kills come through as they hold their ground. One is traded back as Kaguya does take Rapid out after his. Still a 2-for-1 in the favor of Pandaric. Oh, never mind.
Crank is fast. This is an excellent member to have on your reserve list, one that I would be very confident in and wouldn't be too unhappy if we were forced to run a reserve player. This is a very, very good player in terms of aim.
And positioning, look where he's gone. He's gone already. Like, he is completely gone from the nose. He's already prone out down by triple, and the nose rotation comes through, and he's already going to get some damage down on the last remaining member after Captain Bakizi catches the one that's left on the other side of the map. Now, in a great spot, and Kaguya forced to have to man challenge the one that's already on his side of the map. Crank's going to step, duck, step again, and slam his opponent into the ground. Great moves out of the Pandas. 5-3, they close out their defending half with a 2-round lead.
I think maybe Bakizi has taken his crown and passed it off to Crank to be the CEO of movement. I know that Bakizi has claimed that title for a long time, but maybe Crank is next up. He's the prince of movement, perhaps. Something like along the lines of that. I mean, Bakizi's kind of taken a step away from the main game and is a lot more focused on arena now. But with Crank up next, it makes me feel like he's one of those, like, the rookies, the young guns that they're trying to train up, and he has the highest potential out of so many other players here in arena in general. This is the guy that's like gets drafted first round, first overall.
Maybe that's what it is. You get the CEO of movement as the general, and his sergeant, the soldier of shapes. Crank cutting shapes all over maps since 2025, apparently. Nade out towards Sambo. Nobody home this time. He pushed towards the speed side. Look at the defending players from Jumbo team gone. Vivon is out of there. He does not want any of that nonsense because all of the noise is coming his way. 2 members from Jumbo team already in green up to support, though. This yellow van push is going to be difficult. They wait for the smoke. It's a really good smoke on Pixel. One from that ace is going to pick off the first. Kaguya goes down. Grenade comes out as the pick off from Vivon. Trades out Rapid after the bolt. He bangs one to the floor. More grenades towards Pixel. Got me down on the ground in the smoke, just playing havoc with the defending team trying to retake space.
Shots ring out. This lane is so dangerous. He can be funneled very easily, but as we can see, nobody's actually fallen here quite just yet. On the other side of the map, Madara picks up of his own, and there's Vivoron getting the second. That ace all by himself, clearing sight with a TRG. Respectable, but dangerous. Bomb goes down as he clears it out.
This is the one that needs to hit. That's the one he needs to hit. 3 from that ace as the one rotating from CT gets deleted. Now, the pincer movement coming in and a 2v2 even up. Bakizi needs to hold his ground because that ace is going to be more than ready. Waits off for the first, the peek, the dip, the duck, and the dive. Allows the captain to take out the trade. That ace not going to worry about the ace itself. His captain's able to convert. He steps, tips, taps.
It hits.
Shoots one through. It does tag, but not kill. That one does. Good night.
Yep.
You don't take 2 from the Balti.
Nope.
4 out of that ace, and oh my. Okay.
Now you're just showing off. Get this guy out of here.
4 kills. 4. He's nuts. And it might just be one after the other on good angles being held, but it's well played and pressured. That ace makes us work. So much impact from 2 individual kills on the A site when the majority of the team is struggling in that fight towards B, Kirk. That is... Whoa. I mean, it's the reason we call him one of the best multiplayers in the world. This Panderic squad able to rely on each of their individual members when they need to. The early grenades come out. 6-3. Panderic 3 away from the first map. Jumbo team with a bit of work to do.
Quite a bit early pick there from that ace. Doing it yet again. Rapid is too quick, too fast. Takes down Madara. Rapid is also going to be fastly and swiftly cut down by Dosh. Looking for that trade out. One man up currently for the Panderic squad, and that ace on the attack with the TRG. Going to be looking to clear out this generator angle. He has teammates close by, but it's still very ambitious, and this is a guy that takes dangerous risks, but often claims a hefty reward with it.
That ace. Again in the kill feed. Gummy able to get out through Curtin aggressively. Picks up the bomb. Akizi is ready to call it off, and that's going to be the one dissuasion that was immediately flipped on its head. I thought for a second Jumbo team might have leveraged a little bit of space in that round. Gummy claims a kill onto the bomb carrier and pushes through Curtin. Then a little bit of over-aggression through A-Plat, trying to find a way out. Realizes he's in the wrong side of enemy lines. And Derek 7-3.
We said it last game for EPA, but I think we got to say it here for Jumbo Team. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if you're a big fan of Jumbo Team, they need all your support. Put it in the chat. Panderic or Jumbo Team. Panderic have everything they need so far, but Jumbo, they need that little extra kick to get them going here. They need the support from the fans at home, the love. Should throw in the chat who your favorite team is, who you want to win.
Half of that ace's health is the only thing to have taken damage at the beginning of this round. A little bit of a change up at the pace where normally that bolt is taking somebody down on the first shot. Grenade out towards Gen. Does not find a kill. Vivon for 1, Kaguya for the second, and this is starting to look a little different.
Gosh darn. Kaguya, dangerous here on the defense. Putting up kills where they matter, just whittling down this slow onslaught that Panderic have been bringing. Easy up for 1 to trade him out. Yes, you got him, but he got 2, so it's like, you know, you did good. But you need 1 more to even it out. Codex surviving a headshot, looks like.
Definitely could do it at the top of that head health up.
Distractions. I think Dashi hears the heal from the car med kit. He pushes up, but he's not ready for Codex to be there. So Codex pushes him once he spots him. All of a sudden, Gummy on site. Cleans up the mess that his team made. No problem at all. Jumbo Team, this is what they needed. Maybe the chat has had some influence here.
7-7 on Vivon. 7-7 on Doshjet, 12-7 on Gummy. Lots of success. Seen a couple of grenades do some good work. Oh, that almost takes the face of Bakizi off. A little bit of chip damaged. 2 members into yellow van as Panderic are looking towards this B site again. Vaughn holding the tight angle in the same spot. Predictability. We're going to see a deep step towards Pixel. Trader smokes.
Ooh.
Notice the bomb hovering the nose right now. Almost fake to rotate. Deep player. Vaughn picks up Crank. And there goes the bomb. Bakizi onto the A site. Matter of flow goes down. Bomb. A plat. Looking towards that A site. Bakizi already on site. That ace catches one in the rotation. And Panderic are making JT play to the tune of their song. The conductor, the composer, and the symphony, the orchestra merely being deterred by a bum note for a small second until that ace brings that one back on course. The cap of the course. And I do say the cap intentionally. That's right. Cute cat emote that he normally brings into the chat alongside Presence. Tip top. Nope, not this time. Gummy's going to go the long way round. Oh.
Gummy's no stranger to double kills, but if you got a peek into 2 at the same time, it ain't going to go your way. Derek will shut you down swiftly. Multiple members still left on the board at the end of this one. Panderic looking more confident than ever with that ace with 13 kills. Only 7 deaths here. Impressive showing. And what else from that ace? Of course, like you said, best in the world, arguably.
8-4. Panderic put themselves on map point and 4 rounds worth of a cushion to do it in. First map on the board. We're going to be taking ourselves to a familiar territory later on as well. And this one looks like it's in the hands of the Pandas. This storm towards the B site's actually coming through really quick. Vaughn's in a more aggressive position to try and get more than one. He gets the first. Codex goes down, reloads, and tucks away into the tight corner. Great shots out of Crank and Rapid, though. Match those angles out of the Jumbo team defenders and take that space aggressively with force through towards site. The bomb's still taking its time to get up through apps. There's 2 members in spawn from Jumbo team. Concerned about whether we're faking it again. Panderic, rightly so, I believe, make that commitment towards the B side of the plant, but Gummy's got util to respond with. Madara's already in here. This could be dangerous. Doshjet for 1.
Madara trying to take the bomb planter. He actually gets him, and Crank runs out of ammo. Gummy shuts him down. Device did get planted. Nobody left to contest anymore. Excellent showing of audio recognition to instantly go right for that bomb.
The ground from Jumbo team as they pull the rounds back. 1 step at a time. Might still have them finding a game on their hands here, but not sure it's going to be that easy. It's been the tone of the day as a small surgeons of hope. A glimmer of extra doubt for the underdog team, but not for long. It's normally only worth 1 or 2 rounds, and then the foreshadowing team, well in advance, manages to take it over the line. Panderic, 1 round away from map number 1.
Absolutely. In righteous fashion, the Jumbo team have obviously shown some strength here on Bowl. They know what they're doing. Time management is going to be their biggest downfall here so far.
Oh.
Smoke is actually, Flash is really, really good, and Dosh is going to push up off of that. Oh, prone position. Rapid takes him down. The Flash coming out perfectly. Codex for 1, but Kaguya is ready there for the double. Bakizi puts it back into the favor of Panderic. Boron, what are you going to do, buddy? Get the long range. Is that really the best time to use it?
Bomb's already down and 45 on the clock. He's got a lot of ground to have to cover. You get about 10 seconds per angle to have to respect here. Nose, second on the list. Cleared off. Med short out of the equation. Looking up towards top med and this new Tetris position that no longer has the box to bolt up with. Now intended that you boost your way up there off of a teammate's head and get up top, but shots from Vivaughn are not going to find anyone because that's Ace Holden in the corner. We saw him on screen, but I don't think Vivaughn did.
Yeah,
9
it's
to
tough
5.
regardless. You got to make those shots count, right? Even with the spear, you only got 25 rounds and 3 members to deal with. It's such a tough position to be in, and fact is that when you're shooting down those long range angles, you're going to get a slight bit of bullet drop off. If you're shooting heads, you might hit that level 4, which that FMJ from the SIG isn't necessarily going to pen every single time. Tough spot to be in. He did everything he could, but of course, who other than that ace to finish off the game number 1 here for his team, Pandaric Apex, take bowl, swift fashion, 9-5.
First of the maps down, second one up on the docket. We'll see these two teams clashing again. A great performance out of that ace. 5 rounds worth of MVPs sees the Pandaric Apex squad over the line in the first map of the 2 here in there, head-to-head. Last match of the day for day 2, setting us up for a phenomenal finish to the first weekend on day 3. Bakizi cranked that ace and Codex Rapid, looking to try and make this a 2-0 victory to secure themselves a spot in the top half of the table at least, going into the final day. Looking to qualify, the top 3 of 4 teams in each of the groups will make it to those playoff stages. So today's match is very important to set up for tomorrow as to whether any team will put themselves in a position of security where they don't have to consider tomorrow's match as relevant whether they qualify or not. Pandaric Apex put themselves in the best spot right now to be able to take this one home 2-0. The Jumbo team have a chance to respond.
Yeah, 4 points for Pandaric would be a great start to this tournament. Second day is only the beginning, right? And we have lots of other performances for them to go on forward with. But I think tomorrow they'll be going up against, I think, definitely a more difficult team. I can't remember exactly who it is. I'll get that confirmed. But I mean, tomorrow's only the time to tell. And I think that the third day is usually the most important when it comes to these best of 2 point type of tournaments where, you know, you get to a point where sometimes you're so high up the leaderboard that some of the teams in your bracket don't even have a chance to come back, and it really sets yourself up to have a lot of confidence. And I think if they can claim this game here on Skybridge, they won't even have any doubts in their mind to at least pushing towards playoffs.
It's going to be an exciting match to see nonetheless. I'm always delighted to see that ace take to the stage with the Balti. The way that it plays out on screen is always a delight to see, and it's something that, as a marksman enjoyer from time to time myself, it's something that you like to watch. For the guys at home, I hope that everybody is having as much of a great time watching all of the action here today as we are in the casting booth. The second day, it's been a warm one today. The summer sun has been glowing bright, and we have been trying to survive our way through it, and in doing so, the teams have been battling it out hot and fierce on the stage.
Yeah, off in the UK, I heard it's pretty hot over there. Here, I'm lucky enough to be stationed in the basement, so everything is nice, calm, and cool for me. Wish I could pass some of that off to my boy Crack there, who's been being a trooper here out today. So, a big shout out to you, my friend, who's been out here casting all day in the hot summer heat, ladies and gentlemen. Where would you rather be? ACS4 is the place to be. We're so happy to bring you into this final map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We saw Skybridge 7 times, or this will be the 7th time we've seen it. And, you know, there was a while there where we didn't see it at all in a professional play for a long time, and all of a sudden it comes out 7 times in this 2-day. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, after every single game, we must show you the highlights and of how the team won got to that position, and we're going to be sending that right now as we go to a quick 4/5 minute break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 4 here on the Battlestate Games channel, live on Twitch, partnered up with the Hunt Premier in collaboration and alongside sponsor Steel Series to bring you the 4th season for the Cup Series. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been enjoying the amazing entertainment. Myself, Cracked Wisdom in the booth alongside Kirk on the Lurk, have been enjoying all 3 of our matches that we've got to feature so far. We've had half of the final one for the day. The Pandas swing that bamboo strong for the first point on the board. They get their golden Willy Wonka ticket that shows them half the way to the goal of that 2-0 scoreline to keep their spot on the table in a good place. Whereas Jumbo Team are looking to try and convince us that they have what it takes to be able to escape the bottom of the group as well. We're looking forward to map number 2, where we're going to go and contest the final one for the day.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, straight away, we can tell that these are slower paced games, and the way that these teams want to play it just happens to prove that way, where we start the day off with crazy fast action, and then we end it off a little bit slower. So I don't think Skybridge really complements that slow play as much as Bull does. So I really am expecting to see some early kills, not necessarily a full forced 5-man push towards site, but some early pickups through congestion of VIP control and early grenades like we've seen going up towards KFC and stuff like that. But I mean, Skybridge, it can be a hectic map and things can come out very fast, and that's what I believe will happen. 1 or 2 kills within the first 15 seconds, usually every round, is going to be my prediction.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I'm curious. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this actually is probably
Armor
closer
leg.
contested than the previous. Both. I'm actually going to give both. I'll give an armor and a leg for this one. I do feel like this was a good map yesterday for JT.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel like that might actually play into this one. I think if Panderic were able to go 4-4 even with Jumbo Team in the first half on this one, I think we might see that over time. This will be the one game today where we might have a crossing of the margin. If there is not an even score at halfway, mark my words, Panderic have a 2-0 in the bag. The way they played that first game looked very good. They were shaky. You are right. The first 2 rounds did look like we were going to see another very similar feeling like from Outcast.epa. But this time the Panderic squad, they rose to the occasion after 2 and changed it around. So here we go. Map number 2, Skybridge, Panderic taking on Jumbo Team.
Last map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Put those seatbelts on and strap in, because this is going to be a quick one, as we already see VIP control come out for the Jumbo Team. But Rapid just pushes right through the smoke. How does he do it? They don't recognize the audio at all. This guy is on a tear already. Okay. All right. Someone call a doctor. This guy's taking him to the slaughterhouse. Kaguya shuts him down finally. Almost getting that quadra kill. Voron and Kaguya are still left alive. They're in the back, though, and they're currently smoked off from both sides. Forced to heal as Kaguya. Smoke goes down. Sorry, Nate goes down. Almost connects.
45 on the clock. Rapid doing some great work in this round for his team. 2 versus 2. Now he has to watch on and let his teammates convert. Bakisi on the side of the smoke. Kaguya and Vaughn pick equal kills apiece per player, and that's the round all said and done. Although the Panderic squad sent Rapid out with a shopping list full of 3 Jumbo Team names. Rapid collecting them one at a time, piece after piece after piece. That's going straight in my basket. Might have himself a good 3, but it's not enough to close it out. The Jumbo Team, they take themselves a couple of Jumbo Jets and slam them straight onto site in equal force and equal measures at the same time. The last members of the Panderic squad cleaned up. Jumbo Team send in the bomb defusal squad and claim the round. 1-0 Jumbo Team. I did not expect Skybridge to start off with them in the lead.
I'm probably going to expect one of these Jumbo Team members to instantly chuck a grenade towards Hold. They know they're going to be aggressive off the start if they continue to push the same way. Instant V40. Let's see if it picks something up. No, not this time. Down long range is Vivoron on Codex. Bomb is B-side, and there's only one to deal with it. That is the one that you just saw recently on the kill feed. He's going to have a lot of members to deal with here in a second. He doesn't get some help. 5 and 4 are close to Jungle Stairs, but that's it. Rapid shuts him down, and full site control up right now for Bomb Carrier. That ace from downtown. Look at that.
Pace slows down drastically, and Doshjet forced to respect all of the angles. DozJet does
Ooh.
respect the dirty one, and down goes the captain. He was already on the ground, but has his life taken away.
Ooh.
That ace is going to find one down the long lane. DozJet last alive. He found the first, but with 3 problems to deal with, this is just too many things all at once. Off the train, into the side of that ace, and into the scope. Down he goes. Pandemic, bring one back.
All right. B-site switching it up. It works. Back and forth perhaps could be the name of the game, or they could just stick out with what works here. I mean, they got the bomb down on the first round, and they had numbers for a while there. They just didn't win their gunfights. So, you know, you can still say it's a successful strat, and it worked. It just came down to, you know, holding it off and making sure that your crosshair placement is good. You're not getting overly aggressive. We saw Big Easy in that first round try to get slick through the smoke and got punished for it. Perhaps if he was back a little bit more, would have went a different way. See, bomb going back towards B. Too strong. Up in heaven as that ace finds another kill in the same place. Headshot.
Codex under aggression, shotgun versus shotgun, and Codex is going to win it out. Matter of flow. It's now matter of stop. He's not going anywhere. Kaguya tucked tight on the left. Does Codex know he's close by? Size against it. He's going to find one from downrange. Rapid also putting one of those rifles to work. That AK platform as he creeps up onto the top of the train. He's going to have his back exposed. Kaguya in the right place at the right time. Trapped between Maze and the bomber red. Find some space out. Last left alive on the clock. 30 left to fight. 4 pandas to take out.
Codex spots the last one. 1 versus 1 right here. It's going to be the assault on top. Not having that much penetration, but still winning. No headshots yet. Oh, through the box! Crank falls, and that ace shuts it down. Again, it seems like whenever there's like a 1 member left, it's always that ace to completely end the round. He always gets that final kill. The way he sets himself up is quite nice. Instantly changing position if he needs to based off of teammate communication. Doors open for round number 4.
Bomb and company going towards the same approach from the previous round. Aggressive push into VIP again. Jumbo team do not want to let this door frame go unanswered. Codex is in here. Kaguya's got one onto Rapid. Codex is still alive for the time being. Codex finds his man in DozJet. Matter on the reload. That ace with the bolty into Kaguya in the background. Immediate cancellation of the work Kaguya has done by losing his life for it. Codex tries to set both shotguns ring out. Gummy finds a kill onto Bigisi with a grenade. I thought one of the VIP players was going down. Crank takes out the VIP player instead of Codex. It's just a distraction, Kirk. It's just a trap.
You want to activate somebody's trap card, you better watch out for this guy right here. Slow and steady may just win the race. The turtle sometimes comes out on top of the rabbit. He's deciding to move. We can see Vivorn, he's being real careful with the steps here because he knows that Gummy is forced to heal and not support his teammate here. Smokes out. I don't know really which side this favors at one point, but that's a jump shot from Gummy!
It's a fight on site as Codex does find his one. Vivorn goes around the outside, takes Codex out, straight into the line of that ace though, and time and time again, the Panderic marksman hits his mark. 7-1. The only player to have claimed an MVP on his team so far in all 3 rounds that they are successful in.
I mean, look at his kills. Yes, Rapid's up close. That early round number 1 resulted in a quick triple kill, but other than that, he's been getting 1 here, 1 there. That ace is just, he's more consistent so far this game, and shutting down rounds is the thing you really need to solidify them. Yes, those early kills are important, but to actually get the one that matters, the one that actually gets you the round win, is what that ace is known for, and that's exactly what we need him to do here.
The most important part about a team surrounding a Bolty is playing your life. Get in, get a kill, open space for the Bolty to challenge and isolate. Don't give your life doing so. Rapid good for 1 onto Vivorn as the first goes down. Panderic again looking to show that they are here to fight for the challenging title of champions of the Arena Cup Series. Madara, Flow and DozJet have a little bit of a response in the form of Jumbo team's counter site pressure. Madara inside of that level red 1 train he's actually going to find himself a lot of space to do damage. Crank and Bakizi. Bakizi there, the captain going to level one back. Doschek goes down, but it's still Matter of Flow in the best position to hold that site away from the bomb.
I think the low health here for Jumbo Team is not that big of a deal because you're going up against these guns that are going to be looking for headshots regardless. So it's lucky that you're not up against one of the Saiga 12s. Crank's going to be backing up here. Going to top off that Thorax like you should. Excellent job. Down long range as Madara finds Bakizi on the legs. It's going to be a quick rotate here, signaling for Crank. Single-handedly going to be in a 1 versus 2. Can he get the bomb down in time before somebody rotates to stop him? I think it's just in time. The team hasn't really moved at all. I think taking a look at this plant position is going to be probably the key factor here in whether he can clutch this up or not.
I mean, the thing that's tickling me right now is it's 1 versus 1 in the face of health bars. 2 members carrying them as half each, but both of these Jumbo Team members are equally as bruised. It's Madara Flow will not go down. He's just invincible. Madara already on 3 kills for the round, and Crank with what little health he's got left, just trying to find something. That's a click. That's a click that's going to be really unfortunate. Both team members do it, and it seems like neither is able to kill each other. Crank falls over to his own broken ankles, and Jumbo Team claim the round after Crank just doesn't quite have the stamina.
He could have had it. Everyone was out of ammo. All 3 of them had 0 ammo. We're getting confirmation from production that could have went easily in the Panda's favor. Crank was actually able to get the reload off before any of the Jumbo Team members could get theirs off to challenge him. Very, very scary.
Wow.
For Pandas. Oh my goodness, that was so close.
Just imagine they all stand still. Imagine they all stand still and just look at each other and accept their fate because they've all got 0 bullets. Pandaric win the round there. If Crank stops moving, if he literally does nothing, that's the big brain play. Crazy comes inside the scenes in the arena. The shotgun fight inside of VIP is crazy too, and it's absolute calamity in the face of Codex. Get crumpled. Kaguya for 1. That ace response. Doschek takes 1 back in the face of Bakizi. Crank having Doschek back in reserve, also looking to trade. Keep these numbers in the favor, but as the kills bleed out, it's Jumbo Team that find themselves up a man.
Pretty early on for a lot of these Pandaric members to fall. It's 100 minute and 20 still on the clock. Crank, it's all up to him yet again. Not taking any damage there too. Properly hit the side of the bench. No shotguns to deal with. It's going to be a headshot game all around.
That's a mistake. Don't be dissuaded or confused. Madara Flow's still in the game.
Yeah,
he's just empowered himself with a spear. Arguably a little scarier, right? This man now also carrying like a beefcake, holding a weapon of mass destruction or mass devastation, depending on how you put the bullets. Crank's on the left hand. Madara's up on the height as well as on the right hand versus the left hand. Everything sits in the hands of Madara here. Crank's going to have to pull off something ridiculous. Almost good shots. Madara forced to back off. Through the top. Madara's good for it, and that's why that spear is just that little bit more scary in the hands of the Enforcer. Look at how much damage he takes, Kirk. He just absorbs the abuse.
Yeah, just positioning is great too. It's just an off angle to throw off your opponent. You turn that corner, and all of a sudden you're aiming for the stomach. Great job for Madara to also instantly turn around the corner, recognize that there's no really where else he could be. Spam through the wall there. Easy pickup. Tie 3 for 3 here going on. The 7th round. 2 more before side swap.
4 and 4 or 5 and 3, and which way? Because at this moment in time, I think all 3 scenarios are on the table. Both teams playing extremely well right now, and this initial conflict inside of VIP has been a big telling tale. That nade from behind almost takes out Madara. He gets ahead of it, a bit of a forward push. The aggressive play might just be the way. Codex put good pressure down. The pre-fire is going to stop any space from being taken in VIP. Now Doschek comes under aggression of Bakizi and his battle buddy partner inside of VIP do a great job of trading 2 for 0 without losing too much other than a little bit of health.
He's gonna hop over. Yeah, that would be a bad spot if he got caught out with Kaguya there. Possibly gonna get collateraled if he stayed there, but unfortunately caught into a position where he cannot move, he can't run, he can't hide. Kaguya, last one, near sight. Voron a little slightly behind him near headshot though. Could be catching out Rapid on the hip fire shot to the head. All right.
Device planted. Member on site holding Tuck. Vivon, the last alive to contest this. Trying to just pull somebody off site into an aggressive overpeak so he can isolate the one, but that ace is going to hold steady and firm, and the single shot, the second the pixel proves itself to be poignant, gets immediately punished.
Yeah, it's going back and forth, man. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, they're so evenly matched sometimes that, yes, it can come down to these 1v2, 2v1 situations, but it can also go in the way of like a 4v1 where one of these teams has multiple members left up on the board. I think Pandas have really had more success towards B-site, but obviously they're up around right now. I think regardless, though, if they want to push for one more B-site, I think they can get it and have 2 rounds up before the side swap.
Kaguya and Madara Flow, it's Rapid and that ace. They're the members that you're going to keep your eyes on. That ace for the first, Madara Flow responds. Kaguya picks one back up, Rapid picks one back up. It's almost like I've decided to steal the Prophet title from you, as Madara's looking in the background to make some difference. Oh my word, there's no way he manages to win that. Enforcer do, Enforcer things, Enforcer see, Enforcer do, Enforcer deletes. The third goes down and Madara makes himself the most impactful player inside of round number 8.
Yeah, but if anyone's left to do it, it's going to be Rapid, and he is going to die. But I was going to say, that BS ammo, that's the perfect ammunition you need in this situation to deal with all these members. A quick 1-2 to the head will deal with almost anything that gets thrown your way. In fact, there's no such thing as level 6 head armor anymore in Arena, so BS is going to do exactly that. Side swap. What you think here?
Oh man, this is a game. We are overtime bound here. This feels way too heavily stacked for both sides not to be overtime bound. The result of this match is very, very indicative for the group too, so both of these teams really wanting to split the points or at least take it over the line. I mean, Panderic's already done what they needed to minimum split the points, but that makes it just equally more important, if not slightly more urgent, so that Panderic get this second one in the bag. A 2-0 here would help in a group where it's seen teams split 1-1 a couple of times now. Where does the attacking side from Jumbo Team go? 2 members of the Panderic squad go towards the B site. VIP again.
The trigger discipline from Rapid to not frag his teammate either.
This is how they're set up to play this. Rapid dips in and out and tries to find a retrade on that one, but still a little bit too late. He decides to back off and go for a different angle. That plays off well as he steps through into Sandwich aggressively. Kaguya's down as the KFC push from the teammates don't cover him off. Kaguya sold out a little bit as pressure from Panderic to KFC has stopped them from being able to cover off. Shots from Crank into VIP cleans up the last member of DOSJet that's still lurking in there too, and Panderic have had this round now that looked very much out and unlikely to be capable to convert on back in their hands.
Madara actually still having a little bit of presence in VIP. However, the health is not looking too good. He's got the kills, but I mean, with this amount of health, a couple shots to the leg, you're done for, buddy. Crank, dangerous member. He's ready. He hears the wood. You see the 10-round mag inside the Saiga is probably a good call that, you know, we don't have much ammo left. Easy pickup of a new weapon. Great choice. Kill some time as his team makes his way to the B site, but they got 2 to deal with.
Motto of the game so far for every member seems to definitely be, there's time to sleep when I'm dead. Nobody wants to be lying on the ground without being able to participate, and lots of members of Panderic still holding their positions, 2 on the B site, and that 2-man hold there, they've not moved a muscle. Panderic take the lead back 5-4 on their first round in the defending half. Good 2 kills out of Rapid and Bakizi, the captain picking a couple up himself.
And they still had 4 members alive there at the end of that round, so you gotta say it was quite decisive win, rather than a close game there. So maybe this could be Panderic, the side swap confidence that they need to just push the victory out further. And I don't think it's that uncommon for a team to side swap, and then just win every single round after that. We've seen it before.
Nades go out. There's awesome little trails we've had in the recent improvements, showing us a lot more of the lines that are being thrown out of spawn. Get to keep an eye on a rough eye in the corner of your eye, where the smokes and the lethals go. That ace, however, with the flashbang in hand, is delaying this one off. You see Jumbo team again looking towards this method where they're going to drop the bomb, swap the carrier, and try and play for an aggressive push out of KFC. Rapid's looking to push the tempo. Timing is amazing. Rapid gets the first. He doesn't quite convert in the second, and the conversion from Hole gets deleted and removed as Kaguya frags back.
Yeah, the strats were great there, I gotta say. Rapid instantly ready to respond off of that Ace's flash. And speaking of throwing stuff as that Ace, he grabs a V40 instead. He says, I want a little bit of explosive action in my life. Takes a big kill on the board. This round, the Jumbo team only sent one VIP too, which is quite interesting. Perhaps realizing that I don't think we're going to take this, so let's not waste 2 bodies. Let's just send one and have him hold passively instead.
You know what? You just got to wait for it, don't you? You just got to wait, because any second you can see it, and then hit the kill feed. That ace jumps a second time. Not finding a shot, but what he is doing right now is just denying that bomb access to site. Steps on, steps in. Crank finds the first in response. Crank finds the second. Goodbye to the Jumbo team members on site. VIP hold too strong.
I'm sorry, the SVD is an interesting choice for a backup weapon. I mean, that totally threw me off. I did not expect that. Usually this guy's been running the RSAS as the backup, and in the past has been going for that VPO 209 as well. He's definitely switched off of that. But SVD, interesting for sure. Speaking of marksman, right? Like, there's no way he opts in for BS with that. I'm thinking maybe not even an SNB either. Possibly PS.
Maybe. Interesting to see, actually. Might be LP. I don't know. I have to check up on that one. I'm going to be honest, the SVD was something that was first used as one of the iterations of the secondary weapon to begin with, but then more optimal choices came out. The SKS used for a lot of time. Not so much a big fan of the SKS as I was previously now. I think that one's fallen out a bit.
Oh,
Got me?
you can't see!
Got me? What?
He was full flashed.
He is still full flashed. You can see it on the model with those cool shades next to his icon. He's like partial to full blind now. He's kind of shooting at shadows. The fact that he picks up a kill there is crazy. Somebody in his team must have shouted to him that there's a guy right in front of him for him to be able to pick that one up. That is crazy. This is why the SVD comes in clutch, because it's got a great ability to be able to pen through the walls, and it is BS. You are absolutely right.
Bomb goes down. Shots to the wall don't connect. 3 versus 4. Jumbo team looking so much better this round. Oh, Madara!
That's going to be all she wrote. Verborn now able to get himself back on the board after a bit of a quiet spell from him for a couple of rounds. A good kill spread from Jumbo team as they pull their 5th successful round to the leaderboard. 5-6 on the score. They close the gap to 1. And off a little bit of flare and flash, Madara picks up a secondary. Hop, skips, and jump shots his way to 1 off a sandwich. They close out from Bivon, puts another one on the board. Attacking side, mostly A heavy so far. Kind of sense that at some point soon might be an A fake B or a push towards that B side, but Panderic have played 2 over on that B hold for a lot of the rounds so far, if not all of them, and it's only so long before an adjustment comes in. Speaking of the adjustment, Kirk, look at how quickly they're pushing off of that B site right now.
Yeah. Yeah, instantly going. They're going to have to deal with Kaguya here. Currently the top fragger, right? Going to be extremely dangerous to go up against. He gets the first one, but there is going to be a second ready to respond. He should be underneath escalators right here, and Dosh hears him. He must have heard something. Bikizi is going ever so slowly. He realizes that the next step could be his last. It's Dosh. Both members of the Jumbo team are ready to watch flanks. They do it to perfection.
That's ace, not to be forgotten in the back of the scene. Still managed to claim is good for 1 per round. Consistency is king, the name of the game, but only 1 for this time. Crank watching Evox actually gets timing slightly unfortunate as Codex comes down off the box to try and put pressure. 1 behind sight. Codex picks up a great kill. Second as the legs are good. Codex pulls off in the right time as well as his teammate swings onto side. 25 on the clock, and actually Panderic to put themselves in the place to make this work. The prone member in Matter of Flow, though. Matter of Flow says no. You shall not pass.
All right, it's just going 1 for 1, man. If I gotta say anything, overtime is shortly in our near future.
Maybe. I mean, I'm hopeful for it. I am hopeful for it. Both of these teams definitely more than deserving of an overtime from the way they've played in these two maps today. But I think Panderic are probably going to be looking at this as to hoping that they are 100% not going to be taking it into overtime. For the time being, we actually get a momentary fortuitous time to chat about it. As the technical, the technical difficulty actually comes almost at the right time, because we're at a very crucial point in the game where the momentum hangs in the balance and both teams have put themselves in a good position to be able to take this one home. Folks at home, apologies for the technical issues and difficulties. We appreciate your patience. Hang in there, just chill for a moment, take a step back, sit down, relax, have a chat with your mates about the games that have been going on. Maybe get yourself a moment to check in on all those socials. There's a QR code beneath that beautiful bow tie that our man over on my left, Kirk, wears there to get you locked into all of those socials. That's right. If you want to have a bit of cool candor and class, then you want to make sure you're here on time. You do that by hitting the follow button, making sure you've got all those notifications turned on for the Battlestate Games Twitch channel, the Hunt Premier Twitch channel, the Discords, the X Twitter pages, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything else that you'd like to immerse yourself in. If you want to be a part of it, then make sure you can be there. Don't be square. Lots of prizes to give away, right, Kirk? Sponsors in Steel Series have been packing a powerful punch in that partnership alongside the collaboration between Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, as well as bits provided from the BSG team. That USEC Deadly Frog Drip looks fire. Extra stash space for those with the need to squeeze that maybe don't quite have enough room in that early wipe hardcore fashion to keep those funds up, or maybe if you're just feeling a little bit flash and you want to show off a couple of extra layers of space. They're out there on show for everybody to get their hands on, as well as we've already given away a mouse and a keyboard yesterday. We gave away another mouse and a keyboard today. 4 lucky winners already have their hands on some amazing Steel Series gear. And we've got more to come too. Sunday, final Super Slamming Sunday to finish off the groups. Well, we'll be coming back tomorrow. I'm going to be taking a quick break, allowing myself maybe a day off in the sun whilst I watch the action. Hort and Kirk will be back to carry you guys off into the sunset to close out the first week in the group stages, which shall be a miraculous, entertaining performance. We'll be looking forward to tuning into them too, crushing it on the casting booth tomorrow, as well as getting to see all 8 of these teams coming back to fight for their spot to qualify. Kirk, you're going to get to announce at the end of tomorrow our 6 successful teams, and then we're going to meet up in a Discord call and talk about who's really going to take it. It's been hot off the start since we've been going on Friday, and a lot of teams have impressed us. A couple of surprises, but nothing too wild on the case of upsets just yet.
I think you're just a little upset that Outcast CPA didn't get one of their games. I think that's what that is. Hey, when he says a little bit of surprise, it probably is that Tarkov help coming out for those 2 game wins. And I mean, hearts out to every single member of the Outcast CPA roster. But man, you tried, and I have no doubt that you'll come out tomorrow and get some more wins and possibly keep your space there and push towards those semifinals. But I think that what we're watching right now is definitely a possibility of overtime, but I have a feeling that one of these teams can come out with a 2-round lead and shut the game out like that, just because of what we saw yesterday, right? The Jumbo team, when they went up against EPA, they won 9-7, right? Close game all around, but EPA was able to grab that 2-round lead and just shut it out, right? And as we move on to the Panderic game yesterday against Tarkov Help, they also won 9-7 in a close game, grabbing that extra round they needed to actually shut it out. So it really comes down to that little bit of extra effort that you can push to get an extra round. And, instead of just going back and forth, you got to figure out a way to break that flow up and just throw your enemies off guard to grab something new.
The way it starts in the priority list, shall we say, on the bias from a caster is entertainment. Then your region, your home turf, all right, the EU scene for myself, where I come from, the NA scene for Mr. Kirk, and where he comes from, and wherever it is for you guys at home. That's the pride. You represent your region with pride. So I don't mind, honestly. And then when you get closer to home, maybe you have your favourites in your teams. But we in the casting booth, we don't have our favourites in teams. We keep a nice unbiased perspective on this one. I am happy to see EU succeed. So where I am, very, like you say, maybe heartbroken for the Outcast.EPA squad for not being as successful as they'd have liked to on the day today, I am very proud as an EU supporter for the Panderic squad in their endeavours in what they've done so far and in this second game. I mean, already, Kirk, regardless of the result in this one, it's a great showing again from the Panderic squad. I'm equally as enthused, though, and impressed by the CIS teams. And I always come
Hmm.
away from the Arena Cup series saying this. I love my region. Absolutely love the content and the skill and the level of competitiveness that we get out of the EU region, but it's just as enthusing to see the Russian teams bring so much strength and solidarity too. And I'm always finding myself a familiar face to be impressed by when they come to the scene for Arena Cup series as well, which, I mean, you know me, I'm an optimist. I dream one day of a land where we see the NA, the APAC, the EU, and the CIS regions all go at it head to head on a pingless playing field when we might be able to crown a real world champion. Thoughts for the future,
Don't
but
get me
not
too
for now.
excited here. I might not be able to sit here much longer. You're gonna get me too excited. I'm gonna start running around the house. I think I think based off of what we've seen in the past ACSs is that I think Russia just simply, or not Russia, but the CIS just breeds the best Tarkov Arena players, and that's just simply how it goes sometimes. You look at other professional esports, right? League is led by Korea. Even in professional sports, right? Hockey is often led by Russia and Canada. Talk about baseball, right? USA, Japan, Cuba, right? I feel like every single sport and esport has that country of origin or region that breeds the best players. And so far, based off of what we've seen, it's just CIS. And I really would like to see a change to that because I'm all about, you know, surprises and new teams coming up on top. So if I had to give an unbiased sort of favorite, I would like to see a European team finally come out and grab a #1 spot here in the Arena Cup series. And I mean, Panderic Apex are my obviously top contenders for that position.
They've shown us results to be able to back it. It's the strongest performing EU team so far, given the results. And therefore, I mean, okay, fair enough. They've got to close out this one 2-0 to really solidify that. But they go 1-1, then we maybe have a little bit different look to it. But they've held their own against both teams they've played so far and looked confident to be able to close out the maps that they've played against so far, even in the loss. So, personally, I don't see a stronger team in the European 4 than Panderic right now. It is group stages. Things do change when we get to the elimination stage. And I'm looking to maybe the best of series that might start to alter how these teams come together because there definitely has been map favorites. When we spoke about pre-tournament organization, we had that call the day before. Looking at a couple of different teams and their play styles and how they normally go about their gameplay, K3, like we say on Bay 5, for example, having that member that works towards the beacon boxes, having that green presence, having nobody necessarily holding top mid. You have Outcasts and the Tarkov Help squad, the Outcast.epa slower playstyle where the Lurker in Walker and the same from Tarkov Help, that Lurker in Pomani trying to create gaps and space in the gameplay. So different teams go about things different ways, and as those teams match up, although we've got a round robin in a head-to-head of a best of 2 in the groups, I think the best of 3s will really start to extend a bit more detail into those matchups.
Absolutely. Don't think I could have said it any better myself. Cracked, the main man, always in the booth, ready to throw some knowledge your way, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of more action, I want you to mark your calendars for tomorrow, the exact same time as today, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is it 1300 British Summer Time? I don't know your dang. I don't know your dang. Your British time.
1500, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 p.m. to 1500 BST. They get yourselves in here to come and join us for the last day.
Absolutely, and then we'll pick things back up next week on the 18th of July, starting a little bit later, like we did on Friday on the 12 o'clock EST, 1700 British summertime. So, and then the last 2 days we move back onto this schedule, as we said.
Yeah, Friday we've got to give everybody a chance to get home from work before we start the action. Got to give everybody a chance to get settled down on the couch with the popcorn and favorite glass of Kool-Aid, Coca-Cola, whatever your fancy may be, whatever your drink of the day. You get yourself set up and ready to watch the action. So 5 p.m. BST on that Friday, but 3 p.m. for the Saturday and the Sunday. we get to enjoy it in the afternoon. Those of you not maybe necessarily got anything planned, booked in for your weekend next weekend, then you're already missing out. You should have booked in for the Arena Cup Series 4 already, but that's okay. There's still a whole week between now and then for you to sort the calendars out and make sure you've got your seats settled and locked in to be able to witness which team of these 8 is going to be crowned Arena Cup Series champions. Virtus Pro out for the three-peat. They've already been the 2-time. They're here to try and make it a third. Tarkov Help, given current state recently, though, are probably the hottest team to contest them out of the 8 here. If you're an EU fan, the Panderic team, they're the one you're keeping your eyes on to maybe upset the region from over the other side of the table.
I want to throw a little question your way. Say the day does come where we get to have a nice LAN with teams from all over the world, where all come together at a live event, and you get to cast it. You're there on stage, and you get to see all the faces from all the teams. Who are the 5 from each team that you want to see walk up and have a battle to the death in the Tarkov Arena? Who are those 5 faces that you want to see shake hands before and after the game and just, best of 2, fight it out on each of their own map picks? Who's the vibes of it being in person is so different. What are those 2 teams that you want? I think I got mine locked in. I think I got mine locked in for EU and CIS, but I don't know. Now that I think about NA, it kind of changed thoughts.
CIS, the Virtus Pro Tarkov Help story at the moment, obviously that's a match I expect that's probably got some heat to it. I mean, Virtus Pro XPA again would be a good one. Not so sure on the CIS region. I'm not too intimate with the rivalries over there, but EU is a very simple one for me. That's an Outcast.EPA versus Panderic matchup I would love to see. I think the two of them going at it. There's lots of rivalries in there. Remember Rapid originally from the EPA squad back when they were EPA before the partnership. Then going on to, at the time, Oil Rig, now the Panderic squad. Rapid's gone through many a phase of being exceptional in leaps and bounds, growth and improvement shown. Fox stepped into that void when Rapid moved on, and Fox is now starting to go through that growth period as well. And the Outcast.EPA squad has, they've had a couple of great games. They've had a couple of tough games so far in the Cup Series. So, yeah, I'd love to see them. I mean, you know what Walker's like on his socials. Could you imagine them 2 shouting at each other across the stage? Rapid and Walker giving it some. And yeah, I'm sure Bakizia would be down to clown. Yeah, the CEO of Movement, maybe cut a few shapes after a win. We'll see. Thoughts for the LAN on the future? The future that much over the horizon. For now, we've got the present, and that is a gift. The gift that still keeps on giving. 6-6, Panderic and Jumbo team locked in a tie so far.
I mean, this is what I said. One of these teams needs to come out with 2 up instead of it going back and forth. Starting off as Rapid onto Gummy. That's a big kill. Gummy's been a menace in a lot of these games so far. Getting him off the board early is going to be a huge confidence boost here. Codex has been really getting in the faces of the Jumbo team, and even when he's down HP, he's still full confidence in getting leg shots on the board. Rapid for the second one, though. Not before the Jumbo team get one of their own. I mean, there's 3 kills on the board right now. We're still fighting over VIP. But Oron makes it back to even 3 versus 3, and Dodge is feeling the pain from this Piranha. Codex has got to push at some point. Not even a laser on, and he still just hip fires to the dome nonetheless.
I mean, Codex and Dosh have been bouncing back and forth, trying to jostle for space inside of VIP for so long. Now that Codex has earned it, he's going to keep it. Jump peek for no spot. Player jumped inside the rack. Well, they're given audio information. Doesn't need to challenge it, though. That ace is going to take him out.
You heard the announcer. Time is running out. Jumbo team are no shy strange with the time running out on Bull. Definitely playing better on Skybridge here. Quick headshot onto Codex. Beautifully picked up. 28 seconds. He has bomb control. Yeah, he definitely realizes that, hey, I ain't got time for that rotate. We got to go forward. We got to force this 1v2, and this is going to be insanely difficult here.
Ooh, good shots out of Yvonne as he swings into that ace, but Bakizi holding from the shoulder. Not going to let it get away that easily. Panderic take the first one after we join back. 7-6. Rapid on a good 2K.
And Eric, one more. have numbers commonly. They can grab a couple kills here and just back off. Maybe go for a rotate. It should be an easy round. Jumbo team, they're no shy strangers to just coming out and showing us some crazy plays out of nowhere. Rapid just so narrowly surviving, and he still goes ahead and peeks it. Instantly returns back to his corner. Madara starts it off instead of Rapid onto Crank, and it's just 1 for 1 for 1.
Madara actually manages to get himself a 2-piece, and that Codex is good for 2 on the shotgun as well. Both shotguns on either side get a piece each. Great trades.
Codex up for 3 right now. It's up to Mr. Valde man again. Can hit them accurately. He has bomb and a lot more time to work with than he did before. The next step could be your last. Make them count.
Yeah, you felt
So
that.
scary.
Could cut the tension with a knife right now. This one last remaining Jumbo team member has just, it's too much space to cover and too many problems to have to potentially deal with. The fact that he's respecting ramp and the box so well is good. Manages to make it into blue train and onto site. Now this is potential. Tap for information. Expect to get off immediately. Yep.
Recipe for disaster, if I say so myself.
Man.
Good bait. He decided to stick to defuse, but even if he didn't, you know, running out and running back in, best way to conserve your life and also gain all the information you need. Finish off the round. And Derek, there it is. That 2-win lead. That 2-round lead, rather. It's exactly what we needed. If anything proves to be just like yesterday, it's that Jumbo team might get one more here. And it'll end 9-7. But they're not out of it just yet. Jumbo team really need a win here. They're currently 0 wins on the board. They have 0 points.
Oh, here we go. Slightly over-aggressive push into VIP, actually. Sees Madara picking up the first. Codex is going to try and get his way in, but that's not going to work either. The numbers work well for Jumbo team this time. They read the fact that Panderic might just want to get this done and dusted quickly, and a slightly enthusiastic push into VIP, matched by a jump peak. And great shots out of Madara. Again, is going to pick up another member. 2 for Madara so far, 1 on Doshjet, and 3 kills so far put them with great A-side control. Bivaughn takes 1. Bakizi's got himself a consolation prize, but that's going to be just that. Rarely see 1v4 in this position now with a shotgun still in hand. Maybe good for 2 more, but Bivaughn and Gummy look really healthy to close us out.
Excellent job. Distraction. Madara gets a nice jump peek. Spots him out. Calls him out to his teammate. Jumbo team, just like I said, going to get one more here. If anything proves in the past, like I said, 9-7 for Panderic. That's what I'm thinking. But Jumbo team are not bad at you know, coming out of nowhere and getting numbers on the board early.
Round number 16. Panderic and Jumbo team find themselves at a point of very crucial importance. One more and Panderic get themselves out with success. One more and Jumbo team take us to the first overtime of the day. A great opening grenade from Bivaughn's going to knock down the first in Codex. Goes down with him. That ace manages to trade one back with the Bolty onto Doshjet. Madara's health is dangerously low. Now so is Cranks. Picks up 1. Gummy returns. Numbers dropping like flies. And there's plaid stripes in the kill feed, Kirk. This one's not over just yet.
What a kill onto Rapid, though. I think that was a huge pickup, signal, alarm for the Jumbo team to push up and take their positions here. Bomb does make its way onto site, and it's completely smoked off from that ace. Easy looking for one on the top of the box there. Jump peak doesn't connect. Bomb goes down. 48 seconds for these two to work the clock.
First from Madara Flow on E-Box as he defends off that push. Too many peaks and there's too much left for Bakizi to do. Madara Flow closes it out. We are going to overtime.
Lace those boots, buckle those seatbelts. It's gonna get crazy in here.
I'm not sure you're ready for this, by the way, Kirk.
What, the side swap?
No. So there's a sneaky little thing that came in along with some of the updates, a little bit of a quality of life improvement from the spectator screen. Say hello to the new overtime UI.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, just you wait. They've been
I think
cooking.
These kids are picked.
We've been seeing some really cool little bits and bobs when
Ooh.
it comes to the overtime stuff. Nice little layout for the overtime UI, as alongside those little kill markers that come up next to the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the red and blue teams' names, respectively, for the individual kills per round on the count there. Some great little bits and bobs coming in, and it is beautiful to see.
Excellent work. Not only amazing new features like a new UI and setting rounds off of resets, but also grenade arcs. You gotta appreciate those. Gives you so much more insight on what exactly happens when someone falls to a nade, or there's a particular nice smoke lineup that you're looking for. Take one of your own when you do some VOD reviewing. Codex up for one. Leg control currently in favor for Pandera. Codex swings the corner on the left shoulder. Takes down Dosh. Rapid right before. Takes one of his own, and it's going to be one kill for a lot of members all across the board for Pandera. Taking a swift overtime round one. Where was this last round?
2 for Codex, 2 for that ace. Oh, sorry, 2 for Rapid and 1 for that ace. It was a sweeping round for the first on the attacking side from Panderic. If they can complete a similar round at the second, they put themselves in a great position for overtime to be able to take it over the mark. For those of you maybe not so familiar with overtime, it's a best of 4 rounds. A team reaching 3 at any point in time, obviously, is a best of 4. That makes them successful and out the other side. Each team will take 2 rounds on the attack and 2 rounds on the defense. Panderic successful in their first attacking, looking to close out the second. Shots down the lane. That ace does not manage to retrade out that, and Vivorn, the second time he will hit the shot, hit the mark, and take the dome of Vivorn off.
I mean, Vivorn's got to be some sort of maniac to continue playing that after that ace has got your number. Oh, it just barely gets away. He actually didn't even take a shot there. Still full health for that ace. Full health, full confidence. Shot out of the air, almost connects, just barely. Missing the thorax. Kaguya pushes up on that ace. Big kill on the board right now. Members up, and no one to contest this. Jungle Stairs is being occupied by 3 members.
It's just a bait. You fell right into my trap card. I called B. They rotated B. And then we moved to A. That's a ridiculous pickup from Madaraflow onto Rapid, just underneath the bottom of the smoke. Madaraflow for a second. Maybe he's the saving grace here. And this overtime round that looked like it might just have been well played by a great rotation from Panderic. He's brought back from the depth. The numbers, they play out. And we go to an even half on the attacking side. Now, Jumbo team, they have a chance on their attacking half to put 2 rounds in a row together.
Yep. Next 2 rounds, if they go to 1 team, game's over, ladies and gentlemen. If it's the same way, 1-1, back for OT number 2.
One team is going to move to advantage at this point in time. If you're a tennis fan, feels very similar. Yeah, they're going to have themselves in a position where they have a match point chance. The other team will be fighting back merely for resetting the scoreboard back to an even status and going for another 4 rounds.
So if Nex is advantage, then it's currently deuce.
Yes, exactly. Spot on. Who takes this first blood? We're looking at 4 members. We've been keeping an eye on this every time. Kaguya, Madaraflow, Codex, Rapid, that ace. Depending on who plays where, Codex or Rapid into that VIP position. Oh, the shotgun. It's now a sniper. The ranged weaponry. Rapid does not get the retrade either. That's a rough trade of health.
Rapid's still full confidence, even though such low health. He gets a beautiful kill, not even a headshot either. Good in multiple rounds on the thorax, and not getting punished for it either. Very, very scary situation to be in. Backs up, and he's got time to heal. Easy up on the flank, though. Kaguya will fall to the hands of him. Codex up for another one. Dosh Jet falls. What is this?
Codex jumped into VIP with authority. I'm taking that space back and slammed the shotgun through his adversary. Not giving enough time for Gummy to be able to rotate round and respond, make it a 2v. Akizi's just lurking back towards these escalators as well. Not going to over-aggress too much. Vivorn and Gummy are pinned now to this A site. 44 seconds left on the clock. We're going to have to find kills to commit to. Codex instead He's going to bring the book to bear. Gummy goes down. And Bakizi, he's hunting. He smells fear in his enemy's eyes. He's going to lean left to the right, and he's going to give him a good old shakedown with the movement.
High stakes situation. It might be Codex's playing field here. I mean, I think early on he was getting, 1 kill per round so often, maybe 0 kills per round. But so recently into overtime, it's like he's getting kills on the board all of a sudden. VIP control all day. And, I mean, you can look at the other side. Moderflow having 11 kills even after the game reset. So each of these members are equally cooking. And I think Codex plays better under pressure.
Not seen a whole ton of early utility kills. That ace is going to delete Moderflow on probably one of the biggest and most important picks at the crucial time for the Panderic team in overtime. They're up around. They have advantage here to be able to convert to match point. And now they have first blood on arguably the most lethal player from the Jumbo team squad. That nade is great. The timing is insane. And the bomb goes down. It's Fivon paying the price.
Bots him out. Get a call out, an easy pre-fire for Rapid. And that ace is going to take his position and take Kaguya down. Smokes come out to try to smoke him up, but that ace is already pushed up and ready to stop any pushing onslaught.
I mean, this will be survival of the fittest. Wow, Gummy deletes that ace. Rapid immediately stops that turning into anything. And now the Panderic squad could just back off. 52 seconds on the clock, and the bomb in a little bit more of a dangerous position. Not exposed enough to be able to pick off on collection, but still, same spot. Rapid, not even willing to risk juggling the aggro off the box. Just drops off the back, moves across to his teammate in Codex on that shotgun enforcer. He's got 4 problems to deal with.
I think he just
the second one goes in,
nest.
and that's going to be the round. Panderic close it out in overtime, right at the end of it, when Jumbo team looked like they might have had something to say about it. Panderic swing for the final blow. 11-9, they escape just the second game to push out a great 2-0 victory over Jumbo team, and I think that just about will solidify the Panderic hopes for thoughts of making their way out of groups comfortably. Tomorrow will merely be a day of playing for good seeding, rather than playing to survive. So a great performance out of the Panderic squad really does just get them over the line.
First overtime within the last 2 days, and it's the last game of day number 2. I honestly would have expected that to go towards, the Tarkov Help Outcast CPA game, but that completely blew my mind in terms of how Tarkov Help were able to shut it down. I mean, I probably would have put Panderic Apex here at the top in terms of seeding of what my prediction would be. And yes, they do come out, but the fact that it was both overtime here, I mean, not what I expected at all. And I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you're satisfied with your channel point distributions in terms of your predictions, because Panderic Apex will reward you with multiple extra points from the channel prediction. But you voted on Jumbo team, man. Maybe next time. Tip of the hat. See ya in day number 3, where they can come out and try to get their very first win and put some points on the board for themselves. And I gotta say, it was a good showing regardless, even though they didn't come out with a win.
2-0 for Panderic on the day. It's a good performance. I've got to give a tip of the hat again to couple of the JT members. Moderflow really, really trying to make the difference for his team. Great performance there. I mean, arguably a stronger performance individually than the majority of the rest of the players on the pitch, if not all of them. But we do say this a lot about the competitive stages of Tarkov. The further up the ranks you get, the Arena Cup Series being the pinnacle of competitive action in Tarkov, it falls off being an individual star. You have to be a 5-team full of headliners to really compete at the highest level in this. And Panderic, they pull it just about over the line. I mean, it's 11-9. It's not that they made a poor performance. Jumbo team made a great performance, and that's what made this one difficult. But Panderic are going to find that to be the case for every team they play against for the rest of the Arena Cup Series.
Yeah, I mean, so many rounds that just go in one team's favor very swiftly. Like, it's not even a close round in some of them, right? You can tell that by the end, there's still 4 members alive for Jumbo, or there's still 5 members alive for Panderic. And it's just a back and forth battle until, like I said, one of them finally comes up with a 2 lead. But Jumbo Team, they weren't out of the fight. They fought to all of their heart's desire and came out and pushed in overtime, which is very impressive. Pandaric don't go down easily. Overtime comes around, though. Seems like the Black and White Bears play a little bit better under pressure.
It's an insane day of action. So many great games to see. Very closely contested games, not so closely contested games. We had it all today, actually. We had a couple of very confident victories out of a couple of teams that were crushing, nonetheless, shall we say. And we also had some really close matches that were hotly contested, including an overtime, which is great to see. Some insane performances out of specific individuals and some great team showings to be able to get it over the line. Tarkov help. A good 2-0 performance against EPA really did sort of assert to us even more that overlooming factor that the pro scene at the moment believes they are the strongest team in the CIS region. Pandaric take their 2-0 versus Jumbo Team in great fashion after an exceptional display of cinema in overtime. A long game for both teams. That 2-0 win from XP Academy versus Sicario was another one that, as much as I feel like Sicario did a good job of digging a little bit of sand back into the grave that was foreset for them, it was a little too late. And similar can be said from Virtus Pro versus K3. We did see a bit of resurgence from K3 in a couple of rounds, but Virtus Pro, 2-time champions for a reason, and they showed up today proving it.
ACS4 may just be the time, though, that those champions get dethroned and possibly a new team comes up on top. And I have one in the back of my mind. I don't want to say it just yet because there's been a lot of times today where I speak it and it comes into an existence. So I'm not trying to jinx anything. I'm trying to stay neutral, whatever it may be, and let these teams just play without any amount of magic going on in the background that maybe our words can provide sometimes. So, ladies and gentlemen, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say I'll give you one. I'll give you a prediction. We'll throw one out there for the fans. We'll keep it a bit spicy. Yeah. So, in the way that these fall out, obviously Tarkov Help and Virtus Pro. All right. I feel like those two end up meeting before the grand final. And I feel like one of the two might send the other one packing. And I feel like one of the two might not make it to the grand final. I think that might be the upset that we see towards the elimination stages. And whichever one of those two teams does make it to the final, of course, they're probably going to be favored to get into that champion spot. But that's for the future. For now, let's have a little bit of a chat about what's going to be going on with tomorrow. We've got some highlights for you guys. We're going to have a look at a little bit of what's been going on in the games to close out today. And we're going to say our thank yous to everybody that puts in all of their hard work to make this production insane. Right now, we've got 4 teams in each group that have all played 2 games. Tomorrow's game will decide their fates as to whether they qualify into that elimination stage playoff section starting Friday next weekend. As well as this, Kirk, you're going to have Hot Sauce and yourself back on the booth tomorrow to be able to bring the folks all of the amazing action from the commentary and some more gifts, goodies, and giveaways thanks to SteelSeries and the partnership with Battlestate Games and the Hunt Premier.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on tomorrow. We said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Make sure you mark your calendars. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1500, which means 3 p.m. British Summer Time is when we will be live tomorrow. This is the last day before the playoffs, and I think that tomorrow is the most important, obviously. This is where the points will get tallied up, and we'll see where the teams stand and which 2 teams will be going home. So, speaking of the group standings and where these teams place based off of today's performance, let's go have a look at that. Group standings up next.
Group stage for both EU and CIS teams now starting to level out, where we get a good understanding as to what we might be looking at when it comes to eliminations and going through to playoffs. Tarkov helps sit at the top of the A group on the left-hand side of your screen. 1 win, 0 losses, and a draw so far. A plus 15 positive round difference and 4 points. Matched in similar points, but 13 rounds more to their advantage when it comes to that round differential. Pandaric sit below them, same record, 1-0 and 1-2 to their favour in the round differential and 4 points. With the Outcasts, the EPA squad below them, only 1 point short on 3, but a -5 round differential with a 1 win, 1 loss record. The Jumbo team so far, not so much success at 0 and 2, -12 in the round differential, but you have to say they've done an exceptional job at trying to keep up with the pace of the rest of the group, Kirk. Jumbo team at -12 in that 4th spot, drastically better off than K3 on the other side of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just a tough group stage. Look at that. Like, there's not really much you can do there in Sicario. Even if they come out on top tomorrow, I think it's just kind of over, right? Like, round differential aside, you just can't put the points on the board. Man, this is the two scariest teams. Honestly, if it was me, I'd rather be in group stage A all day, to be honest. This is tough. So, I mean, shout out to Sicario and K3. You did a great job, and you still got to show the fans what you're made out of tomorrow, and we want to see an amazing performance. We need some wins for these two teams out here. I mean, Sicario, they have that legendary history, and they're really looking to add another impressive trophy to their collection that they already have, right? So, Virtus Pro currently tied up with XP Academy, only winning by a single round differential point. That is insane.
Really, really insane, and really important going into tomorrow, Kirk. So think about this for the future, for the matchups in the brackets versus their standings in the table right now. Sicario plays K3 tomorrow, and the fact that both teams are on 0 points means that match literally decides who qualifies from that group. Whichever team wins in that game will automatically qualify, as they will take 3 points and the other team will not. If they draw 1-1, Sicario at this moment in time have a better round differential and therefore will automatically qualify. There is no scenario in which a 1-1 draw, in my mind, can be that well separated. Hold up a minute, because it's 11 rounds with the difference. So they'd have to go. I mean, it's doable, but it's crazy doable. We're talking like 9-2, 9-3 from K3, maybe 9-2, 9-7. You get the gist. Long and short of it is K3 would have to manipulate a crazy scenario out of the draw for them to qualify. So for K3 tomorrow, it's do or die. You've got to win 2-0 versus Sicario, or you're going home. Sicario have given themselves a chance at maybe a mistake. If they go for a draw, but they keep good round differential in both games, then Sicario will find themselves qualifying. The other side of the table, though, is much closer, and that's where it seems to hot up. Panderic play the Outcast.EPA squad tomorrow for placement, most likely. Now, Outcast EPA have a chance to step above them. Do we think that's going to happen? Absolutely not, given the way Panderic's been playing. Exceptional performance from them today to be able to put Jumbo Team away. We saw EPA went 1-1 in the gameplay when that matchup came to bear, so that one leads to explain there. And I'm actually curious, most importantly, to tomorrow's first match, which is Tarkov Help versus the Jumbo Team. If we're going to see an upset, like Jumbo Team, could you imagine a Jumbo Team 2-0 to start off tomorrow?
I think that you're possibly going into a fairy tale. Perhaps a story of legends that may or may not be true, unfact-checked by the professionals, but we'll see what happens. Anything's possible here at the Arena Cup Series 4, and of course, it wouldn't be able to be put on without all these amazing production members in the background. Just because me and Cracked have the faces doesn't mean that we'd be here without everyone else. Gotta shout out everybody. Make sure we give it our observers, Snake, Boosh, and Turbo. And of course, our crew members, Cynthia, Step, Sherpa, and Boosh, and none other than Connor on production, and Philbo, the big man himself, doing pretty much everything else. So, I mean, this guy's everywhere. And where else would we be without Cracked Wisdom? It wouldn't be an ACS cast without him. Of course, Kirk as well, but I think my favorite crew member's got to be Connor Stream PC.
Yeah, absolutely. Connor Stream PC is definitely the MVP up there. I mean, you got to give a shout out to all the hard workers in the background. So, I mean, the likes of Van Den M doing the highlights, all of these different bits of intricacies and so on. They all come together to weave a web that creates this beautiful production that we get to put on for you guys at home. And speaking of which, Kirk, I think the final thank you has to go out to all the kings, queens, and everybody else sitting in the stands in the back there. If you brought your pet along to there to come and watch from the couch and your cat's sitting purring enjoying the entertainment, then yes, this thank you goes out to them as well. We appreciate all of your support and your attendance. We love to see you outside in the chat enjoying the action from the inside. That's why we get to bring you these amazing giveaways. And thanks to Steel Series, the partnership from Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier, and that exclusive task line. Note to reminder before we close off for the day, folks, go get yourself on Arena. go play that brand new quest line, the Arena Pantheon, so you can unlock that ACS Graffiti White skin, available until July 19th, 10 a.m. BST. Don't miss out on that, because that quest will finish on the second day of next weekend. So you have a whole 7 days to do it, tons of time. But if you don't want to miss out on it, go get it now. So you can wear it all week and show us on the socials. QR code down below, Kurt, to keep yourself locked in. Don't forget to share everything you're getting up to in the Tarkov Arena space throughout the week during the socials. I will be taking a rest tomorrow, so thank you for joining me for the first 2 days. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing Hort and Kirk back tomorrow for the amazing final day of the group stages.